Good evening, party people, and welcome back to the Bar with an X, the only bar that I believe exists between heaven, hell, and whatever I guess the regular Chao garden is, which I imagine is some weird form of purgatory where Chao, for eternity, fight each other and race each other, as we will continue to be doing until Clementine finally reaches the top of the championship ranking of all the races. The jewels, the hero ones, the dark ones, the not so dark ones, which I think is just the jewel ones now that I think about it out loud, but it's wild in here, it's wild. Speaking of wild, Riley out here starting things off with a little bit of a subscription right here in the very beginning. We love and appreciate everybody who contributes to the Bar with an X, because that means that we get to bring fun bottles like this to the Bar with an X every once in a while, which is only fun because it says Irish whiskey on it, which is cool. Which is cool, because we're doing an Irish Derby this evening. The Irish Derby is obviously made, at least in this case, with some form of Irish whiskey, which I think is pretty cool, all things considered. You know what else is really cool? It's also Sonic's birthday today. If you didn't tell, I couldn't tell, I put a little party hat on him back there. And lo and behold, I blew up a balloon just for our boy in blue. And also, for birthday celebrations, we have party horns, so that's for Sonic. I don't have a blue party horn, but I do got the blue balloon. And with that out of the way, let's get the bar stuff. Well, that balloon, wow, that balloon is getting scarily close to the gear system on my partner's bicycle. And for a moment, I thought it was going to pop very loudly. But that's okay. To everybody who's popping in here early and joining me, like all the Sonic characters over on the vertical side, like Jamie and EXE, Metal Sonic and Tails, as well as Manic and Manic Jr. too. I'm seeing Riley out there, like I saw in the beginning, Cole and Gabi and Brad and Renzo as well as some nerd who's apparently in the middle of Delicious in Dungeon right now. If you gotta go early to watch the rest of that show, my guy, by all means, feel free to go do so, because it was a really good show when I watched it with Anna, and are they coming out with another season anytime soon? I don't know. I haven't watched anime in a hot minute. I've been too busy working on stuff for the stream here, which is quite nice. I see Sonic popping in as well. What is going on, everybody? Very fun stuff. So, today I got this Irish Derby cocktail for you. We are continuing along this Derby train here because the Chao races are not done yet. I think we have either 2 out of 5 emblems or 3 out of 5 emblems, and then there's 3 that we need for the fighting, and I think we have only 1 left of that. So that's all in good fun, and I think I didn't realize how many Derby cocktails there were until I went to the Google search the other day, and I was like, are there more Derbies? Because I need more Derbies. And there is indeed more Derbies to find, including this Irish one, which uses Irish whiskey and completely takes out the grapefruit juice. So we'll see whether or not you can have a proper Derby without the grapefruit and without the honey too. We'll see where we get with that. I'm seeing Cole out there saying, evidently, that you have some good news, which is great. Is it in regards to your affiliate status on Twitch? Because we were celebrating that in the Discord the other day, which was pretty cool. Some nerd saying I'm probably going to stick around until cheers because I got something to cheer. Absolutely. And Brad saying that we got good news and we love to hear it as well. And Sonic saying that you and Eggman are enjoying this day. Very good. You're enjoying it together? Every once in a while, even especially during special holidays like this, like Sonic's birthday, for example, maybe it's time to let bygones be bygones and just allow all of our characters, no matter what their alignment are, to just exist co-peacefully together. Kind of like in the Chao Garden, where the hero Chao and the dark Chao just kind of stay together. I don't know. I have Clementine out here in the between purgatory because I think everybody got tired of listening to Chao and whatnot moaning in the background. So before I get into this cocktail, I've got a small announcement that I want to let all the people know here who popped in early. So I thank you for that. We have a charity event happening. Next month on July 12th, Saturday, right? Let me say that out loud. Saturday, July 12th. At 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern. That is whatever time it is for you right now, minus about 9 hours. I'll be putting some more announcements and whatnot on the various other socials out there, as well as in the Discord server as well. This year, we are raising money as a part of our independent Mixing Drinks and Changing Lives events for Made by Dyslexia, an organization out in England that is basically trying to spread the good word of what they call dyslexic thinking, or rather the way that people with dyslexia tend to think. A lot of people look at dyslexia as if it's some like mental disorder that winds up affecting you heavily negative in all walks of life. And their organization there is trying to spread the word that there are positive aspects to having dyslexia as well, which personally I'm all behind here at the Bar with an X. It doesn't matter what you got going up in your head, even if it's considered a disorder or otherwise. There's always a sun side to a dark side, at least the way that I think about it. And I'll be learning more about the organization as we lead up to the event, so I've got all the script ready to be able to put on a good show for you all. One of the cool things about this particular charity event that we're doing, different than the charity event that we've done in the past is we're doing away with a system of milestone goals, at least for this one, as a little bit of an experiment. As opposed to reaching our goal, which is £1,000, because it's an English-based charity, so we're not raising money in dollars this time, so it's £1,000. And instead of doing milestones like £250 or £500 or £750, instead we've just got a new fun charity gimmick that I think we've been getting the inclinations that people have been asking about this for a little while. It's going to be a Chaos Infinity Bottle, which is an infinity bottle, a little bit smaller, just because it's only for that specific stream. And as opposed to putting little things up on a thermometer behind us and doing little goals along the way, every single donation for the Made by Dyslexia charity is going to give you the option to put anything into this infinity bottle. It doesn't matter what it is. It could be cream-based. It could be something solid. It could be a liqueur that's otherwise not redeemable. And it's just for this particular event, which lasts for about 8 hours, as we'll be mixing some drinks inspired by some games. We'll be playing, I think, a board game. I think we got a couple of video games lined up as well. And again, that is happening on Saturday, July 12th, next month. And for the edit, because this is going to come out 2 weeks from now, that's this weekend. Again, let me repeat. That is for the edits, not for you guys. For you guys, it's about two-ish weeks from now. July 12th. July 12th is the date. And if I keep saying that, eventually I will remember. In any case, with that particular thing out of the way, did I get all the details? Yes. Saturday, July 12th, 11 a.m. Eastern. I will be posting it on the socials and whatnot. The charity that we're the charity that we're fundraising money for is Made by Dyslexia, and we'll have a Chaos Infinity Bottle, where even a single pound donation will let you put something in the bottle. Naturally, the magnitude of your donation determines how much actually we're putting into the bottle. If you give £1, we're gonna put like a splash in there. Or maybe I'll take out specifically my little pipettes just to be like nitpicky about it. But that's the thing. So I'll be putting out some announcements on the socials and whatnot, probably starting tomorrow. The best thing, even if you can't contribute financially, which you don't have to, it's never a requirement, if you share it and like it and share it with the people who might want to pop around, that helps. That helps out a lot. There are donate commands as well as charity commands already in chat right now. If you want to know more about the charity and the details for the event, type in !charity or !made by dyslexia. And if you want to start donating now, the redemption only happens on the day of the event. So if you want to wait for that, you're more than welcome to, but you can use !donate as well. The donation page and the Tiltify campaign page is already up there. So we hope to have you join us. I can't wait for the chaos. I think that'll be pretty cool. All right, who else has popped in chat? I know I just gave a small little rant there. Let's say. Ryan popping in, what's going on? Charity stuff, my God, beautiful things. Cole saying, good news is that you're done with your the most recent game that you've been working on. I think you completed, what was it? Was Generation 0? I think it might have been. I like that. Some nerds saying the tincture, so $1 gets an infinity bottle redemption, not a full 2 ounces, just a little bit. $50 gets the whole bottle, so the whole bottle is going to be that 1,000 pounds. Again, we're raising money in pounds because this is an organization in England, so the conversion rate winds up being about $1,300 or so. It's going to be a smaller infinity bottle than usual, but the full infinity bottle would be 1,000 pounds. So hypothetically speaking, if somebody really, really magnanimous out there just decides to do a 1,000 pound donation and says, fill it with Malort, the whole bottle is getting Malort in it. And then we do an infinity cocktail with it. I think I'll wind up adding a few more details as things get a little bit more concrete on our end. But that's the date, and it'll be happening again on a Saturday. So not a usual stream. You gotta mark your calendars for that. Let's see. If I got any other questions out there, I see Super User popping in, Thug Life popping in, Tiovo popping in, and I saw Jay out there as well, and Dark Auditor as well. Look at everybody out there. Beautiful stuff. Cole confirming that Generation 0 is indeed complete, which is great. Ryan saying it's time to start conspiring. Yeah, dude, like I said, like this is multiple infinity redemptions in a single stream. I figured that this would be the smartest way that I could exploit you guys for money. That doesn't go to me. It goes to an organization, specifically Made by Dyslexia, an organization that is spreading the good word of the good sides of dyslexia, because there are many. There are many good sides of dyslexia. I know from at least personal experience because my partner Anna has dyslexia, and I wouldn't say that there's anything related to the dyslexia that is wrong with her. There are other things that are wrong with her, and they are complementary to the things that I would say are wrong with me. In any case, we go on from there. Dark out there saying, how are you doing today, this Monday? So nice to see you. Oh, it's good to see you too, Dark. How am I doing? I'm really hot. If I'm being honest, the bar of the next right now is at, like, as opposed to it being the comfortable, like, low 70 degrees that it typically is, it is humid in here, and it sucks. I'm gonna have to disrobe a little bit as we get further in the stream, depending on how hot things get out there, but I wonder if it's heating for anybody else out there, too. Wow. Let's see. I'm seeing Mr. Toffee over there. Welcome to the bar of the next. Infinite the Jackal popping in as well. And Tiovo being like, I've got dyslexia too. Great. It's wonderful, actually. Made by Dyslexia is a foundation that is specifically like spearheaded and organized by people who have dyslexia. The whole idea is that dyslexia is basically just another way that the brain works. And if you include people with dyslexia in decision-making, like decisions or organizations or just on your team in general, what you're doing is you're bringing another perspective to the crew. And when we work together as a global, as a global community, what bad can come from it? Unless people are like murderers, in which case, I feel like that's the only good exception that I can think of off the top of my head. But anyways. Seeing Caledonian popping in, saying, how's it going? Will he be sort of on and off? No problem, dude. You got homework to work on? Prioritize your education. I dig that. Kit Kat saying, East Coast heat wave. Feeling the hot from Maryland specifically. I was just talking to somebody in Denver, Colorado. They're a part of one of the classes that I teach for Uncommon Goods. And they were saying that they were experiencing heat as well, all the way over in Colorado. So apparently this heat wave is affecting everybody, at least here on the United States side. So that is pretty cool. Okie dokie. Let's see. Tiova's saying, for me, I just have to type some words twice because I mix up the letters. It's 107 degrees for y'all out in California. See, everybody's experiencing the heat wave right now. Anyways, I would let y'all continue to conspire on your own. Like I said, charity event, Saturday, July 12th, starting at 11 a.m. Eastern. That is whatever time it is for you right now, minus 9 hours. That is not the usual time that the show starts. And during the next 8 hours until 7 p.m., we'll be accepting donations in pounds for the Made by Dyslexia Foundation, and every contribution, no matter how small, allows you to pick something from the stock to put into the infinity bottle. There will be no rules. And if something winds up curdling or something winds up getting solid or whatever, we'll figure it out in the moment because we're doing it for a good cause. In any case, I am super, super parched right now. So I'm gonna take a big old swig of my water. And we'll pop right into the cocktail this evening. It is called the Irish Derby, and it is a Derby cocktail, but it's got Irish whiskey in it. And the question to me is, what is or is not a Derby? And I think a Derby, to my knowledge, a Derby is supposed to be a drink that has some base spirit with grapefruit and some sort of sweetener, like a honey, for example. When we did the Golden Derby last week, I don't believe there was any honey in it at all, or there might have been a little bit of honey in it, but it swapped, I think, the, what was it? It swapped one of the ingredients for, I think it was ginger liqueur, and I had ginger brandy, and it really didn't work out that well. This version of the Derby swaps out the bourbon with Irish whiskey, so we're keeping in the whiskey category. It swaps out the honey syrup with basically sweet. It adds sweet vermouth and dry Curaçao and lime juice on top of it. Like, there's no grapefruit in here. There's no honey syrup in here. I don't really know how this still fits in the Derby category. We're gonna give it a try. I imagine it's gonna taste nothing like what the other Derbies tasted like. But we'll give it a try and see where we get with that. So, let's start this in a shaker. I've got this one right here. God, it is really hot. Oh my gosh. I really, really feel that. Oh my goodness gracious. What do I need? What do I need first in here? I need my whiskey. That's what I need. Start with 1.5 ounces of Irish whiskey. This one that I've got here is Irish whiskey that was finished in a sherry cask. Just kind of cool. I find one of the times I made a Manhattan with this that I caught some nutty vibes, probably from the time that the spirit kept inside of that sherry cask barrel. So I think it's pretty cool. We'll see where we get with this. I don't know if I'll taste any of the nut, but I hope I do. Anyways, 1.5 ounces of Irish whiskey. That's what we'll start with. Gonna really go for a cold beverage right now. There we go. Let's see. Dark out there saying solid cause indeed, which is beautiful. Excuse me. I've seen Brad saying I'm trying to figure out what bottles I can bring to the bar to add to the stock. Yeah, right in the moment. Some of my moderators will also be coming up to make an appearance here for our charity events. So sometimes they bring gifts, and when they do, they become a part of the stock. And if they're eligible for the infinity bottle, great. If not, well, I guess that's the whole point of the charity then. We put it in the bottle anyway, and everything works out pretty well. I'm seeing Jamie out there saying it's really hot where I'm at. Oh, dude, I believe it. I bet the whole world is experiencing some sort of warming of sorts right now. You could even call it global. But I don't know. Next we're gonna do, oh, this one over here. Next we'll add a ½ ounce of dry Curaçao. This recipe specifically calls for Pierre, Ferrand specifically. And that's what I've got. So I'm gonna use it. EXA out there in Alaska, you're saying that you're in Alaska, thankfully, so does that mean that it's not hot in Alaska right now? Because when we were in Alaska for our honeymoon last year, it was pretty cold. I'll admit, it was relatively cold. Actually, it was so cold that one of the folks that we were traveling with on the Disney cruise that we went on specifically let us borrow their jackets. It was very, very kind of them. We didn't keep it. We gave it back to them because we're good crew members. We're good cruise mates. ½ ounce of dry Curaçao. Pop that in there. Let's see. Caledonian saying it's raining out there. Brad gonna be like, it's gonna be a wild bottle. You're damn right it'll be. Devil Butt popping in saying, doing a green tea shot over here. No, I've got the recipe on screen. Where are you at? Are you in the vertical chat? If you tap on the screen, the recipe that I'm doing right now is right there on the screen. And if you want it in chat, type !sips. This is an Irish Derby, a sour style cocktail. I guess kind of in the Derby family, but I don't really know why it's in the Derby family. I haven't quite gotten to that one yet. Let's see. I see Diamond popping in, as well as Cosmo popping in as well. Good to have you both here. Very, very great. Auditor out there being like, not the global warming. Not in my globe. Okay. Next, we'll add ½ ounce of sweet vermouth. Always a beautiful pop on this bottle. I am almost to the bottom of this. I know there's at least one person out there who is very happy to hear that. For me, I'm glad to get some more sweet vermouths in here. I got a couple of them. ½ ounce of that. ½ ounce of sweet vermouth. That was a little shy, but we're going with it anyways. I always put a little bit of inert gas on top of my vermouth, which at this point, because it's so darn low, means that it's even more important because there's more air in this bottle that might want to make my vermouth not taste so good. Back over here, we got some extra ingredients. Let's see. Devil saying I see now, absolutely. Alaskan Bendy, welcome back. Did somebody say Alaska? I think it was, what was it, Sonic dot, was it one of the Sonics? Oh, EXE! I mean, I'm from Greenland, so Greenland is freezing. Right, but it's close in proximity to Alaska. You called out Alaskan Bendy specifically. I see Flame Guy out there saying, I want to drink you. Wink. I would say the same, but I typically don't try to put flames in my mouth. It winds up hurting. The closest thing that I'll get to is a man made of peppers. Happy Pride Month. What else have we got out there? Lime juice. Next, we'll do ½ ounce of lime juice. A lot of ½ ounces here now that I think about it. Let's see. Cosmo asking if anybody wants bread. I'm always a big fan of rye. I like pumpernickel. Pumpernickel's pretty cool. I'll take some of that if you got some, Cosmo. Cosmo, I gotta ask, as a random cosmic horror, what makes you want to just do bread all the time? That was ½ ounce of lime juice, if I didn't say it already. Sometimes I repeat myself because I have videos to edit, and as I drink, repeating myself sometimes helps. I haven't had a drop yet today. This is my first drink of the evening, and it most certainly will not be the last. Big Callan, welcome back. Good to have you back in my chat. Annie in chat as well, one of my beautiful moderators. Or bouncers. I think we haven't quite figured out whether we call them moderators or bouncers, because if we did just call them bouncers, people might not get the point that they can ban you. They can kick you out. Speaking of Annie expressing her power, there's a subscription, and there's an appreciation coming back in your direction. Let me make you a drink, Annie. We have a charity event coming up and whatnot. Maybe we can, like, celebrate 4th of July together and take shots of moonshine. I don't know what people out there do on 4th of July these days. Wink. Next we need 2 ashes. Two dashes. 2, count them, 2 dashes of Angostura Bitters. Why did I say it so many times? I told you already. Did I also mention it's hot in this apartment, and I think it is causing me to get a little bit flush. I can literally feel the humidity. I feel like I can walk through the thick air around me. It's incredible, dude. Incredible. Cosmo out there saying, I was once convinced to not eat a planet by being given bread and have been hooked ever since. Dude, it's a pretty good story. Sometimes bread can be that good to completely turn the tide of a potentially cosmic level war. That's good to see, actually. Let's see. Ryan out there saying, man-made peppers? No. Man-made of peppers? Check. Yeah, it's a beautiful life that we live. Let's see. Brad saying, doing the next necessary work. Cosmo saying, I'm a bouncer IRL right now? Actually, though? Wow. Please don't ban me. Oh my gosh, that'd be scary. What do we have in here? Irish whiskey, I've got my dry Curaçao, I've got sweet vermouth, I've got lime juice, I've got Angostura bitters, and I've got a lime on standby that was thawed from my freezer for the garnish. Now, throw some ice in here and shake it. That's what happens next. Did I mention, by the way, y'all, that we have a charity event coming up, and you can get details for that charity event by typing !charity in chat right now. And if you really feel like donating, you can also do !donates. However, I'll tell you, if you wait till the day of, any donation amount gets your pick of whatever it is from the stock into a custom infinity bottle, specifically. And it will only last for that day. And then afterwards, I'm thinking about specifically like cleaning it up a little bit and kind of finalizing it so that that particular charity infinity blend can be used in drinks going forward. But don't quote me on that. Don't quote me on it. That'd be pretty chaotic though. It's a chaos bottle. We've talked a little bit about a chaos bottle here, and I figured the best thing to do it for would be for charity. Okie doke. Where is the other side of my shaker? I found it. Let me clean down one of my measuring majiggers. Wipe that down so I don't have to do more dishes later. There we go. With a little wash. Let's see what else is going up there. I'm seeing Infinite the Jackal out there saying, I'm just waiting for Sega to say my name after years. Dude, everybody just wants recognition from their superiors. Everybody does. But if it helps, Infinite, I miss you. You're like one of my favorite Sonic characters, dude. I just like the design. Beautiful. Little Abe, welcome in. Cow King, welcome in. Cow King's over at Jason's Deli right now. It's a Santa Fe panini on wheat with a hibiscus tea. Oh, a hibiscus tea on the side. Ooh, that sounds tasty. Ryan saying, do you only make one infinity cocktail that day? So this will be the thing for the infinity bottle. Right now, the idea is that if we reach our goal of 1,000 pounds for Made by Dyslexia, we will make an infinity cocktail right then and there. And then at the very end of the event, usually when we're popping all of the balloons, we'll also make infinity drinks with the contents of the infinity bottle. And whatever's left, like I said, don't quote me on it, we might process a little bit. We might filter it out, maybe add some Pectinex or something to it after the fact, and then keep it as an ingredient for redemptions going forward. Hydration is key. I appreciate it. Let's see. Caledonia out there in reference to 4th of July. I'd say that the 4th of July might be a little bit mid, but I'm not kidding when I say there's fireworks, especially in the night. Oh yeah, dude. Fireworks are cool. In a way. I don't know. I think fireworks are kind of overrated. Anyways, give us a shake. There we go. I see Brad out there saying, I imagine that whoever is there at the charity event might want to play with the bottle. That's fair. Like, at that point, if we have people there for the charity event, like our moderators, or at least a few of them are planning to be, you can play with the infinity bottle, but you can't touch that one. That's your infinity bottle, chat. That's not our infinity bottle. It's yours. Unless you count me as a part of the hour. Whatever. Got a chill coupe glass for this one. Do we double strain this? Nah. Strain this into a chilled coupe glass and garnish with a lime twist. I think my lime twist is going to be, I'm gonna wind up using a channeling knife for this. Kind of do it horse's neck style, but I gotta see whether or not I still have my channeling knife. I think I do, I just don't know where I put it. Do I have my channeling knife? Well, I thought I had a channeling knife. Do I actually have this thing? Channeling knife. Channeling knife. Hello? Ah, there you are! I got it. There's a knife specifically for creating channels. Let's pour this in out first. Chat, what color do you think it's gonna be? That's one of the games that we play here apparently now. What color is the drink gonna be? It's fun. We like that. Callan out there saying, Mr. Tender, I've been waiting for this day for many, many weeks. What's that? Unless somebody beats you to it. 99 bananas. Oh, 99 bananas, the infinity bottle? I'd love to see it. All right. Official, welcome in. Bradley Smith as well, welcome to you. Cow King asking, have I made a highball yet with the infinity bottle? I've made highball style cocktails, but I don't think I've made a specific highball. Well, I mean, technically, I've made a highball. You topped it with tonic water. I think it was an infinity and tonic. If you consider spritzes to be highballs, but I don't think I've ever actually just topped it off with soda water, because that's just kind of boring. But it might not be. There we go. I was talking for a little bit too long, so my wash line is not very on point. Now I'm gonna take a lime. I'm gonna channel it by pulling all the way around. Let me bring this back over here for a hot second. You can channel a citrus by taking one of these specific channeling knives. It just kind of looks like a little hole in it with a small little groove in the bottom that's mildly sharp. You know, pop around like that. What do I see out there? I saw Ryan spreading the joy of memberships to the Bar of the Next. Thank you. 10 of them? Wow. Thank you for your generosity, Ryan. It gets him points too, so he's not just doing it out of the goodness of his heart. If he was doing that, he'd be waiting for the charity event. Now, the question I had specifically for this channeling knife was, could I use the channeling knife to get a good garnish off of a lime that was sitting in my freezer? And I think the answer is no, but I want to believe. Nope, that doesn't work. So, I'm not going to use a channeling knife. Instead, I'm just going to use a peeler. I'm just going to go with it. Let's see, let's see. Official saying, damn, I'm no longer cool enough to be green. It's okay, it's okay. It'll all come back around at some point. Official, I like you being here regardless of what color you are. Alright, lime twist. Note, it is much more difficult to make a lime garnish when these are not fresh. So, little whoop, whoop. There we go, pop it on the edge. Doesn't really max the picture very much. That's because I forgot to go to the store to get actual fresh lime, so that's on me. That's on me. Sorry, chat. I make mistakes sometimes. I really do. I really do. Cosmo saying creamsicle looking drink. That's fair. That's fair. Who said orange? Did anybody say... Oh, Brad said orange. There we go. I love it. I love it. Okie dokie. This is the Irish Derby cocktail, which, to be honest, by the recipe alone, doesn't seem like it's a Derby, but I haven't sipped it yet, so maybe it does have somehow... Maybe it does somehow taste like a Derby cocktail. Specifically the brown one. Well, that's nice. It kind of tastes like a sweetened, orangey whiskey sour in a way. It does not taste grapefruity. It does not taste honey forward like the brown Derby typically does. Although, admittedly, it is brown. It is tasty. And if I drank enough of these, I feel like I would feel ready to run a race. Or 2. Or 3. How many Derby cocktails have we done up to this point? There can't be that many more. Yeah, admittedly, it tastes like a whiskey sour. Albeit, instead of it being a lemon type of sour, it's a lime type of sour. So it's almost kind of whiskey margarita-like in a way. I will say the lime there is tasting a little bit more bitter than usual. Something about that is a little bit more bitter than I'm used to. A little bit. Official, welcome back to Greendom. I saw you out there. Beautiful, beautiful. Let's see. Ryan saying, cue the would you love me even if I was a worm-esque questions. I would. I would. I don't know what you are. Like, from this perspective, I can't tell what you guys are on the other side. Some of you call yourself hedgehogs. I don't know if you're an actual hedgehog. Some of you call yourself human. I can't tell if you're human. Some of you call yourself random cosmic horrors. I can't prove that you're that either. But I do know one thing. Y'all are here. In this weird liminal space between virtual and non-virtual. And you can't taste any of the drinks. Haha. Unless you have the ingredients on your own. It's not too bad. I was saying before that the last time I had this, specifically this... where are you? This Irish whiskey made, finished in sherry casks that I could taste some of those more, like, almost nuttier notes that I would typically expect out of a sherry. And I can taste that here, but I don't know if I'm getting it from the sherry cask finish of the Irish whiskey or the sweet vermouth and something about the brandy base of the dry Curaçao too. I think a lot of that sherry sort of almost nutty note, that deeper flavor of something that kind of reminds me of, like I said, almost earthy, nutty type flavors, I feel like I do get. But I don't know how much of that is coming from the whiskey on its own versus the vermouth that went into it. Typically, if I'm trying to do a comparison between one type of cocktail or another, whether I'm trying to workshop a drink myself or otherwise, I'll make small incremental changes so I can specifically parse out with my palate the immediate differences between the two. So if I tried a regular brown derby with this as opposed to a bourbon whiskey specifically, I might be able to see whether or not those prominent notes are coming through. But between this and the brown derby, there's no grapefruit, there's no honey syrup, and if there is anything balancing out, like a lemon juice, for example, you swapped out the lemon with a lime. So if anything, this feels more like an opposite of a brown derby than a complement to a brown derby, or a logical next step. It's not that bad. It's pretty good. Again, it's very whiskey. It's very sour, not super sour, kind of on the mid mid to tart level of sour and sweetness, but it's good. I like it. I like it. That's pretty good. Ryan out there saying, I am a sentient attack helicopter. Yeah, but I have no means to prove that is what I was saying out there. Overseer, welcome back. Welcome back. Cow asking, have I done an espresso martini infinity bottle yet? I have not, mostly because I don't have anything capable of creating espresso. I mean, I do actually. It's a very cheap machine, and it is not very good at making coffee, but if I did have fresh espresso on the ready, I would love to do an espresso infinity martini. Espresso infinitini. Espresso infinitini. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. I see EXE out there saying, I already feel drunk. Yeah, it's because you're sitting on my shoulder. This is a pretty boozy cocktail, all things considered. Let's see. What did I miss on my notes today? So, before we get into the game, we're going to do a cheers. So I'll put the little cheers command out there. If you've got something that you want to cheers to, by all means, feel free to share it with us here at the Bar with an X. Just a reminder, like I was saying earlier, we've officially announced the details for our annual independent charity event that we're dubbing Mixing Drinks and Changing Lives. It's happening on Saturday, July 12th at 11 o'clock a.m. That is whatever time it is for you right now, minus about 9.5 hours in your local time zone. I'll be putting some notifications out on the other social media sites as well as on Discord as well with all the details. The cool thing about this particular charity event is that as opposed to just blowing up balloons like we've done previously, every redemption allows you to pick anything from the stock website, not just the infinity redeemable stuff, to go into a stream exclusive 8-hour window infinity bottle of your creation. Any donation to Made by Dyslexia, the organization that we are raising money for, will go into the smaller bottle. And we might be getting a lot of donations, so it might not be always on camera every single time, but whether you redeem cinnamon, whether you redeem a cream liqueur, whether you redeem, I don't know, we've got some pretty obscure ingredients on there, like citric and malic acid and stuff, it goes in the bottle. If we reach our goal of £1,000, because this is an English organization that we were raising money to, we'll make an infinity cocktail with it right then and there, and at the very, very end, we'll see exactly how much money that we've earned in that 8-hour period as we mix some drinks, play some games, experience some camaraderie, and play with a couple, maybe make a few more infinity cocktails, which you can weigh in on if you want to. I'll have a couple of my moderators, aka bouncers here as well, who will likely be taking sips or little pieces of the infinity bottle at that point in time to be able to play around with, because it is a stream exclusive thing, and if you're here, you're gonna have fun with it. Good stuff, good stuff. And that'll be happening for the edit. It happens in this weekend because this particular announcement is gonna come out in 2 weeks. But for you all right now, that's about 3 weeks from now. 3-ish, 2-ish, 3-ish, 2-ish, 3-ish. Somewhere around that line. Somewhere around that line. Anyways. What am I seeing? Cosmo being like S Infinity. Espresso Infinity or something like that. Beautiful out there. Bradley saying, cheers to Mixing Drinks and Changing Lives. Cheers right back in your direction. Overseer saying, as someone who has a coffee bar on top of a bar, I enjoy espresso martinis. And I imagine you would if you've got fresh espresso, especially. I see Manic the Hedgehog on the Twitch side popping in. Good to have you back in the quantum zone now, Manic. Official saying, some nerd, I got pinged by your they diagnosed you. What were you saying, some nerd? I think I missed it up there. Whatever the message was. I apologize. I missed it. I don't know where it was. That's okay. Whatever you got, some nerd, by all means, enjoy it with the best that you can. Let's see. I also see out there laws and whatnot. Annie's saying, welcome, but only for the 23 minutes. Cow King, are you thinking for each donation amount or whatever? Cow King saying, how the live updates are ping or otherwise. Will the charity be pinged in the Discord? Will the charity be pinged in the Discord? The charity donations? The charity event will definitely be pinged in the Discord. If you got any other notes, we got a little suggest command, and feel free to talk about in the Discord server as well, in the suggestions channel, just to make sure that I don't miss anything. Also, it's also Sonic's birthday, and if you can find where the party hat is, I won't do anything differently. But happy birthday, Sonic the Hedgehog. I had a party horn, but I threw it over there already, so I don't feel like dwelling on that anymore. Anyways, so, with the cheers, does anybody have any cheers that they want to cheers to here at the Bar with an X? I got 6 people so far, and 6 different cheers. Where are you, my cheers? Where are you, my cheers? There you are! What beautiful cheers we have here! I got a couple of different ones here. I got 6 so far. If anybody wants to add any cheers to acknowledge, exclamation point cheers. I'm gonna do a little run through of these so far. There we go. Oh, I see. Now I see what Sumner was saying. I see, because it says the word official in it. Oh my gosh, great! So cheers out there to the folks in chat who are cheersing along with us here at the Bar of the Next, to some nerd for getting finally their official ADHD diagnosis, Annie to Charity, a cheers in that direction, Ryan to a successful first date, which sounds very, very nice. I hope you both enjoyed it. Or all three of you. I don't know. We don't judge polycules around here. Cosmo out there saying, to my homie who finished setting up his new house, man owns a home and land at the age of 20, which is beautiful to hear. This is very, 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 very soon. I don't even own a home yet. Cow King saying, my dad came back home from Florida. Cheers to that. Official to reaching a new level of oldness. Beautiful for that. If you're having a birthday. Insert party horn effects here in your direction. No need to dox yourself, obviously. And I see Techno Boy out there saying that I found out that you got into paramedic school. Cheers to education, y'all. And the Overseer to getting your garden finished. Oh, that's beautiful, everybody. Kampai, Saude, Slanche, Salud, and the Kit Kat too to my foster fail, Sammy, officially having your forever home. Oh my goodness! To the cat. I imagine that's probably a cat. Since Kit Kat. So beautiful to pets getting new homes as well. This is wonderful, y'all. And to anybody who didn't decide to use the command, by no means does it mean that you have forgotten. You might be cheersing something lurkingly in the comments section or otherwise. A big old cheers out to you out there from here, from myself at the Bar of the Next, and the rest of our community here, back in your direction. With that being said, shall we play a video game? Because I think that sounds like a pretty cool idea. That's what we're gonna do. Cat saying it's a doggy. My apologies. The name Kit Kat got me thinking that it must have been a kitty, but that was just me connecting dots where otherwise they might not exist. Rationalization or something like that. Let's play a video game, shall we? Speaking of potentially domesticated animals or not so animals or sentient creatures, I'm honestly not so sure. We are trying to raise the ultimate champion Chao. I also had a little bit more cocktail in my shaker, so I'm gonna top myself up. It was sitting there with ice. There wasn't actually this much in there to begin with, although I was talking for quite a while, all things considered. Official out there saying drinking water, avoiding alcohol, but cheers. Oh, come on. You can always cheers with water. Nobody said that you have to have alcohol in your glass to raise a glass. I think that's just very, very sad. Shoulder squeezes to start things out with. Beautiful. I feel like Knuckles is doing shoulder squeezes right now, actually. Anyways, I've got Clementine out here in the weird liminal space between the gardens, because we're gonna go to the kindergarten, yet another one of the gardens. I'm gonna buy some food. And also check out Clementine at the doctor, because they haven't been there in a hot minute. Oh, man. Excuse me. Let's see out there. Nerd saying, have a wonderful time, Chao in your garden. I'm gonna go back to watching Delicious in Dungeon. Go for it, dude! I hope you're enjoying the series, because I know I did. As a mixological individual, there's not that much difference between culinary science and, like, liquid science, so, like, culinary chemistry and liquid chemistry. Alright, how you doing, Clem? What is this? Your Chao is very healthy. Please take good care. Medical chart? Show me the stats! Swim is good. Is good. Power is down. Yeah, that makes sense. Age 4. Your Chao likes round fruit. That is true. Times transformed? No. If Clementine dies and comes back to life, that's a transformation. Alright. Chao Karate, 20 wins, 4 losses. Rank 1 degree. I don't know what rank means, but very cool. Alright, we'll take you back. We'll get you some food and then pop along. Let's see. I'm seeing Callan out there saying I wanted to be ready, probably with the Infinity Redemption, right? No worries, Callan. I don't know if you've been around since the Infinity Warning started being released, but there will be a warning in chat letting you know that the Infinity Redemption is coming up, and there will be another message letting you know when it's activated. Be careful with your trigger finger, because there is a cooldown on the redeem command, so if somebody jumps the gun, you're actually at a disadvantage. Just making sure that you know that. But as soon as you see it in chat, it's ready for you. Which will probably hit you before it hits me. Alright, let's get some food. Get some food. Chao fruit are really good. If there's mushrooms, I want a mushroom. Yes, mushroom. Excellent mushroom. Callan like scary. Yes, indeed. Let's see. I'm seeing Brad out there saying I have a hidden bag of cheddar and sour cream ruffles. Dude, that could, you know, that could go in the infinity bottle. That could go in the infinity bottle. Like, it's a little bit more, how I imagine this Chaos Infinity bottle is going to work is that I have more things here at the Bar with an X that can go into the thing that is visible on the website. I can't possibly list every single piece of edible good on the website. I am catching up to it, though, admittedly, but not all that stuff is very self-stable either, so just because it's on there now doesn't mean it won't be there in a while. But that'll be intriguing. Yeah, maybe some of our mods will bring specific ingredients and just try to entice people to add things to it. Or, you know, like, Brad will be like, I brought the Ruffles, and then he'll donate $100, and then we just have to shove the bottle full of Ruffles. That's one way to do it! You could. You could. Oh, Clementine, where are you going? Come back here, buddy. I got food for you. All of this is for my champion. Brad like cheddar and sour cream Ruffles infused mezcal? That could be intriguing. Hypothetically speaking, if that whole entire Chaos Infinity bottle is filled with mezcal, which I would need to get more mezcal for, because I'm very low on mezcal right now, it could be done. It could be done. Maybe we infuse the mezcal first. Oh, that's an idea. I would say that if you make us infuse spirits for the Infinity bottle, you have to donate enough money for the amount that we are going to infuse. That's what I would think. Like, if you donate a single pound for, like, a splash of this mezcal-infused whatever, I'd be like, bro. It is, I will run the mezcal off of the side of the chip. That will be the level of infusion that you get for that. We'll get creative with it. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. Oh, man. Official saying, what's the max level of these Italian greetings? Of these Italian... Wait, what? Ciao, Ciao, Bella. The max level? I want to say it's 99. I think that's as high as any of these go. But they're like... I think there's like internal values such that they can go higher, but not in terms of level, but in terms of score. Because if you think about it, if you look at the run stat, run is at level 61, but we haven't yet reached 1,000, like, points yet, so to speak. We're only at 923. So I think it can get higher. Like, there's a maximum level, but there's also a maximum points value. And those maximum point values can go up to 9999. Cole, what's going on, my dude? I like the Camerino. Frank, are you singing? You kinky son of a gun. Talented to boot. Talented to boot. Oh my goodness gracious. This Irish Derby is definitely hitting the spot too, by the way. Oh, you know what? I was working on something. The other day, chat. I don't know if you'll like this. You might like this. You might like this. It's happening anyways, so you're welcome. Just like I have an embed in the Discord server for the pregame drinks. That's either the one that I had today, like the Irish Derby, or when we inevitably get to the charity stream, there will be multiple drinks because we are developing a couple of original cocktails and mocktails for some of the games that we are going to be playing, as well as I think a book or two as well. There's definitely at least one book, but no spoilers. No spoilers. What'd you say, love? There's 2 books? No spoilers. No spoilers, at least. But I'll say this, just in case you're the kind of person who wants to catalog every single recipe that you see, like I am, there's now an embed in the live updates channel for drink requests as well. So any drink request that we have here, they're gonna go into the descriptions of the videos as well as being edited as shorts, and there'll be a little recipe card that gets generated that you can take a little, you can take a picture of it in the Discord server, you can forward it to the DMs or something like that. However you best want to track these recipes. I don't guarantee that all of them are good, but all of them are drinks. I guess, except for that cement mixer, which I think was technically a food. Maybe even a food group all on its own, but, you know. I see Disney Queen with the work that body, pelvic circles. I'm doing my pelvic circles. I'm doing my boys dance. Just as I was mandated to, as my Chao eats food. What are you doing, Frank? Are you eating food? Did you just realize that you're hungry? Oh, wait, I don't even know if you're Frank. Because I forgot, Frank has a... No, this is Frank! Frank's got the cool face. What was your name again? You're apparently very hungry. Oh, side crunches, too. My goodness. Ryan out there saying, man, the coos of the Chao are actually kind of disturbing. Like, why do they sound like human babies and not animals? My guess is there's not a lot of animals out there that they could base the coos off of. Like, I don't know what other animals specifically coo. Except for, like, chickens, I suppose. No, I guess they more cockadoodle than do. Not really coo. I don't know. I blame the developers. I see Callan out there asking, how do you see the contents of the infinity bottle? It looks like you figured it out there, but it's exclamation point infinity for anybody who's curious. Exclamation point infinity will show you exactly what's in the bottle so far in percentage points if it's greater than 1%. If it's less than 1%, there's just a little tilde, a little squiggly line, because floating point math is scary, especially for computers. I'm seeing Cole saying, Cam, I do have something else I want to mention, something cheers-worthy I wasn't able to put in. By all means! The cheers segment may be over, but if you got something to cheers worth for, dude, by all means, go for it. Don't let me stop you. Overseer out there saying, I've been utilizing my barista skills with my mixological skills to blend crafts through espresso martinis. For example, a Cafe Cubano Cafe Meal Espresso Martini, which adds lovely notes to an already enjoyable drink. What is it? Oh, I'm spilling my drink. Can you remind me what's in a Cafe Cubano? I like the idea of specifically combining aspects and motifs from some drinks or some creations and, like, manifesting them as an espresso martini. I actually found out, because of some reconnaissance from some of my fellow cronies, that there is a bar here in Philadelphia that I've yet to go to, called, I want to say it's Bar 1010, that has a bunch of specific espresso martinis. They've got a bunch of different espresso martinis, and I kind of want to go there one of these days. Bar 1010, I believe it was called. All right, do we get any more food? Clementine, you're not done yet. One more thing. One more piece of food. And then we're going to go out to Pumpkin Hill, get a bunch of skeleton dogs, and keep coming back and forth. Cole out there saying, I'm now an official member of the Black Collar Collective. Excellent, dude. If I recall, that was the group of people that you were fundraising for a while back, right? Dude, cheers to your new title of member of an organization. Not like body member or dismember. Scary words. Overseer saying, Cafe Cubano, brown sugar over top of the espresso extraction, typically whipped. Oh, you put brown sugar, over top of it. Like, I'm not as familiar with baristaing, so please correct me if I'm wrong. Is that where you take brown sugar and you put it, like, on top of the espresso puck before you put it into the espresso maker? Or do you put the brown sugar in the glass and then do the espresso extraction over top of it as it comes out? That sounds tasty, dude. Brown sugar and coffee? Please sign me up. All right, Clementine's going to do their thing, so we're going to go out to Pumpkin Hill and get some more ingredients. On top of the puck. Oh, that sounds good, dude. See, this is why I want an espresso machine. The espresso machine I have doesn't even really have a puck. It's a cheap Mr. Coffee thing. Oh, and there's 5 emblems for the Chao races, and I only have 1 of them. Stephanie, welcome in. Welcome in. I'm in the midst of raising beautiful, beautiful children that just so happen to be blue. There's nothing wrong with them. We love them. Except for Clementine. No, I do love Clementine, but there is something wrong with Clementine. And the thing that's wrong with Clementine is the fact that they aren't yet accomplished with their goals yet. Not just the goals that I've set out for them. For everybody. Everybody indeed. Wolfie, welcome back. And Kawachi, welcome back. Oh, you are Red Pro, Kawachi. Oh, excellent, dude. I'm going to try to remember that. Red Pro, I recall you from our TikTok live streams, where I tend to mostly just be doing dishes. And sometimes some other fun things. If anybody comes over here from the TikTok side, this is where you should know that exclamation point order, you can put in a cocktail request, and you don't have to pay any money for it. I charge people on TikTok for drink requests. Now that everybody, I'm letting both TikTok and, or excuse me, Twitch and YouTube know that now. Drink requests cost money on TikTok now. I've determined that, because every time I do a drink request and talk about alcohol, TikTok reduces the visibility of the stream because they don't like alcohol. So I was like, fine, I'll charge you for it. Because I'm devious. Welcome in, Red Pro. How am I doing? Things are going pretty well, aside from the heat and humidity in my apartment. But other than that, we're doing all right. We're doing all right. Annie's saying, to be fair, Cuban coffee is usually made with what some people don't even consider espresso, since it's made with a mocha pot. Oh, interesting. Okay, so hypothetically speaking... Oh, actually, if you make it with a mocha pot, where do you put the brown sugar? I guess in the mocha pot, right? I guess that would make sense. Overseer said, I have 10 ways to make coffee, 3 of which are capable of making espresso. Three methods. One of them, I imagine, is an espresso machine. One of them, I'm guessing, is that AeroPress thing, because that's also under pressure. Trying to think of what the other one is. And he's saying, no, you don't put the brown sugar in the mocha pot. Okay, okay. I'm here to learn. I'm here to learn. Educate me. Ryan saying, I just looked up his commercial espresso machines, and the cheapest one I can find is $800. $1,800? I feel like there's got to be a cheaper espresso machine. Oh, you're looking up commercial espresso machines, not like personal home use ones. Yeah, that sounds incredible. There's a death for you all. Deaths happen because I just quit out of the stage early. That's just a thing that I'm doing now. Brad said, I have an AeroPress thing and the Starbucks card. This is fair. Overseer saying, too, in terms of the espresso making, that's a fair point. Mocha pots are a fantastic way of making coffee. I have 2 mocha pots. Are they different in some way? I've been tempted to buy a mocha pot, but I have a French press right now. I have a pour-over apparatus, and I got, what else do I got? And I have a jar that I can put coffee and cold water in for cold brew. There are many ways. But if you've got 3 ways to make espresso, I want to know what those are because I want espresso in my house. 1,100 deaths. We made it. We made it, chat. Man. Ryan being like, for $43,000. Oh, there's a $43,000 espresso machine, and it only has 2 stations. But for 43 grand, you'd think they would definitely have more than 2 stations. One can only hope for. I imagine, like, at that point, you're just getting, like, the luxury of whatever brand you're purchasing under. And don't get me wrong, I have no idea what the luxury brand espresso machines are, but they are definitely not Mr. Coffee. Because I have a Mr. Coffee espresso machine. And every single quote-unquote espresso I've ever made out of that machine has not tasted like espresso. Not the way that I've made espresso previously. When I still went to the office for the job that I just recently quit, there was 2 espresso machines at the office. Only one of them really worked, and I used it. And I was so tempted one of these days to just take the espresso machine that nobody used. But I'm chaotic neutral. I'm not evil. So I left that one there, because I figured they would notice. It's not that it didn't really work, it's just people didn't really like using it. Man. I see Quachia out there, aka Red Pro, saying that Blend Dirks emote looks kind of cursed. It's my blender. How dare you? How dare you make fun of my boy like that, Red Pro? How dare you? It's okay. It is okay. I mean absolutely no harm from that. You didn't know. You didn't know. Yeah, though, dude, a $43,000 espresso machine? Hey, you know what? Maybe if somebody pops into the bar with an X and throws 43 grand at me, I'd buy an espresso machine. Or, even better, how about we reach out to the espresso machine company and say, hey, I know this really awesome mixologist who could really use a free espresso machine sponsored for the stream. And then we do an entire stream of chat requests specifically using espresso from the espresso machine. Yo, there it is! 43 grand from Pratt! It's 43 bits with the word grand after it. We love it. This is not the same kazoo that I had, and I thought it was gonna function the same, but... Oh, it's kind of working. It's yellow now, because I lost the white one. I constantly lose the kazoo around here, yo, so this is not like a new occurrence in the least bit. Let's see. Wolfie saying, what did you have for dinner, Cam? I'm having spaghetti bolognese. I had shrimp scampi. It was a prepared food that we got from the Whole Foods that's close by to us. One of Anna's most recent too good to go orders was specifically grabbing the prepared food at Whole Foods, and I got shrimp scampi. She had spaghetti and meatballs. I also had some mushroom stroganoff a couple days before, and we also had some French fries as well. It was nice. All for about, what was it, $7, dear? $10? $10 for 4 different meals, effectively. 3 meals and a side. It was pretty good. It was very tasty. Red Pro saying, I give it a 20 out of 10 on the kazoo. Oh, dude, wait for when it gets real good. I'm real good at playing the kazoo. You haven't even seen the half of it yet. If you like the kazoo, there's plenty more where that came from. But first, listen to Mario. There we go. Let's see. Shrimp is very good. Cole saying, yes, the Black Collar Collective is the place that I did my first charity stream for. We have one starting 2 weeks after yours for the Best Friends Animal Society, and it's called Christmas in July. Which makes sense, because 2 weeks after, July 12th, a Saturday, which is when our charity event is happening, would still be in July. It'd be 12 plus 14, which I believe is 26. Alexa, what is math?
According to Wikipedia, mathematics is the study of numbers, shapes, and patterns. The word comes from the Greek word mathema, meaning science, knowledge, or learning, and is sometimes shortened to maths or math. The short words are often...
Alexa, stop. I'm tired of the mansplaining. I don't want it. I don't want it. Red Pro saying I had hot dogs this evening. That sounds very tasty as well. What kind of hot dogs? We talking just like the stuff that you put in the hot water and then just go for it? Because those are so good, dude. For some reason, when you said hot dogs, the first thing that came to mind are like the hot dogs that you get from those like boilers on the streets of New York and stuff. I don't remember what they call them. I'm losing the word for what you call those specific hot dogs. It's not swamp water. I know it's not swamp water hot dogs. I just can't think of it. Man. I'm seeing Ryan out there making some references to potential stream bugs. If anybody's experiencing any stream buffering or otherwise, feel free to let us know. If it seems that we got a bunch of things happen for a bunch of different people, I'll check things out. Appreciate your feedback there, Ryan. AKA baby. Dirty water dog, says Brad, if you're making a hospitality reference. I would think so. The water tends to be rather dirty. Hey, bud. How you doing, Gort? You're good. You're good. Despite the fact that you're bad, you're good. And I like you very much. Wolfie out there asking if anybody's looking forward to the new Jurassic movie coming out. Is there a new Jurassic... Actually, Anna and I went to go see the new How to Train Your Dragon the other day. And I'm pretty sure we saw an advertisement for the new Jurassic movie. Oh, no. Wait. No, I don't think we did. Anna, I might need your backup knowledge here. We either saw an advertisement for the new Jurassic Park movie or an advertisement for the new, like, Ark survival game, or both. We might have seen both. I got confused because I didn't know what the heck I was watching. Evidently, there's two of them. Red Pro saying it was grilled hot dogs. Oh, dude. Delightful. Wolfie saying that new Jurassic movie is coming out on the 2nd, apparently, of July. I imagine it's July. It could be September for all I know. Alexa. That's fine. We don't have to have a conversation. I didn't want it anyways. I've been thinking at some point, chat, to put the Echo Dot within view of the camera so that when I try to talk to the machine, we can see whether or not it decides to respond to me, because sometimes it doesn't. July. Confirmed. Confirmed July. Thank you, Wolfie. I don't know much about Jurassic Park, aside from some of the memes. So if any of you watch the Jurassic movie, let me know how it is. Because I likely probably won't be watching it. Theovara, welcome in, my friend. Good to have you back. I hope things are going well for you. And if they are or aren't, here is a drink raise in your direction. And a sip, because I'm pretty sure the ads are about to happen, so we're gonna hang here. Pretty sure we got ads happening in a hot second. Right now! Or now. Or now. Nope. Okay. Well, I swear I'm not crazy. As soon as I take a sip, they're going to happen. Yeah, apparently I don't know what I'm talking about. Back to the game. Or not. Okay. Thank you, Theovara, for the thank you. I send the thank you back in your direction for the $2. Alexa, nice. How many pounds is $2?
In US dollars, it's about 1 pound and 48 pence.
1 pound, I don't know how to convert from pounds to pence. If you were to give $2 in about 2-ish weeks on July 12th, contributing to Made by Dyslexia, the charity foundation based out of England, which is why we're accepting donations in pounds and not dollars, you would have contributed about 1 pound and 86 pence. Which I imagine is cents, but I'm not from that area of the world and I don't know the conversions. Glorious, I also see you popping in here with a beautiful membership as well. Thank you. Thank you. I'm still working on those little misfortune drinks. I promise you that. I actually made some progress on them the other day. During the TikTok live, somebody was like, make me a drink that you think somebody from Sweden would want to drink in the summer. And I used both aquavits, the Swedish punch, and the 2 teas, or just one of the teas. So I almost used all of my Swedish ingredients, and I got some notes that will likely make their way into the drinks when I have fully workshopped them. Red Pro, like, I was there. That's true, that's true. Quachi on the Twitch side, aka Red Pro on the TikTok side, was joining us during some of our TikTok live streams. To everybody who's on Twitch and YouTube who are like, oh my god, he's been doing more streams and hasn't been telling me, no worries. I don't think you're missing very much. I'm mostly just doing dishes. And sometimes a single cocktail request. But that costs money on TikTok. Because TikTok doesn't like it when I talk about alcohol. We actually have code words on TikTok in order to talk about alcohol. That is, for vodka, for example, it is potato nectar. For whiskey, it is corn nectar. For rum, it's sugarcane nectar, and so on and so forth, because you can't say the words! Or they restrict your content for 10 minutes, which is stupid. Very dumb to me. Anyways. I see Cow King saying, are you going to... Oh, where is that message? I was just reading that. Are you going to watch the new Spaceballs movies? There's a Spaceballs movie coming out too? I hadn't even heard of that right now. Man. I see Callan out there saying, if I spam cash in the infinity bottle, can I fill up the infinity bottle full of Doritos and malic acid, but it's like for charity? Yeah. That is how that works. Granted, what I will remind you is that all of this is manual. So if you specifically put in 100 redemptions for £1 at a time for malic acid and Doritos, I have to have the Doritos, and we have to manually put things in the bottle. While the rest of the show happens, we'll see how chaotic things are. We have a whole game plan and stuff, but if there is so much activity on that infinity bottle, we might have to set up a second angle specifically so we can watch the main show happening at the same time as the sub infinity bottle show. Oh, which is wild. Man, yeah. But technically, yes, Big. Technically, yes. Ryan out there saying, I hate that Google swapped out the old Android assistant for this new crappy Gemini thing. Yeah, Gemini's whack, dude. It confuses me. You used to be able to say, hey, Google, sing me a song. The assistant would sing you a little ditty. You know what happens now? Welcome back for the ads, everybody. We're kind of complaining about AI assistants. Now, I have a Google Home that responds to and is able to change the one light bulb that doesn't have a switch in my basement. You have to use voice commands and you have to have an internet connection. When I say, hey, Google, my phone wants to respond, which I'm not going to let it. The Gemini on my phone can't turn on and off the lights. But when my phone is in my pocket and I try to talk to the Google Home, sometimes my phone gets to it first and I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm not allowed to turn on and off your lights. And I'm like, you're right. I've told you 3 times that I'm not talking to you if I ask about the lights. And it says, I'll remember that for next time. And it doesn't. Silly machines. In any case. I see Red Pro out there saying, random fact. Random fact. What do we see? Oh, I missed it. Where's that random fact? There it is. A cloud weighs around 1,000,000 tons. There we go. That's a heavy-ass cloud, dude. Heavy cloud. Let's see. There was a bunch of chat messages that I apparently missed because I was scrolled up, so my apologies about that. Brad's saying we might set some boundaries around the infinity bottle thing. Yeah. I appreciate everybody's feedback. But remember, your words may have consequences. So ask questions now if you want to. You've been warned. And I appreciate it. Red Pro out there being like, could you rate this emote? It kind of, from my distance, because I'm not wearing my glasses, it kind of looks like an almost axolotl that looks very tired or really disappointed in whatever's happening. Solid 6.5 out of 10. I like the way it looks from a distance, but I don't quite understand what it is conveying. I like it. Brad saying, I gave up on smart tech when I realized the fact that I have an Apple Watch means my iPhone won't do notifications if I'm wearing the watch. Yeah, it's smart like that. Or at least it tries to be. Oh, and there's one more boar down here that I gotta make sure I get. I forgot about him the last time. Yeah, living in the AI age is weird. Oh, I see Brad's emote. It's a beautiful, beautiful black cat. I can only see that because Brad gigantified the emote by paying money. Which is nice of him, but never required. Noodle, welcome in. Good to have you. Good to have you. Yeah, if the emote is enlarged, I can see it very clearly. I assure you, I'm not wearing my glasses specifically to extort money out of you. I just don't think it's a part of CameroxnWithAnX's character right now, so he doesn't wear glasses. However, I do wear glasses when I'm recording the Lorex podcast on Spotify and on YouTube, if you want to check out my Sonic the Hedgehog podcast with Lycos Lore. Shameless self-plug. But then the question remains, am I Cameron with an X when I record those podcast episodes? Or am I just Cameron? I don't know. I saved the meta mental quandaries for after at least drink number 3. Brad out there saying we might have to go on a hunt for what in particular? Can we get pickled herring? Pickled herring for the infinity bottle. We'll try our best. We will try our best. Unlike the charity event that we did back in December for Jacksepticeye's Thankmas, as opposed to being able to grab ingredients ahead of time, we mostly will have whatever we have to work with at the time. We can try to look for ingredients in the short term. So if you got ideas, suggest command. And that way we'll try to remember. If it's related to ingredients for the charity event, I will specifically forward it to the channel that we have specifically for the moderators and I. If you use the exclamation point suggest command, I will be able to forward it after the fact. You have my appreciation ahead of time. For a better infinity bottle. Or like, just fucking chaos. Whatever, dude. It's for a good cause. It's for a good cause. Man. Cosmo out there saying Lorex is my Helldiver's background noise. Excellent! Are you watching? Because if you're watching, you're not commenting, Cosmo. Nah, don't let me tell you what to do. Don't let me socially pressure you into doing stuff. Unless. Alright, let's get some more skeleton dogs. I'm seeing... Let's see. Brad's saying, I wonder if you can take specifically the pickled herring into the TSA. I wonder. You can't take razor blades through the TSA, y'all. I learned that the other day when I forgot to take the spare razor blades out of my carry-on bag. I won't be getting into those details. Emblem, welcome in, my friend. Good to have you back. My second favorite raven. Just like the tropical raven. You both are my second favorite raven. My most favorite raven is specifically the one that Edgar Allan Poe talks about. I've never seen that raven, but it's kind of like a celebrity in my mind. Welcome in. Welcome in. Let's see. Calking asking, have you taken your Flintstone vitamins today? I have not personally. I don't take Flintstone vitamins. Instead, I like to keep my diet full of the vitamins and minerals that you would get from various fruits and vegetables. Like whatever fruits and vegetables were used to make that handful of pretzels that I consumed earlier today when I was doing butt work. Mmm. Tasty. Oh, darn. Whoopsie! Cosmo saying, Cam, have you gotten Powerade yet? I don't know. Check the website. What does the website say there, Cosmo? If I have it, it's on the website. There's the link in case you've forgotten. As a cosmic horror, I imagine all information that you ever receive is never forgotten. But, you know, I have a very limited understanding of what cosmic horrors are capable of. So if I am overestimating you, I apologize. I don't mean to do that. Let's see. I'm seeing Red Pro out there saying I've got a joke about Lego, but I'm still piecing it together. I like that joke. But unfortunately, and I don't know who did it, but somebody beat you to it. I think it was like a week or two ago that somebody made that joke. It might have... Wait, actually... Could it have been the same person? I can't remember, Red Pro. Have you popped into one of the Monday or Wednesday streams before? Because I know I've heard that joke recently. Ryan saying you cannot take pickled herring larger than 3.4 ounces as a carry-on. Checked luggage can have as much as you want. Well, yeah, I guess it's because it's in pickle brine, right? And pickle brine is a liquid. I guess that makes sense. You treat it just like any other liquid. That I guess makes sense. Red Pro saying that was on TikTok. Oh, that's why I recognize the joke. There we go. I am the common denominator between... Actually, you and I, Red Pro, are the common denominator between the TikTok streams and... The Monday and Wednesday YouTube and Twitch streams. If y'all feel like you're missing out on the TikTok streams, and I'm not trying to make you feel left out, I do ping the notification squad in the Discord server. So in case you ever wanted to, you may. You may. Man. Cosmo out there saying that my pocket watch specifically has that particular raven on it. Specifically the one that Edgar Allan Poe was talking about. Quoth the raven. Oh my god, it's a cosmic horror. Nevermore. Something poetry. Brad saying, that was my question. Thanking Ryan for the question of the pickled herring. Is it a liquid or is it like a bag of chips? Evidently it's a liquid. Actually, I wonder what the terminology is in the TSA guidelines. Whether it is specifically liquids or fluids. Because from a physics perspective, technically gases and liquids are fluids. If I remember from my physics class. Ryan's saying it's a bag of chips submerged in liquid. Yeah, it's slightly different. It's kind of like the silica gel pack, except the opposite way around. No, actually, it's the exact same way around. But imagine that the Doritos bag is the silica gel packet, and I guess, I don't know why you're putting a silica gel packet in water. I think it absorbs all of it, actually. I think that's kind of the point of the silica gel packets. Oh, wait a minute. I just noticed something very important, chat. If we look at Clementine's stats, the yellow bar has begun to roll over. Now it's adopting an orange hue. So evidently, what I thought was the limit is not, in fact, the limit. Which bodes well for our champion. All right, do I have any more animals? Yep, I got another boar. It's good for running. No, okay, that's fine. You can also sleep. Cosmo saying we've got orange power rate. It could work. Are you thinking of a cocktail request there, Cosmo? Or a mocktail request? We don't judge. If anybody's popping in the stream later, regardless of where you came from, if you want to order a drink at the Bar with an X, I can't actually serve it to you, but I can drink it and give you notes of what it tastes like if you use the !order command, which is new, and we'll get to it. Right now, I've got one cocktail request right now. I will prioritize requests from folks who haven't made a request before. Cosmo, you've technically made one. Ryan, I know you've made one too. Glorious, I don't recall you've ever made a cocktail request before. And Red Pro, technically you haven't either. Just throwing it out there. Go back to Pumpkin Hill. Cowking saying, when will it be over 9,000? What, my water redemption? Or otherwise? I don't know. Cosmo, like the construction workers special.
Stage select.
I know that has the Powerade, but I can't remember what else is in it. And that's okay. Emblems saying, drink your water. I did drink my water. I just didn't acknowledge it. But I'll do it again. I'll do it again. Drinking water is a very good thing, especially when you've got alcohol going in your body. Speaking of the alcohol... It's pretty good. Ryan out there saying, the water caused the crushed silica balls to explode everywhere. Local streamer, CameroxnWithAnX wonders, what happened if water plus silica gel packet doesn't mix? The answer is, kinda. R.I.P. Hydrate or dihydrate. My bird. My bird. You know what's up. If you do not hydrate, you will quite literally dihydrate. But everybody who does the hydrate will eventually dihydrate. It is just a fact of life. Cosmo saying, technically, I made a request on Renzo's behalf. It says, requested by the random Cosmic Core. You made a request. You used it. You used it. Ain't no loopholes here. Nope, not with that. No loopholes ever here at the Bar of the Next. When we find a loophole, we patch the loophole. Gloria's out there saying, tried iced matcha with honey syrup today. It was kind of nasty. Matcha and strong honey taste do not go well together. I vaguely recall having a matcha drink that was sweetened with honey, and honestly, I wasn't a big fan of it either. But I don't remember what context that was, but, like, intuitively, like, I agree with you, Glorious. Overall, like, historically, I'm not the biggest fan of honey flavor anyways. It tends to be really sweet and very honey-forward. And I'm not the biggest fan of honey flavor in general. Sometimes it really works. Like it did when in that brown derby cocktail. Of all the derby drinks that we've had at the Bar with an X so far, I think the brown derby was my favorite. It came out of a Death & Co book, so, like, I'm not surprised. Noodle out there saying, is beer technically a liquid salad? Well, like, at its core, right? Beer is some grain and water and yeast. The grain has something done to it to either make it produce some sugar, like malting, or you add some sugar to it to allow the yeast to feast upon stuff. And I think at its core, unless you consider, like, oatmeal to be a salad, I wouldn't consider beer to be a salad either. But if oatmeal is a salad, I think beer could be considered a salad. Because not all beer, like I think of hops, right? And, like, I don't know whether or not hops is considered a vegetable. If anything, I think it's considered an herb. But, like, typically have, like, veggies. But, like, vegetables, you know, are just kind of a category of foods that are designated in the culinary category. There really is no common factor to vegetables aside from how we use them. But I'm not a chef. I'm a mixologist. Gloria's saying, have I ever made cocktails with tea? Yeah! You can do, like, tea infusions with spirits and whatnots. I like tea cocktails because you have dude, you have so many options with tea cocktails. And I do have some teas on the website, although to be fair, I haven't inventoried all of the teas that I have. So if you're wondering about doing a tea-infused drink, let me know what tea you got in mind, and I can tell you whether we have it or not. Because the tea is technically a part of my, like, personal collection, and that's just not on the website yet. If somebody wants tea inventoried on the website, especially with this charity stream coming up, use !suggest tea inventory, and I will work on that this week. And you're not going anywhere, Clementine. If anything, you're gonna go into a race after this. I feel you're ready. The running has literally wrapped around. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna go get you food, and then we're gonna come back. There we go. Let's see. Cosmo saying half and half plus pickle juice. Is that a request? Cause like if that's a request, like you could put it in your order, Cosmo, but I might not take it. I do have pickle juice, and I do have heavy cream. No half and half, heavy cream. Or maybe you're just getting ideas for the Chaos Infinity bottle. Cal, like, corn is technically a fruit. I think corn is technically a grain. Alexa. Alexa. Is corn a fruit? Oh my god. Alexa. Is corn a fruit?
Corn is botanically a grain, and often used culinarily used as a vegetable, but is botanically considered a fruit or a vegetable.
Wait, it just said botanically is considered a grain, then culinarily used as a vegetable, but then botanically again as a grain, as a vegetable or a fruit. No, grain, like, no, corn is a grain. It is not a fruit. It's sweet. It's a pretty sweet grain, but it's not a fruit. That is my line. I draw the line at that. But then again, that's just, I guess, at this point, it's just my opinion. Like, I'm not a botanist, so. Yeah. Noodle saying, then technically, it's a fruit salad. Well, that's if the grain that you choose is corn. But not all beers are made from corn. Get made from a bunch of things. Then I would wonder whether or not you'd consider whiskey to be a smoothie. Like a fruit smoothie. A fermented, distilled fruit smoothie. I don't know. Cosmo saying that's a reference to the brain melter specifically. Oh, the half and half and pickle juice? Oh, was that in the pickle juice? Was that in the brain melter? It might have been. That was honestly not a bad drink. Brad saying for health purposes, sure, whiskey is a smoothie. It's also a salad. Oh yeah, for health purposes? Yeah. Like, and I say this facetiously. Let me repeat. I am saying this as a part of a joke, chat. If you go to your, like, yearly doctor appointment and they ask you whether or not you have fruits and vegetables, the proper follow-up question is, do liquid fruits, vegetables, and salads help? Do they count? And if the answer is yes, then yeah, whiskey totally tracks. Obviously. This was a facetious joke. Obviously. Somebody's gonna wind up making an edit of this and completely remove every single time I said facetious. Prowolf, welcome in, dude. Hey, you know, Prowolf hasn't made a drink request yet, and I've still got your mead on hand. I've got your mead. Let me see it. I'm gonna drink your mead. Let me drink your mead. Delicious. I'll give it to you if you've got it. Noodle being like, so an old-fashioned is a fruit salad? I mean, yeah, maybe. I don't know. Ryan saying, botanically, grain is a caryopsis where the seed coat is fused with the ovary wall. Culinarily, sweet corn is a vegetable. Dried field corn is a grain. Cool. Prolove saying, I did make a drink request. Oh, did you really? Oh, excellent. Oh my gosh. There we go. I also see that the infinity bottle is open. The infinity bottle's open. Somebody wasn't paying attention. Cosmo was paying attention, but they don't have enough points. Oh my gosh. Wait, actually, do you have enough points? I don't know. Is there a glitch in the infinity bottle? I hope they're not. I see David Richardson popping back being like, remember me? Possibly. There's a bunch of people who pop in here, so feel free to remind me. Welcome back, David. Let's see. Oh, Ryan said you had 8.9 thousand points. Okay, I saw you make the request for, what was it, absinthe, and I was like, do you have the points? Does nobody have the points? Does nobody have the points? Callan, where are you, my guy? You said 99 bananas.
No.
Big. Oh, man. Oh, man. Anna!
What?
Why are you doing that?
I want to clean the bottle.
She wants to clean the bottle. Ugh. Anna redeems Everclear. More Everclear for the bottle. Another Everclear.
I did not pick Malort.
That's the third time!
I did not pick Malort.
Abe was like, I was gonna do absinthe or banana. Why weren't you watching? Go, my queen. Go, my queen, indeed. All right, dude. I'm gonna feed Clementine what Clementine needs to become the champion, but Anna has made a redemption for the infinity bottle, and it's more Everclear. I don't know what is with everybody's obsession with Everclear, but the cult...
the bottle.
The great cleanse returns yet again. Oh, she's got it. Clean the bottle, she says. Oh my gosh. Glorious out there being like, I have 14,000 points, but I don't know how to use it. Exclamation point, redeem, space infinity, and then whatever your choice is. If you're ever wondering what's eligible for the infinity bottle, I have an infinity stock for you on the website to try to make it easier. And if you're on YouTube, it is a little bit confusing. There's a little button that you can click to copy and paste the command for next time. Yeah, but you can't do it right now because it's only once per stream, as Brad was saying. Man, Abe saying I wanted to give a couple of minutes and not hog it, but then Anna jumped in. Yeah, dude, Anna is a total redemption hog.
Oh, I am never on my computer anymore.
Anna is a total redemption hog.
I am never on my computer.
Originally, when I put the random timer on, it was because you were fucking things up.
No, I just wanted Puka that week.
Mmm.
I am part of chat.
Man. Cosmo, like, the only eligible ingredients are Malort and Everclear. That's just not true. Check my website. Prowolf saying, why not use the Everclear to make limoncello? Well, then it would be listed as limoncello on the website. Duh. I do have some limoncellos, and I am working on a Buddha's hand cello. But I haven't touched that in months. Anyways. What other questions do we have out there? Any more questions? It's gonna be mostly Malort and Everclear soon. Yeah, that is kind of how the math works out. Oh my gosh.
Wait, what is the math?
I don't know. Somebody use the infinity command. Brad saying, I will also allow Fernet as an ingredient. Oh, man. I'll miss you, Cosmo. I'll miss you. Come back soon.
Oh, I should have gone with sour raspberry, but I could pull that up.
Anna, there's 100-something options, and for some reason, we keep on gravitating towards the Malort and the Everclear, as if it's gonna change anything. Which, like, it kind of does, but, like, you know, it really depends, you know? All right, y'all, we got the infinity bottle, and I am very disappointed to say that Anna got to it first. And to be perfectly honest, if I'm being honest, I watched the infinity bottle thing go off. Everybody had the opportunity.
It. I didn't notice until you said something.
Because you're not looking, because some people are not looking at the chat.
No, I'm not.
Keep your eyes on the chat. I think there's also a ping in the Discord server too. Did that go out? Hell yeah, it did. Hell yeah, it did. The question is, actually, Anna, are you a part of the notification squad?
Yes.
Did you get pinged for the bot, or do pings not work inside of embeds? Did anybody get pinged for the infinity bottle redemption in the Discord? Because I know that it has an announcement, and I know that it has a roll ping, but I don't know whether it actually pings everybody if the roll is inside of the embed.
Or not, honestly.
Brad saying, I don't think I got pinged. Oh, interesting.
I don't think I got pinged.
If there is somebody in the Discord server who has the notification squad role, which you pick when you enter the Discord server. I don't ping people who don't want to be pinged, except for that one time TikTok did it for me. Fuck you, TikTok. If it doesn't actually ping you, then that kind of defeats the purpose. Any case. Anyways. Ryan saying, Infinity Cocktail suggestion, Corpse Reviver, specifically the one from 1871, E. Ricketts, C. Thomas the Gentleman. Well, that's a very specific one. Oh, you know, I tried my first... No. I tried my first Corpse Reviver number 2 the other day. Is that a gin cocktail, Ryan? Because if that's a gin cocktail, I'll take it. Because I want to do something with gin in it today. Because we have 2 gins in the infinity bottle. All right. Here we are. Again, think of it this way, chat. We are still in the first year of the infinity bottle. We're still working out some of the kinks. It is a gin cocktail. No way. Oh, excellent. Excellent. All right, let's do it. Do we have the music going? That we do, and it sounds pretty funky. Are you in the middle? If you are on the middle, you are on the X that exists on the bar with an X. Un momento? Okay. Am I good now? Yeah? Are you sure? This is your infinity bottle. Every single time we take from the bottle, we gotta put something back into the bottle, so let's give it a try so far. Did you know my Glencairns are over here? This one here has no labels on it anymore because I put it through the washing machine too many times. Do you care about your glassware? Don't put it in the dishwasher with chlorinated detergents and stuff. I don't know, dude. My stopper is still dripping. What was I doing down here? I need my Glencairn. Are you patiently waiting?
Mm-hmm. I am very into this. I'm dedicated to the chat. You're so mean.
Remember, chat, she got to it first. I love you, dearest. I love that you pay attention.
No, actually, you just said something, and I was like, oh, I should go back to the tabby thing.
Okay, so now what I have to do, in order to make it fair for everybody, is I have to specifically not acknowledge the Infinity Redemption out loud. I will never acknowledge the Infinity Redemption warning out loud ever again to give everybody a fair chance, because apparently, if I use my voice, there's a possibility that Anna's gonna cheat. Because technically, she knows faster because there's no latency between the two of us.
I gave them a second.
It's an unfair advantage.
It's a brandy cocktail, actually.
It's a brandy cocktail? I misremembered. This is a brandy cocktail. Oh. This is your infinity bottle. No, I did it already, actually. I couldn't remember where I was in the segment. Is this?
Look, I could have.
Anna did give a chance. I could have sniped it for a while. This is fair. This is fair. This is fair. If anything, I know who would have sniped it if they had the opportunity to.
Who is it?
I'm not saying their name out loud.
Is it me?
They've already received recognition for their dues.
Was it Ryan?
I cannot believe you just talked during me pouring in the infinity bottle. I cannot believe you just did that. I would like for you to apologize.
I'm so sorry, infinity bottle.
Kiss it. No, don't do that.
Okay.
No, don't actually.
You gonna pour it back?
Please don't take commands from me to kiss anything.
You should pour it back. Do it again.
Nah, I should just take a swig.
No.
This is your infinity bottle. Just drinks the whole thing. Oh my gosh.
Actually, I'm too terrified.
Emblem being like, I think I missed it. It's okay. It's okay. Emblem, I think you popped in here recently, so you probably don't have enough points anyway. It comes after a little while. Oh my gosh. Ryan being like, there's quite a few other options in the food. If you can find a gin cocktail specifically.
I thought you wanted classic cocktails.
Gin cocktail. Oh, that's the Savoy cocktail book. They're all technically classic at this point.
The sad boy?
Sad boy, Savoy. Savoy. Oh my gosh. It was the Savoy cocktail book, right, Ryan? Or maybe it was based off of it? Oh my gosh. Have we ever had an Infinity Alaska? Oh, we haven't had an Infinity Alaska. Kind of like that idea. Put a little bit of chartreuse in there. The one chartreuse that the bottle's missing right now. It's like a floral dill. I would describe that as cheesy still. I would describe that as cheesy again, but not super cheese. Just more, you know what? I wouldn't smell that cheese. Would you describe that as cheesy off the nose?
No.
No? Cool.
Smells like Malort.
I'm still picking up on those flowery notes, the dilly notes, a little bit of that grapefruit from the Malort. You remember that? Whew. It is still mighty sweet, but it is a heck of a lot more botanically forward than it was previously. This is getting closer to base spirit territory again. But like, I taste botanicals. I taste something botanical in there. Bryce, welcome in, dilly notes. That's what I'm saying. Except it's, instead of it being super dilly, you've got some I feel like I can taste some of the juniper in there. There's some other herbs that I can't quite parse out, but they're kind of piney in a way. It's less dry than it was previously, so I think we're finally recovering from the malort. That's not that bad. As opposed to it being kind of spiced rum previously, if a spiced gin exists, it's kind of spiced gin-like. I can see that. Ooh, 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 ooh. The note that sneaks up on me this time is that spicy anise. That spicy anise from the ouzo. It's quite nice.
It doesn't taste like toothpaste no more?
I wouldn't say this is very toothpastey. Would you like to try it? Kudos in chat. Bryce is popping back in. Callan being like, damn it, I took a shower.
I gave you a moment.
Oh my gosh. Callan, I want you to know that I was on your side. I saw the infinity bottle go up. I saw Cosmo be rejected because they didn't have enough points. I saw Ryan get rejected because he didn't have enough points. And I was like, Callan, if you're out there. Brad even pinged you for it. Wednesday. We'll get him on Wednesday. Oh my goodness. Ryan saying we got the gin punch, we got the gin julep, we got the gin cocktail, we got the gin sangria. What is it? A gin sling? What is it? A sangria? Yeah, dude, I think we were all on your side. We were all on your side there.
I don't know what this flavor is.
Take your time. Oh, it's a little bit chocolatey. Well, not really that chocolatey on the end. No. Well, it's pastry-like.
Oh! I'm getting Dorito. I'm getting Dorito chip.
Really?
Mm.
As she's sipping, I'm looking up gin the gin sangria cocktail, and I'm pulling recipes down.
Well, that one was very sour.
Oh, sangre. Sangre.
This doesn't make sense no more.
Check the Discord. Oh, you pinged me the recipe. Oh, excellent, excellent. I'm also I've never heard of a sangre cocktail before, so I'm adding it to my recipe keeper. So I've got it. Looking here, that at least the sangre I'm seeing is gin, sugar, and port. Oh, port. Okay. Let me look at the suggestions. Actually, Ryan, I'm gonna make an exception this time. I want to make sure that I get to every single suggestion. So if you need to ping me about a drink request going forward, let's put it in the live updates channel. That way, so I can go through and properly not read the messages, because I use unread message note. I'm definitely not the only person who does this. I use unread notifications to remember where I left off. But I'm seeing, oh, it's the whole it's the whole freaking PDF.
Oh, that's
the whole freaking PDF book? Oh my god, it's the whole freaking PDF book. Oh my god.
Wow.
How do I search through this?
Give me a page number, please.
Give me a page number?
10-4.
10-4. 10-4. Excellent. Excellent. Oh my gosh.
Oh, that means that's confirmation, right? That's
yeah, 10-4. Like 10-4, good buddy. Yeah, dude, this is the whole freaking PDF. Oh, wait. I found the gin julep. Hold up. What page is this on? That's gin sangre.
We're waiting.
Is it effectively syrup, gin, and port? Because if a gin thing and port, then I got that. Oh, let me go up here and make sure I redo my unreads.
Page 40.
Page 40. Page 40. All right, we go to page 40. 40. This is page 43. Go back. 42. 40.
41.
We're all looking here.
That's
the
40.
gin sangria. A teaspoon of powdered sugar or candy. Any candy I want to.
Where are you reading that from?
Half wine glass of water. A wine glass of gin. Small lumps of ice.
What?
Really?
What?
Oh, stir with a spoon. A teaspoon of port wine on the top has a very pretty effect. The water is to dissolve the sugar candy. Sherry, I'm using syrup for this. That's exactly what its purpose is here. You put water over top of the sugar to make syrup.
Wait, I'm so confused.
Gin sangria on the bottom.
Yeah, but like, where do you put in the infinity?
I have to figure that out.
Okay.
I have to figure that out.
Look.
Yeah, that's the... Wait. This book kind of sounds amazing, this cocktail book. The Gentleman's Table Guide is what we got here. So, like, I'm currently looking through the Gentleman's Table Guide at this gin sangria cocktail, and I need to do a couple of conversions. It says half a wine glass of water.
A lot of syrup.
Okay, it's water, it's gin, it's syrup, it's gin, it's port wine. Sherry or port as number 74 with the addition of grated nutmeg. Sherry or port as number 4. As number 4? But this is number 74. Addition of grated nutmeg. I've got the nutmeg. I will not forget about the nutmeg. I got that. Ow, welcome in, boy. You were looking fly, by the way, for that event the other day. That cosplay, the Red Dead, was on point. On point, my guy. Okay, I have this. This is what I'm gonna do. I've never heard of a sangre before. So I'm gonna get a recipe up in my recipe keeper for this, with known ratios, just to make it a little bit easier to do some math. Gin Sangre cocktail. I had one from Difford's that looked like it was missing out on the nutmeg. Does it have the nutmeg? Okay, so shake gin and sugar with ice, strain into a chilled glass. Lastly, pour the port wine, which will sink through the drink and mix, leaving a thin, clear layer at the top. Oh, okay, okay. So you're not supposed to put the port wine in until the very end. I'm learning about a cocktail here. Cow can mean like sangria, not sangari. S-A-N-G-A-R-E-E. Trying to find the... Or just sangre. Gin Sangre cocktail. The one from Telegraph. Copy that link address, put this over here. Oh, wait. Why am I doing... Yo, why the heck am I doing this on my phone? Why am I doing this on my phone? I have the recipe keeper. I can pull it up right here and take you along for the ride. So that's what we're going to do. Welcome, my recipe keeper chat. The music is going to cut off for a hot second, but we're going to add some sangre recipes. Because apparently that's what we're doing now. Let me see. I've got... We do Gin Sangre cocktail. I'm going to find a bunch of different recipes. The first few that I can see, I'm going to add them to my recipe keeper. Nouveau Sangre, just a regular Sangre, Brandy Sangre, Sherry Sangre. There's a lot of different Sangres here. Incredible. Incredible. I'm just going to add a new drink here. We'll get one from the Telegraph. Did we get it from the Telegraph? I have to, in order to continue, I have to do this. Oh, fuck the Telegraph then. I guess we're not doing that one. Cool. Let's see. Ryan out there saying that I just happened across this book on Wednesday. I've thoroughly enjoyed reading through it so far. Oh, dude, and you're sharing the recipes with us. We appreciate that. This sangria apparently has got some apple brandy, sloe gin, as well as some other gins in it too. Oh, it actually doesn't have any regular gin. That's a lot more heavy on the, it's a lot more heavy on the, oh, hello there. Was it very heavy on the wine? For something that calls itself a sangre, I imagine it was going to be very, very heavy on the wine, but that's a little bit more port-like. I got port wine. We can make it. The cocktails must flow has Old Tom gin, tawny port, sugar syrup. Looks like they copied that from Difford's guide, possibly. We'll add one more that I've got here from it looks like liquor.com for the Nouveau Sangre. They've got their own version on it, just like that one website did. That also is very heavy on the wine. Okie dokie. Save and close that. We're going to go with the recipe that I had. Go with the recipe that I had from Difford's about the sangria. It's got gin, specifically Old Tom, but we're not going to use Old Tom. We're going to use the infinity bottle. And it calls for 2 ounces, which helps out there. It's got simple syrup, a 2-to-1 specifically. I do have some of that right now, I think. I'm going to use a Demerara, though. And then an ounce of tawny port. So we're going to do that. I'm going to pour this in a... I got a cool glass picked out exactly for this. This might work out perfectly well. And then the book, Ryan says, it's got some nutmeg over top of it, so we'll grate some nutmeg. So that's what we'll do. All right, bring it back over here. Okie dokie. Okay, I just spilled the infinity bottle on myself. That's hilarious. Hilarious. Ryan told me about the gin sangre. It's got a lot of gin, so let's do a gin sangre. I do not know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. We're gonna do it anyways. Let me grab a stirring apparatus and add to this 2 ounces of infinity mix. Got one of these guys over here. Take the stuff that I didn't spill in my arms. Owlboy out there saying Cynar might be my next favorite bit of liqueur. Cynar is pretty good. Cynar is pretty good. I think Amaro Montenegro is my top, and then Campari is kind of like a close second because it was basically my first. Like that. Ryan saying, number 71 gun cocktail requires an entire wine glass of gin. That's a lot of freaking gin. Like the wine glasses that I'm working with come in a variety of sizes. We have these wine glasses, the little tiny ones. We have the logical next step, these ones which are still kind of small. And then we've got the big lads. Like, could you imagine a drink with this much gin in it? Hui! I better be getting paid for it. That's if I'm drinking the whole damn thing, which typically I don't anyways. Brad, like, how else would you drink the gin? Oh, obviously. Cow King saying, I just realized that the difference between sangria and sangaree. Yes! This one's the latter. I thought too, like, I would imagine that the sangaree would imply that there's a lot of, like, red wine in this, but instead, it's just a touch, at least in this iteration, of that tawny port. So, let's start with 2 ounces of our Infinity Mix. Put you over here. There we go. Owlboy saying that you made a delicious chinar flip the other day with the maple syrup. Very yummy and creamy, and it's got this winter spice that I can only describe as nostalgic. Dude, Amaros. Amaros are beautiful. Beautiful. I need more Amaros in my life, dude. One of these days, I'm going to take an entire one of, like, my YouTube paychecks and just spend it on Amaros. I'll only be able to get 2 bottles, but it still feels good. Still feels good. All right. I need... This calls for 7.5 milliliters of sugar syrup, meaning that's going to convert to about 1/4 ounce. 1/4 ounce for that one. Brad out there saying, I drink my gin like I would if this were a Spanish-style G&T. Does that mean heavy on the gin, a little bit low? Heavy on the G, low on the T? I see that. 1/4 ounce of rich, simple syrup. There we go. Cow King saying gummy bears for the charity, exclamation point suggest for the charity. That way we can reach out for them. I don't think we have any gummy bears here, do we, dear?
No, I would eat them all.
That's fair, that's fair. Yeah, if anybody's got, again, we've got a charity event coming up in about 2-ish weeks from now. It's on July 12th on that Saturday, so it's different from our normal cadence here. We have a Chaos Infinity bottle for that one. So if you donate any amount for charity, whether it's a single pound, half a pound, and a couple of pence, or 200 pounds or otherwise, you can put whatever you want into the Infinity bottle. Depending on how much that you donate at a particular time, and we will probably come up with limits because I don't really like the idea of getting spammed, because then it detracts from the show a little bit. But the how much you donate corresponds to how much we're going to put of whatever ingredient that you specify into the bottle. It doesn't just have to be an alcoholic spirit. It can be a non-alcoholic mixer. It could be cream liqueurs. It could be specific botanicals and stuff. That's the one. That's the one. And if you use exclamation point suggest to put it in our Discord server, we can better keep track of whatever ingredients that you might want to redeem on July 12th. Like gummy bears. And somebody asked for pickled fish and stuff. Which like, you know, we tried fermented fish the last time, and that didn't work out very well because I couldn't find it. But pickled fish? That's different. That's different. A little bit different. All right, I've got 2 ounces of Infinity Mix in here so far, and 1/4 ounce of rich simple syrup. This recipe here from Difford specifically calls for a 2-to-1 simple syrup. I used one that uses at its base a Demerara syrup, because I had some shelf-stable sugar syrups. Now, we'll add ice to this, and we'll shake it, but there's one more ingredient after the fact. Actually, no, that's not how I'm going to do this edit. Throw some ice in here and shake it. That's going for the edit. And then I'm gonna put it in a funky glass. Funky glass. I'm wondering why we're shaking this, though. Shake gin and sugar with ice. Yeah, shake it with ice. Shake the sugar. Right? It said sugar syrup specific. Yeah, we've been shaking it with the sugar. That's what it's kind of like a shaken gin old-fashioned at this point. Pop this over here. Give it a little shake. I don't think you need to shake it that much, personally. Okie dokie. Let's see. Okay, we're gonna strain this into an appropriate glass and then pour over top a full ounce of tawny port and garnish with nutmeg. Right? Yeah, I gotta go get my port. I gotta get my port wine. It's over on the front of the bar. That's where I keep my tawny ports for some reason. Oh, do I not have a tawny port specifically? Alright. Chat, what do you think? Should we use a ruby port or just a regular port? I apparently don't have a tawny, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, it like kind of matters, but like it calls for port, so we're just gonna use port. If anybody's got a preference between this ruby port or the regular port, speak now, forever hold your peace. Whoopsie. Whoopsie. Cow King saying, do you like either lemon heads or hot tamales? I prefer hot tamales. I like spicier drinks more, spicier candies more so than the sour candies. All right. In honor of the bucket, Taylor. That's solid. That's solid. Let me bring the cocktail angle over because apparently there's a cool little layering effect that happens here. There we go. I see Prowolf saying, but I don't have to pee. Is that a reference to your Malort comments? Tawny Port? Port? Ruby Porto? Porto? Oh, Porto Potty. Ah, I see. I see now. I see where you're going with that. I just got the joke. Okie dokie. Did I say strain that? Yeah. Strain that into an appropriate glass, and then top with an ounce of port wine. And garnish with nutmeg. Evidently... Damn it. I thought that was gonna work. I need a champagne flute for this, apparently. I need a bigger glass upgrade! Glass upgrade! And a tall one. Do I have a tall one? Please tell me I have a tall one. Come on, Cameron, give me a tall one. Where is my tall glasses? I thought I was prepared for this. Oh my gosh, we're gonna try this one. Let me try that glass. This is the glass we're using. I think that's big enough. I certainly hope it is. I can only hope. Alright. Dave, welcome back. Hi, chat with a cam. Get it? Chat with a cam as opposed to cam with a... Anyways. The fly hanging around me. Oh my gosh. Alright, try this again. Glass upgrade! Oh, don't pour, please. There we go. That's what I wanted to see. That was a terrible... I want to apologize to everybody. That was a terrible angle. Alright, let's bring it back over here. I failed on that one. Yay! Mistakes! Mistakes and honesty. It makes good content. Makes good content indeed. Noodle being like, that's quite a wacky bottle. And it can be at some point. Al was saying too that I love Amaro Montenegro, but I think to me it adds a little bit of a thickness to cocktail that's not always welcome. It's also kind of sweet to me. It's not as Amaro as I imagine something that is labeled Amaro would be. Do you have any more in here? There we go. Now, we have to top this with an ounce of whatever port that we've got. I think I only saw from chat that the Taylor port, in honor of my bucket Taylor, is what we're going to use. This is the cheaper one. Let's see. Dave saying, sorry my jokes are as weak as this drink. Bartender's new. It's lime Gatorade. Ha! It's okay. You don't have to apologize. I'm just happy you're here. All right. An ounce of that ruby port. It's not ruby. It's just the regular port. It says port on the bottle. Like, it's a port. Different says use a tawny, but this is what I got, so. Ryan, like, try floating with a bar spoon. Actually, for this one, Ryan, it's supposed to sink to the bottom. I'm not going to try because I'm being led to believe that it's not going to work. Let me make sure that I put my wine preserver in here. Getting a little bit low on this guy. Oh, I spilled it. That's cool. That's what I get for playing around. Floating question mark. It's not gonna float. That's not what the internet tells me. Okie dokie. Gonna sink it to the bottom. We're gonna try this cocktail angle again. Ooh, it's sinking to the bottom. Now I'll put the nutmeg over top of it. Because apparently that's what we gotta do. There is a little bit of a gradient. I can see a little bit of a gradient, right? It's kind of a reverse float kind of thing. This is supposed to have a more intense gradient. But I kind of screwed up the gin part of this equation. All right, let's bring it back. There's definitely a gradient. I'll take it. Well, like, is there a gradient because of layering happening? Or is there a gradient because the bottom of the glass is significantly thinner than the top of the glass? I don't know. Now I'll put the nutmeg over top. Because that's what the book says. Definitely a gradient? There we go. I'll take it. I'll take it. Cool. Little bit of nutmeg. A little bit of nutmeg. All right, put that back over here. I'll put the grater back over here. What is it, the gin sangria? Sangrinity? Kind of a oh, get the fly out of here, dude. Get the fly out of my shot. Oh my gosh. Kind of a gin sanguinity, in a way. A sanguinity. Or something. Does kind of look like iced tea, all things considered. I'm gonna try it without mixing it first. Oh, it just got sweeter. If anything, I'm picking up on some like notes of butterscotch and stuff now. It's actually not that bad. I don't know why, but this tastes almost a little salty to me now. It's got some more confectionery candy notes to it because of that extra sweetness. It's still rather dry on the end. But now let's see what happens if I mix it together. Just a little bit. Cow, The Fly, a great movie. I've not watched it. Let's give it a little mix and see where we end up. Ooh, it got a little bit more tangy. Okay. Yeah! This tastes like one of those, It gives me heavy vibes of like a raspberry hard candy. But if that raspberry were a bit more caramelly toffee forward, I could totally see that. That's not bad. Like, I'm still picking up some of those anise notes. I pick up some fruitier notes. And the spice notes are very, very nice. It's like a botanical caramel candy with a touch of fruit to it. Thanks to the year 1871. Yeah, dude, that's not bad in the least bit. I'm thankful for this. This is the best it's tasted in a while. That's a win in my book. Absolutely a win. I need more sangries in my life. Dude, Fly, what are you doing? Get out of my shot! You fucker, come back here so I can get you. Come here. Come hither. Where's the fly swatter? Where's Jeremy? Where are you, asshole? This is my fly swatter. His name is Jeremy. You can tell because I labeled him. Where are you? It'll be back. It'll be back. Ryan, like, have Anna try it. She went back downstairs already. Anna! You want to try the Infinity Cocktail? It's actually pretty tasty and it reminds me of candy. Be on the alert for a fly, by the way. It's annoying me. Its name is not its name is not Jeremy. Yeah, this is really not bad. The Fly, great movie. I know, right? I've never watched it, but I've only ever lived it. Give it a try.
It looks fun.
Yes.
It smells like Malort.
Uh-huh.
Everything just smells like Malort.
Everything smells like... Everything is Malort! It's okay, I'll hide for this one. You go for it. Ow! I'm still down here. I didn't go anywhere.
No, it just tastes like sweetened Malort, but it's the part of Malort I don't like.
Do you not taste any of the caramel notes that I was getting? I swear it's kind of like a botanical caramel candy in a way, with a slight tartness that reminds me of raspberry.
Definitely raspberry.
You definitely get the raspberry?
Yeah.
Dude, high five, me too.
But it's not a sweet raspberry. It's like a tart one.
Okay.
I don't understand these flavors.
It's okay, would you like some comic relief instead?
I could just...
I've returned. I was here the whole time. So do you not like it?
Hello.
No.
And you go back
That's okay, that's fine.
The one that I tried to take. What was
and then
that
go
one?
back to it quite well.
The one that you tried to take? I don't remember. I don't remember.
There was one I was trying to say.
Frank Ocean, welcome to the Bar of the Next. Jordan Lee, welcome back. What's shaking? The Infinity Bottle. The Infinity Cocktail is actually not that bad. This is an Infinity Sangria, a Sangria Infinity that is made with 2 ounces of Infinity Mix, which the last time we added, I think, some gin last time? And there was something else before that, and then more gin before that. I can't remember exactly. Oh, geranium brandy or something like that? I think that's what... I can't exactly remember what the order was off the top of my head. But it's 2 ounces of Infinity Mix, a 1/4 ounce of rich simple syrup. You shake that, then pour it into a glass, and then top it, or rather bottom it, with a full ounce of a port of your choice. I used this Taylor port, and then you top it with... you garnish it with nutmeg. It's really good. Man. Ryan's saying, I saw Anna drink it 4 times, so she must have liked it. Yeah, I think she was just confused. That's okay. I get confused back here constantly. It is okay. It is okay to be confused at the Bar of the Next. There are no real answers here anyways. No fundamental truths or anything like that. Welcome back, Cosmo. Loaf of Rye. Thank you very much. I'm going to take a big old... and then you go for it. I see Franco out there saying, I found you on TikTok. Love your videos and your drinks. It's so cool and interesting. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I like hearing kind words from the internet, as opposed to Nate out here on the YouTube side being like, do a flip. If by flip you mean actually flip over, I will not be doing that. But if you mean put an egg in a cocktail and make a flip cocktail with that, that's what the ! order command is for chat requests. I give priority to people who haven't made requests, like you. Anyways, next thing for the Infinity Bottle. What was the thing? My wife says to put more Everclear in the Infinity Bottle. I don't see the splendor. So let's take 2 ounces of this, put it into the Infinity Bottle. Get out of here. And then we'll check on this again next time. Because that's what we do here. Every single time. Every single time. Flames of Glory, welcome back. I'm late, but I made it. That you did. That you did. Nate says, show wife. No. Don't be creepy about my wife, or I'll banhammer you. Anybody who is creepy about my wife, you've been warned. I can get creepy about my wife. But the more I call her my wife, the more creepy I feel, so... Don't get creepy about my partner. If you're creepy, I smack you. Mixologically speaking, you do not want to be smacked mixologically. It gets you drunk. You really do. Alright, what did I say? Take 2 ounces of that, put it into our Infinity Bottle, and then we'll check on this again next time. There we go. Nate, I will not be answering any questions about my partner. Thank you very much. Jordan out there saying you should flambe the next Infinity Bottle. Oh, if you got a recipe for something that gets flambéed, that'd be intriguing. But I will not be modifying any of the ingredients that go into the Infinity Bottle. However, Jordan, I like where your head's at. And instead, in a couple weeks from now, we're doing a charity event for raising money for Made by Dyslexia on July 12th. And we will have a specific Infinity Bottle that is custom for the stream itself. So it will not be this Infinity Bottle. It'll be a Chaos Infinity Bottle. It's not just the spirits that are eligible. It is anything. And if you can convince me to flambe something and put it into the Infinity Bottle with your corresponding donation to Made by Dyslexia, then we're down for it. We're down for it. Oh, I forgot to do the thing. Hold up. Here we go. I need to add a little bit of Infinity number 36 because we're still kind of behind on that round. So let me do that. Man. Jordan saying, I got you back. And Prowolf saying, I'd say okay, Mulaney, but he got divorced. Oh, did he really? John Mulaney. Oh, I have an ad running. All right, I guess I gotta wait. Well, while we're here, Jordan's like, I completely lost track. What does it taste like? So I found that the Infinity Bottle had notes of... It was quite sweet and quite floral, but mostly botanical. As opposed to it tasting mostly like flowers, it was botanical. It had some dill notes to it. I caught in some piney notes because of the gin that was in there. It still remained kind of sweet. I would describe the Infinity Bottle kind of tasting like a sweetened, spiced gin in a way, just because of the more prominent flavor notes that I was getting from the most recent gin editions. The cocktail itself, the sangria that I have here, which has a little bit of port wine in it, honestly kind of reminds me of like this caramelly, raspberry candy in a way. It is mighty sweet, but while it's still cold, it's working quite well. I didn't get the fly, unfortunately, but I'm still trying to get for it. Brad being like, maybe a little bit cheese on the nose. Yeah, every single time the spicy pickle goes in there, I get a note that honestly just reminds me of cheese in a way. Ryan saying, we've been on the infinity bottle for an hour now. Yeah, we take our time with drinking around here. It's all about mindful drinking, and taking your time with it tends to help with that. Calking saying, did you used to own Tech Decks, the mini skateboards? Me? Nah. Dexterity is just not at that level, unfortunately. I see Owlboy saying, I posted a cocktail suggestion on the Discord for a Cynar Boulevardier riff. Very cool, very cool. I check all of my suggestions and whatnot after the stream, so if anybody wants to make a suggestion, I will check that after the fact. If it is a recipe, I will add it to my recipe keeper, and I will specifically mention that it is your drink unless you provide me a source or otherwise. If you're looking for a cocktail requests, if I have the bottles for it, use !order. I will only look at those intros, or those entries for cocktail requests during the stream. And Owlboy, I can't remember, I don't believe you've made a cocktail request before, so technically you're in the running. But I think we had a request from Prowolf to use that mead of his, which I got here recently, so I'm probably going to go with his when the time comes for it. Let's see. Brad saying, gotta extend the Chao journey, obviously. Noodle saying, see you later. Gotta keep an eye on the dark chocolate vodka infusion, and gotta wake up early. Dude, hang loose right back at you, dude. I appreciate you popping in. Alice saying, I think I requested a paper plane, but it's been a while. Possibly. I don't recall doing a paper plane. Not from your suggestion. When I say cocktail request, what I mean by that is like I do a segment on the show where you order the drink and then I make the drink here while going back and forth with you just in case we need to change anything. Or, you know, we had somebody, we had Bento order a lemon drop a while back and I was like, what's the best lemon drop that you've ever had? Because I've had lemon drops before. So the question would be, if it was like a paper plane, like what's the best paper plane that you've ever had? If you could add any ingredient to it, what would it be? We'd play around with it. Play around with it. Prowolf saying, confirmation. I did. I'll find where I got the recipe. I appreciate that. Yeah, if you ever make a cocktail request and it's not your recipe, I would ask that you provide a source. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. I was just giving another rundown of how the cocktail order request system works on the stream here. It was updated recently, so it is kind of new. If you want to make a cocktail request, I am no longer looking at the suggestions tab for it. If you need to let me know anything in particular that doesn't fit in chat, like an image of a cocktail book or something like Ryan did earlier, put it in live updates, just so I can keep track of the suggestions ahead of time. If you want to put in a cocktail request, use !order and put in whatever ratios you've got, the title of the drink, the source where you got it from, if anything, or any other specificities about the drink, like how you're supposed to make it, whether you shake it, you strain it, you stir it, or otherwise. And I will only take your request if you are in chat when I am taking the request itself. So stick around, and if I call your name for it later on and you haven't made the request before, you'll get priority. Anyways, I put the shit in the bottle. Now I'm gonna put the extra stuff in it, which I could have done during the ad break, technically, but I didn't. This is just a little bit of infinity number 36. The old bottle was a bit bigger than this one is, so I saved this specifically to allow to put more into this one so that I don't lose track of the calculations that are being done in the background. Alrighty then. Perfect. Jordan, like, I was on time. Yeah, I think so. You're here for the infinity bottle. You weren't here fast enough to be able to put your own option in for the infinity bottle, but that's never a requirement. Oh, no. This is infinity, according to my calculations, this is infinity number, oh my god, I've lost count. 2, 4, 6, 8, plus 9, 44. Infinity number 44. Let me update that in our back end. Because I got a couple of different things here to look at. Open my sources. I look at the infinity. We just added more Everclear, incredible. More Everclear, and we just did a Gin Sangaree. Is that what that cocktail's called? Gin Sangaree? Gin Sangaree, or Sangre. Gin Sangaree, or Sangre. Okie dokie. The infinity command now should properly update with the new amounts, the new ingredients. There we go. Okie dokie, and that's our infinity cocktail. So, how's chat doing? Did I miss anything out there? Let's see. Ryder, welcome in, by the way. Happy Sonic's birthday / anniversary. Absolutely. We did a little, he's wearing a little party hat back there. I don't know if anybody noticed, but I put it on there. Owlboy saying, all my cocktails are usually me trying to recreate something I had by memory and how it tasted. Dude, totally fair there. Still need to try recreating that bourbon, Cynar, and hibiscus drink I had. Just need to get the hibiscus flower and make a floral syrup. Dude, that's very fair. Well, if there's anything that I could try over here with a cocktail request, I would love to give it a try. Oh, Jordan saying, I lost track around where you added the Cheetos, which kind of grossed me out. Oh, you mean Doritos. I think you mean Doritos, because there's no Cheetos in my infinity bottle, not just yet. Honestly, compared to this infinity drink that I've got and the one that I've got right here, I kind of like the both of them. So I'm going to take my infinity drink and I'm going to keep it in the refrigerator for a little while. Just because I would enjoy both of them. So I'll keep that chilling. I'll keep that chilled for a little while, and then I'll come back to it. All right, let's get back to the video game, shall we? It's that button right there. There we go. Still getting used to things. Alrighty then. We'll be able to chat a little bit more, y'all. I'm just gonna put Clementine into a race. Once Clementine gets off to the races, we can chat again. It's actually not too terrible. Clementine, I think, is a lot faster than last time, so we'll see how they do. If we need to go back to Pumpkin Hill, we will. You're also like an A-rank swimmer, so we're gonna let you go there too. Alrighty then. What's chat up to? Let's see. Ryan's saying, fun fact, people have figured out how to use spider corpses as robotic grippers. I've definitely seen a video like that. I have definitely seen that particular GIF. Like, I have a GIF in my mind of specifically the robot, like something actuating like a spider's leg. I remember seeing that, dude. It's wild. Anthony, welcome back. Anthony's saying, you play a lot of classic games. Is that a statement or a question? Because the answer is kind of yeah. Yeah, I like classic games. I'm a fan of that. Oh, what is this? Anna has delivered kale chips to the bar with an X. There we go. Anthony out there saying, how old are you? I'm not going to answer that question. Next question. Jordan saying, if we're talking about bugs, are you interested in wasp wine? Oh, yeah, dude. I love the idea of weird things in wine and in spirits and otherwise. Like, I know that ant wine exists, and I want a bottle of ant wine. I am so intrigued, but I haven't been able to find it anywhere. All right, how fast are you, Clementine? It looks like that you are very, very slowly gaining on the swimmers. But I think you'll have better luck when we get to the fast parts. Owl out there saying, ah, yes, the man-made horrors beyond my comprehension. Are you talking about the spider robot? The spider-borgs, if you will? Spider cyborgs? All right, I think if I just completely blast towards the end. No! Oh, no. Dude, I think Clementine's got this, though. I think we gotta do that again. We've got to do that one again. Wow. Cow King out there saying, I'm playing Hogwarts Legacy since I beat my last game. Oh, excellent, dude. How are you liking Hogwarts Legacy? I know for a while on Twitch, you, like, weren't allowed to talk about Hogwarts Legacy because people are just like, J.K. Rowling's, like, a transphobe or something, and you can't play her game. And if you play her game, we will hate raid your streams. Which seems to me that it kind of defeats the purpose, because that's taking your anger out on completely innocent people. But, like... So I didn't get to do any research on it because I felt afraid. How is it, though? I had a buddy of mine show me the game for a little while, and I played just a little bit of it. It looks cool. It looks very cool. Brad's saying, too, that I just finished Hogwarts Legacy because it was free on the PlayStation Plus. You got a little Slytherin wizard named Cedric O'Cordle. As a Cedicordle reference. Oh, Cedric O'Cordle? Cedicordle? There we go. That's a good reference. Jordan out there saying that I have burnt scraps left over from your flambe recipes ever since the incident. Jordan, you can't just say the incident and not think that I'm gonna get curious about whatever the heck the incident is to you. I gotta ask, what happened to have flambéed so many of your ingredients? Was there a fire? There's a firefighter here in chat somewhere. I don't know if they could have helped you though. Oh. Yeah, this derby is really warm now, so I'm gonna dump that. I'm going for my infinity cocktail. I'm going back for it. I realized that the Irish derby from earlier is just a little bit tart, especially when it's very warm right now. Let's see. Annie out there saying, part of the idea is that expanding it... Oh, part of the idea is engaging with any of JKR's Harry Potter stuff directly leads to her enrichment, which she uses to erode away trans people's rights in the UK. Nah, fuck that shit. take whatever you've got on hand and use that as your magic wand. For me, it is going to be this can of wine preserver with a proprietary blend of argon, nitrogen, and carbon dioxide. And holy shit, that guy's really far ahead. Well, miles ahead. I was not paying attention. I lost. Avada Kedavra! Or something. And, oh, this thing's basically empty. Is this empty? It's still got a little bit left. We're good. We're good. I see Union Soul out there saying, I know this is kind of wild. Ultimate Chao shots. Demon, regular, angel. What spirits? What kind of shot? Off the top of my head, I would need to do a little bit more research. I've been doing some thinking, Union, about Chao drinks in general, and I would theme each Chao around the fruit that is most prevalent in their garden. So I think the dark fruit kind of reminds me of a rambutan or a lychee. So the demon Chao shot would have some sort of lychee component with it, or rambutan. The neutral fruit kind of looks like a cantaloupe, so I think it would be cantaloupe based. And for the hero fruit, it's totally a honeydew melon. So I would absolutely do a honeydew melon for that one. If I had to think of that off the top of my head. I got some concepts in the work, but I don't think they're going to make it for this particular playthrough. Legend answer. I appreciate that, Union. I am a mixologist after all. I would say I know what I'm talking about, but that's just my pretentiousness talking, and clearly my racing chops don't know. Do not know that. What'd you say? Actually. Jordan Lee out there saying, well, in regards to the flambe incident, my girlfriend tried one of my flambe recipes to surprise me. I ended up losing my recipes and half of my eyebrows. I understand. I understand. See, when the recipe book says to set a flame, it does not mean to set the recipe book aflame. I too have had to have this discussion.
Shut up! Stop telling people stuff.
I'm not referring to you, dearest. I'm not talking about you. Oh my goodness. Jordan, like, she sets a flame to my heart, though. Anna, can you hand me the propane torch? Why are you putting spearmint candies here? Where did you find them?
In my bag.
In your bag? Anybody want Tails' favorite candy?
Do you still need them for workshop?
Yeah, but I have a whole bag of them in the liquor closet. Oh yeah, go for it. I got plenty of them. Are you guys legitimately better swimmers than... No, you're not better swimmers. No way, dude. No way. Yeah. But I'm also paying attention to chat because I like them more than Clementine. Cow King saying, any use of the unforgivable curses will lead to a bad ending for Cow King. You're a Hufflepuff named Jack Felix. Catching unicorns is kind of hard. Are there actually unicorns in the Hogwarts games? That's cool, actually. Yes! Clementine is the Winnemon. The question is, can Clementine match up to level 5?
Why is Clementine blue?
Are you kidding me?
No.
Why are you white, Anna?
Because my parents are white?
He was just born that way.
Were his parents blue?
No, I don't know his parents. I bought them from the black market. Their parents clearly didn't give a shit. It's unfortunate.
They jibbied on out.
What a wild question. What a wild question. Wow.
I thought there would be an answer!
Oh my gosh. Owlboy, like, rambutan and coconut rum would be good. Dude, I've never tried it together. Rambutan to me is very, very lychee adjacent. I haven't done a lot of workshopping with rambutans before because they are mildly expensive. Not super expensive, mildly expensive. And they're not always available. But I got concepts. Ryan saying, Winemon, is that a Digimon? Winemon? Winemon what? I would think that if we were going to do a Winemon, I would want to see a specific Digimon for each, like, varietal of grape. Or, like, the regions that they come from. Dude, tell me that Sangiovesemon doesn't sound fucking epic. Portomon sounds kind of lame, all things considered. But there are better options. Boy out there saying, I was born blue, I was suffocating. Oh, that's fair, that's fair. Yeah, some people are legitimately born blue.
I was born blue.
Anna was born blue.
My hands and feet, they put me on a heater from the tower.
Thank you for sharing these details, dearest. I love her so much. Yeah, my Anna loves to remind me that according to my mother-in-law, that when she was born, she almost flew out the window. Which, by the way, when I first met Anna over 10 years ago, the thought that occurred to me was the image of an almost fetal version of my girlfriend at the time shooting out the window from presumably her origin of conception. And that was not a very good image to exist in my mind for the first, like, 3 years of our relationship, and I've forgotten about it for the most part until she reminded me about it just now. So now you all know, too. Imagine a baby just like, boom! Or actually, I have a sound effect for this. Right out there, dude. She sprouted wings. Oh, she sprouted something, dude. I don't think the wings were on her, though. Ugh. Anyways, Brad being like, Gewurztraminer. See, that's awesome sounding. Gosh. Bancholaman is my favorite. Is that a wine, Cal? Or am I getting my things mixed up? Prowolf asking, ever think of doing devil fruits like from One Piece? I'm not as familiar with One Piece, so have I thought about it? Yeah. Do I have any good concepts? No.
There's a One Piece game, right?
Possibly. Let's see. I see Union Soul out there saying you got to do a computer smash tourney, but each character represents a spirit or something like that. I've seen tourneys be done in the world of like cocktails and spirits and stuff, but I haven't found a way that I was really appreciative for. I didn't really like it. I like the idea, but it feels like so like eh. I like the suggestion. I do take suggestions by the UA Union, and if you got that idea, you can put !suggest in front of whatever you just said, and it'll send a message to the Discord so I don't forget about it. Jordan, like, I lived for One Piece, but are you caught up on One Piece? Because I was just talking about somebody... who was I talking to the other day about One Piece specifically? I don't remember who it was. I was talking to somebody about One Piece, and I think they were completely caught up on it. And I was curious about it, because there's, like, over 1,000 episodes or something, and I was like, are you really caught up? Jordan is, though. Maybe that's what we were talking about. I see Cow King saying, I was once found in a pile of red ants, not saying anything about it as a baby. Yeah. Oh, and Jordan saying, that was me who was talking about it. Okay, it was definitely this context we were having this conversation in. Nah, dude. Cow King, fire ants? Red ants? Dude. When I was 2, I bit a live wire and got electrocuted. That's the best I can say, but you, like, being found in a pile of, like, red ants and stuff sounds epic, dude. Epic beginnings. For a very epic bovine king. I see Union Soul out there saying, highly recommend Highlands 41 Black Granite, also Amador Whiskey. There you go. That's what that suggestion command is for. Because I guarantee, after this evening, unless it's written down somewhere, I'm going to forget most of what is discussed here in the chat. Unless you're a repeat offender, like Jordan, who apparently has talked about the whole being updated to One Piece before. If you repeat yourself, supposedly it takes on average 7 times for a human to remember something. 7 times the charm. Evidently. Anyways, I'm seeing Annie saying, hey, rude, I just saw this, which is definitely in reference to Brad a while back, referencing Annie putting candy apple whiskey in my whiskey infinity bottle. I'm not mad, by the way. I haven't used, honestly, ever since chat got their own infinity bottle, I haven't used my infinity bottle for, like, anything. Because oftentimes, I'm not curious about what everything tastes like together. I want to know what things taste like on their own. So using my infinity whiskey bottle doesn't really satisfy me at this point. Annie's saying, I'm playing Stardew Valley while lurking. Ooh, I like the idea of Stardew drinks. I have been working through some concepts of Stardew Valley drinks, so... if you got ideas, hit me up. Jordan saying that I've rewatched four times? You've rewatched all of One Piece 4 times? Do you get paid for this, Jordan? Because if you do, like... that feels pretty good. Woo! We got them all! But we don't have the emblem yet, do we? No, we do not. Not yet. Ryan said that I binged the entire series for about 4 months. I had just gotten caught up when I found you in October of last year. Oh, and was it because of me that you're not caught up anymore? Don't bolster my ego like that, baby. I don't deserve it. I don't. Brad saying my personal infinity bottle is all like 130 plus proof whiskeys. It's weirdly spicy. Yeah, I would imagine so. I like the idea of a spicy infinity. Like when you make your own infinity bottle, you make the rules for it. It could all be specifically like high proof whiskeys. It could be high proof spirits in general. Like I don't know if a high proof, well, actually Navy strength gin exists. Overproof rum exists. Like barrel proof or like private release like whiskeys and stuff work. Bottled in bonds also too. That could be intriguing. I remember I had somebody in the comments section earlier this year be like, ew, rum in an infinity bottle, an inferior spirit. And I was like, bro, take your elitism and check it at the door. I thought it was kind of funny when I read it. Jordan saying yes to the watching, not to the getting paid. Yes to the watching, not to the getting paid. Hey, dude. If you... I guess it's technically you're not supposed to stream watching a TV show on Crunchyroll or otherwise, but... Oh, R.I.P. R.I.P. Let's see how we fare. Ryan saying, I'm still caught up. Just binged 12 episodes a couple of weeks again. Dude, I respect the hustle. I've got nothing but respect for the hustle. I wouldn't be able to do it myself. I have too many tasks that I have to do on the daily that require my focus. I would not be able to watch One Piece in the back. I'd get too distracted by it. Man. Brad saying, Elijah private barrel proof picks are almost always amazing. Yeah. Do they almost always go in your infinity bottle too? All right. I think you can catch up, Clementine. I believe in you. That's what I get for being hopeful. Wow. Jordan saying, speaking of spicy, Johnny Silverhands. Dude, I did some, I was doing research the other day because I had forgotten exactly what goes into the Johnny Silverhand. Because after, there were a couple, I think there were a couple of people on either the YouTube or TikTok talking about the Johnny Silverhand. Oh, actually, what was it? The, oh God, the cutting board that I just got from the Susano Trading Company. Inside of the package was a reference to Cyberpunk. And he was like, you gotta try a Johnny Silverhand. So I was like, I gotta do some research on the Johnny Silverhand. And it's basically a tequila old-fashioned with, I think it's like a chili on the rim. With a chili kick to it. I could totally see trying that at some point. Ryan out there saying, game cocktail challenge, hard mode. Create 8 drinks inspired by Shapes 2. I feel like somebody suggested Shapes 2 before. It's not the first time I'm hearing of Shapes 2 for some reason. Dude, Clementine, I believe, dude. I believe. Shapes 2 is an incredible game. Yeah, apparently somebody... Yeah, y'all know about it, apparently. Okay, down to the... Okay. There's a little bit of luck in these races, I'm gonna be honest here. But that was pretty damn close. That was pretty close. We're gonna try this one again. Prowolf out there saying, I watch One Piece takes out... I watch One Piece takes out a lot of the opening... Oh, One Pace. It takes out a lot of the opening filler and double scenes. I binged a lot of it. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. I had a coworker of mine who watched a lot of One Piece and was basically caught up with it. And I vaguely recall having a conversation with him specifically about if I wanted to catch up, how would I do it? And I think his recommendation at the time was supposedly they're making a remake, like a reboot. Wait for that. That I don't really know. Dark Order 2 are asking, where do you watch One Piece? Or One Pace. Pro, is it One Pace? Did I state that correctly? This Chao are about to go on a race. I'm just going to Google it because I'm curious. Because I do want to watch One Piece. But it's a commitment. One Pace is a fan project that recuts the One Piece anime. Oh, apparently it's onepace.net. The definitive One Piece viewing experience. That's incredible. Oh my gosh. Now, I appreciate you asking, Dark. I'll tell you about it the other day. Dude, that's wild. There's apparently a site for it. It could be malware. I don't know. Watch your cookies, chat. Ryan out there saying, I just bought Shapes 2 last weekend and already have like 18 hours in the game, which says something about how good it is. Tell me about Shapes 2, Ryan. And what was it? Was it Brad? Brad, you were talking about Shapes 2 as well. What kind of game is that? Is it like a platformer? In my head, Shapes 2 is in the same space as like Geometry Dash. Are they similar? Oh, Clementine. You are fast. You are fast. I will let you have it. I will let you have it. Brad out there saying that I'm playing that new Fantasy Life game, and you're just walking around the first island, just kind of chopping trees. And in Shapes 2, you mine up shapes and paint, and you combine them to make painted shapes, and you throw them into the void. It's a factory game, says Ryan. Interesting. I like puzzle games. Would you consider it to be a puzzle game? Because it sounds like a puzzle game to me. Oh, Clementine, no! This is a busted run. We're going back. This is a busted run. We're trying this again. I really believe Clementine could get this, but I think there's a little bit of luck involved. And to be fair, when I say that there is a little bit of luck, luck is actually an element in these ones. So, I'm not crazy. Auditor's being like, no, the poor Chao baby. I mean, to be fair, this Chao is trying to race up against literal graphite. They look like pencils if you took away all of the yellow and all of the tan parts of the pencil, and the pink parts, and the parts that tend to be metallic and sometimes a little bit green with the green stripe. It's graphite. I mean, evidently, like, this challenge mission calls these Chao the cockroaches, but I have never seen a cockroach with that sheen. Like, they look... And I'm going to preface this with the fact that graphite is an incredible, solid lubricant, not for use on the human body. Nice job, Clementine. But they look mighty smooth and mighty lubricated. That was really, really nice. That's all luck there. There's also luck at the very end. So there's luck in the middle with picking the correct Sonic character, but I think there's a hidden stat there called intelligence or something, and at the very end, there's potholes that you might fall into. So, Clementine doesn't have it just yet. We're getting there. Brad's saying that Shapes 2 is a puzzle game. If you want to be efficient, think of it kind of like a brute force game. There are also trains. We like trains. Brad, were you the person that was raving about, what was it, Monster Train or something in the Discord a while ago? Because I saw that pop up again in my feed, and I was like, it's trains and monster. That sounds great. I know nothing else about the game aside from monsters and or trains and the fact that there was a sequel. Jordan saying pros of a One Piece fan: commitment, friendship, and loyalty. Cons? None. There's no cons. There are literally no cons. Full green light ahead. Which is why that I wouldn't consider myself a One Piece fan, and you absolutely should be wary around this stream. I am not a trustworthy individual, and I am not a good role model. I am drinking alcohol, and alcohol is for the damned. And the sinful. That's okay. I'm going to hell. Jordan, like, I'm biased. I ain't biased. Trust me. Dark, like, I wish to be sinful as well. You want this? It's got the infinity mix in it. It's got, at this point, it had 43 different things in it. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Climb up. Climb up. I know you got it. I know you got it. Dude, I didn't need to do anything. Amazing. Wow, dude. Wow. Brad saying, I will also talk your ear off about... oh, I'm a Monster Train boy, and I will also talk your ear off about Bomb with an E at the end, where you teach the game how to solve Minesweeper puzzles with math. That sounds really cool, actually. Damn. I'm seeing Glorious out there saying, it's called The Ocean at the End of the Lane. It's a companion movie and almost a sequel to Coraline. Wait, really? Y'all seen the movie from 2009 getting a companion movie? It's about people with buttons for Coraline? Yeah. Ocean at the End of the Lane. That sounds cool. I also saw on my feed recently that apparently, what was it, Paranorman was getting like either a one-off, a spin-off, or something like that. I never even watched that movie, but it looked cool. And they had some queer representation, which we were totally into. That was cool, man. I'm seeing Prowolf above talking about, for the remake of One Piece, ODA states that he's redoing the... Oda states that he's redoing the anime with updated animation and will be released in quick succession to the point where the manga, the old anime, and the new anime all end at the same time, so no matter what you watch, everyone will be able to enjoy it. That sounds like a really bold project for One Piece. Wow. Pro, do you know whether or not... I imagine they're starting at the beginning, but are they doing some outtakes specifically so they don't have to do every single episode over again? Are they kind of condensing it a little bit? Because I would imagine doing 1,000+ remakes and having it end at the same time either means that we've got a heck of a lot more One Piece to go, or something else in between. Man. Dude, Clementine's kind of blasting through these. I'm not gonna lie. Clementine is just fast enough to get around these Eggos here, who appear to be tripping all over the place. Oh my gosh. Dark out there being like, I'm here for the One Piece forever. Dark, if I'm correct in saying, have you cosplayed as a character from One Piece before, or am I getting you mixed up with somebody? I feel like something way, way back. I think it was, I want to say that it was during a raid or something. You have. Okay, I do remember that. What character was it? Because I can't remember. I want to say what happened was I have a memory of raiding one of your streams and then seeing you in a One Piece cosplay, and I didn't know what the character was. I still don't remember what the character was. And even when you tell me what the character is, I probably won't know who it is. The only One Piece that I've watched, chat, was the live-action version on Netflix, and I really liked it. I really did. Jordan's saying it's not ending until at least, like, 2027. Dude, we got time. Also, I didn't realize that Clementine was absolutely not keeping up with the eggs. I was not paying attention. Dude's got to be real fast. Yeah, that ain't happening. That is not happening. Dark saying, I did a baking stream where I cosplayed as Frankie. Oh, that's the skeleton guy, right? You and dyed your hair... No, wait, it's not Frankie. That's not the skeleton guy. Is that the skeleton guy? Alexa, who is Frankie from One Piece?
According to an Alexa Answers contributor,
The guy.
Frankie is a cyborg from One Piece.
Cyborg.
who
Oh, the
joins
robot
main
guy.
crew of the Straw Hat Pirates.
Oh, does he have, like... Alexa, stop. Does he have, like I'm gonna articulate this terribly. Does he have, like, rectangles for arms and biceps? Or something like that? Who am I kidding? I'm gonna Google a picture. Frankie, One Piece. Oh, yes! Oh, yes, he has... He's got balls for shoulders. He's got freaking balls for shoulder, and this one thing here, it looks like he's got a cannon for a pompadour. He's all about the shapes. He most certainly is. Brooks is the skeleton, says Pro. Okay, I got it now. Wowza, dude. I had an image in my head of that one character, and that was exactly the one that I was thinking of. Wow. He's got proportions for days. That is clearly, apparently, peak male performance. And if you don't like it, keep on walking. He's also got the Speedo, and who can I blame for the Speedo? Jordan out there saying, depends if before or after the 2-year time skip for Cranky or Frankie. Frankie or Cranky? Is there also a Cranky? All right, we're going to see how Clementine does here against the demon. And if there's even a remote fighting chance, great. If not, we're going back to Pumpkin Hill. There is still a flyer around here too, by the way. And he keeps coming back to me. All right, I'm hoping for not good things for you. Yes, Clementine! That's fair too. You got a little bit of a... Nope, just kidding. Just kidding. Recover! Recover. I also know that you were really, really good at flying, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, you were excellent at flying. Wow. You were absolutely a bulwark. There's still plenty of the race left. We still have a fighting chance. Actually, I don't think we have a fighting chance. Clementine is not faster than the Demon Chao. Not able to fly quicker than the Demon Chao. Is not stronger than the Demon Chao. And I highly doubt is good at swimming against the Demon Chao. Man. Pearl out there saying, you should hear Frankie versus Senor Pink talk about manliness. The fact that Senor's Pink... Like, Senor Pink's is... I can't speak right now. The fact that Senor Pink's name has Senor in it makes me think he's a heck of a lot manlier than Frankie. But that's because he literally has the Spanish equivalent of Mr. in his name. Yeah, no, this ain't happening. Nope, this ain't happening. We're going back to Pumpkin Hill, y'all. Jordan saying, I cried when I saw Senior Pink's backstory. Is it not as good as the name Senior Pink would describe? He's dressed as a baby? Now I feel like I have to... I'm gonna send Clementine into more races. Because I feel like I want to see who this Senior Pink looks like. I'm gonna go here to the Peridot race. We'll see what happens. I think this is a running race. Senior Pink. Senior Pink! Oh, my goodness gracious. Senior Pink, quite literally, has a shirt that appears to say... legs baby? Legs baby? Lugs baby? Loves baby? Let's baby. Let's baby. Let us baby. He's got a pacifier. It looks like he's wearing one of those, like... I don't know what the right term for it, but it's the undergarments that sumo wrestlers wear. And he's only got significant hair on his calves, just like me. I don't have a lot of hairs on my thighs. Mostly just my calves. Huh. I've learned something new today. And Clementine has fallen on his face for another time. But that's okay. We still got more to go. Still got more to go. Ryan saying, just found another 4 cocktail books from the 1800s and posted them in the Discord. Oh, more cocktail books? Oh, boy. More recipes for me to feed through ChatGPT so that it can create them and parse them out into JSON format so I can rapidly upload them to my recipe keeper. The power of technology is in our hands, chat. Also, that dude is way, way far ahead. But he tripped! This could be the turnaround. This could absolutely be the turnaround. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I don't think I have enough stamina to boost twice. Yes. Yes. Maybe. No. Okay. At the last possible moment. You're ahead of me. You're ahead of me. I don't like that you're ahead of me. I do not like that you're ahead of me. Aw, dude. That was really close. That was really close. That was really close. Ugh. That's okay. We're gonna go and we'll get more skeleton dogs. We're gonna go back to Pumpkin Hill and continue on this Infinity Cocktail, and then I think I feel a request coming on. Feeling a request coming on. Anna says gasp. Any other gasps from chat? Is an acceptable answer. We also accept. Oh, I would consider that to be a gasp. Excellent. Yeah. Well, GG for that one. All right, let's go back to Pumpkin Hill, shall we? Exit from the Chao Garden? Yeah. For anybody who wants to make the cocktail request, by the way, this is the command that you would use. It's !order. If you provide the name of the recipe, the ratios or ingredients, and even the source if you got it from somebody else. If you took the recipe from somebody else, I would greatly appreciate you telling me who you stole it from. I steal cocktail recipes sometimes, and when I do, I provide credits in the description of the video. I would ask you to do the same. ChatGPT is also a valid source, by the way. We've had some really cool looking drinkspirations facilitated by ChatGPT recently. Pretty cool. Ryan saying that Kuma's backstory is pretty real. Tearjerker for Tearjerker Jordan. Is Kuma another character in One Piece? Because Kuma to me is the mascot character from, what was it, Persona 4, I think? It literally means bear. And I only know that because one of my buddies growing up had a cat whose name was Kuma, and they called him the cat because it reminded them of a bear. Oh, there's an emerald. I don't want the emeralds. I don't need it. Pro saying, I stole mine from Meadist. There we go. There we go. Did you add that to your order command redemption there, Pro? Because if so, respect. Respect. Prowolf saying he's a bear too. Oh, the character Kuma is a bear? Like legitimately a bear? Is that like in the sexual sense or the animalistic sense? Or both? Because I guess you could technically be both. Pro says he has the pawpaw fruit. Oh, the devil fruit that he's got is the pawpaw fruit and it turns him into a bear. Do I have that correct? A pawpaw is an actual fruit. You can actually find them here in Philadelphia. Actually, oddly enough, y'all, I have a pawpaw brandy as one of my unique bottles here at the Bar of the Nights. I don't remember whether it's up on the website or not. I think that's a special bottle. I don't remember if y'all let me touch that. It's a pawpaw brandy. It's technically brandier with added pawpaw flavoring and other distillates to it, but it's cool. It's the Forager's Reserve from, I think Lancaster Distilleries. It's unique. I haven't tasted it in a while, though. Alright, get out of here and give the spoils to the Chao. Ryan saying, he's the blueprint for the pacifistas. When you say that this character is the blueprint for the pacifistas, what do you mean by that? Kid popping in here with the 5 bitties. That is 5 bitties, but I tried to say it in German in the first half. Thank you for your contribution, kid. Welcome back. Good to see you. Cowking saying, Cam, when I was a baby, I had a ceiling fan dropped onto my head as a 5-month-old and have been in 2 different crashes. One with a semi-auto truck when you were 3. And you lived to tell the tale. Both of those tales, actually. That's a damn miracle, Cow. That is a damn miracle. Now, what part of these origin story tidbits inspired the name King of Cows? Because I would think, off the top of my head... Oh, I am so sorry, my champion! Wowza, that was unfortunate, but you landed in the water, it's okay. I would think that just as it takes effort to tip over a cow, it takes effort to take out the King of Cows. And not just some measly automobile crash or ceiling fan can do the job. Dude, I'm glad you're alive. Oh my god. That sounds terrifying. Wow. Ryan further expanding on the Kuma Bear, a line of androids in One Piece that are used by the world government to enforce their laws. He's also the last living buccaneer too. Well, that leads me to another question, Ryan. In the context of One Piece, what the heck is a buccaneer? Also, take a look at this ball! You're having a lot of fun with it. Who are you? Oh, you don't have a name. Anybody got name ideas, chat? Because if you have name ideas, it looks like that one of Frank's other children. No, actually, that child wasn't made from Frank. I think Frank's other child doesn't have a name either. We've got another child from Frank that doesn't have a name. Not Frankie. I know we've been talking about One Piece here. And then we had the Golden Child. Quite literally the Golden Child. Eat food, Clementine. My champion. Annie signing off for the night. Try to behave. Peace out, Annie. Thanks for popping in. Always a pleasure for you being here. Cowking out there saying that your sister had a room full of cow-themed objects and stuffed animals. There we go. There we go. So you became the king of the king of the cows because naturally, of all the cow-themed objects in the room, you were the best cow-themed individual. Naturally. I'm seeing a vote for Samwise, the golden boy cow. Can we fit an X in the name Sam? Because if we can, I'm down for it. Clementine, you are so good at sleeping, dude. Let's go get you more food, and we will come back. We'll feed you more food and skeleton. But actually, you know what? We're not worried about food right now. Stamina's not an issue. Stamina's not the issue.
Stage select.
Back to Pumpkin Hill. To get more, let's see. I want to say the skeleton dogs are pretty good for, like, everything. The kappas, which were the green creature, or the sea monsters in particular, I think are good for swimming, which kind of makes sense because they're sea monsters. And then with everything else, the boar I think is pretty good for running, and so is this tiger, I believe, too. You need running for pretty much every one of those races. It is a race after all, so it kind of makes sense. Cow saying Samwise with an X right before the last S. I like that. Votes are open, chat. If you've got ideas for what to name these chows. One is quite literally shining and golden. The other one is just one of the consequences of the green one's kinkiness. And our champion. Mind you that. This is also one of the offspring of our champions. Clementine, specifically. So have respect when naming our champion king. Ryan out there saying that in One Piece, the Buccaneers are a race of people who were involved in the war against the old government during the Void Century. If I remember correctly, if it wasn't during the Void Century, they fought the government later. Now you've prompted me to ask yet another question, Ryan. The heck is the Void Century? You've taught me who the Buccaneers are. You've taught me about the cyborgs, the androids. I still have questions about the world government, too. Evidently, there is a lot of information about One Piece. There are like over 1,000 episodes after all. Oh no, don't throw them against the wall. What I should be doing is I should specifically come back from Pumpkin Hill, go to the Chao shop, the black market, buy all the fruits, and then come back. There we go. Prowolf saying, the Void Century is literally a gap in history. Oh, no history was recorded or was destroyed. Oh, that makes sense. Hence the name Void Century. That's nice. My mind was going to something a little bit more apocalyptic. Like, it wasn't just like history wasn't recorded. It was like the entire world just quite literally ceased to exist because of some cataclysmic event. Because it's an anime. Anything's possible in an anime. With the power of anime, anything is possible. Oh, hello there. Oh, yeah, back in the water again? Thanks. Excuse me. Ryan saying that's a long one, but it's definitely apocalyptic. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, in my head, there's only a couple different ways that history could be completely erased. One is it didn't happen, like nothing happened. Nobody was really interested in writing about it. And in the other case, we get like World War scenarios, but they just decided like burning books and shit like that. Or all the information in the world was stored on some server somewhere, and it was a giant cyber attack, and all the information of the internet was just wiped out at once. You know, cataclysmic. Dark out there being like, anime does that. Anything can be anything. That's the beauty of anime. The only thing that we are limited in terms of anime is how good we can draw it, how good we can sub or dub it, and I guess relatively speaking, like the nuances of the technology of animation at the time, but animation technology is like constantly evolving. So, semantics. Ryan saying in the Void Century, people get killed by the world government for researching. Oh, no. Not just in the World Century. People get killed for researching the Void Century. Yo, talking about government censorship. Am I right, chat? Prowolf out there being like, this is one for my One Piece fans. How much do we want to punch the Celestial Dragons, especially that one guy? I mean, I would not personally identify as a One Piece fan, but I would like to talk to the dragon. I don't want to do anything like weird or sexual to the dragon or even violent. I would like to talk to the dragon. But if the dragon comes from the Void Century and by their talking to the dragon, I would be sentenced to assassination or otherwise dying. I think I could stave not talking to the dragon. That's what I think. What is everybody else's opinions? Celestial Dragon. Punch, no punch? Kiss, no kiss? Interact, no interact? It's your choice here. In the meantime, we perish. Cow out there saying, in Hunter x Hunter, the world is inside a lake surrounded by the Dark Continent, basically hell. The world is inside a lake surrounded by the Dark Continent. Interesting. I was just watching, what is it? I went to a bar here over the weekend called something Izakaya. I do not remember the name of the bar exactly off the top of my head. It was something Izakaya. And they were serving a couple of different themed drinks. I had a duck fat washed drink there that kind of tasted similar to almost a ramen bowl in a way, but a little bit more botanical and honestly not really my style. And while we were there, Black Clover was playing on the monitors at the other end of the bar. I didn't know what I was watching because I'd never watched Black Clover before, but Anna knew what she was watching because her dad watched Black Clover, and then the buddy that I went out with also knew what was happening because he'd binged Black Clover a while ago, and that's unfortunate. Oh, I still got my animals. Still got my animals, thank goodness. But where is Clementine? In their favorite spot. I see Dark out there being like, one punch! But you've got it a little bit wrong, Dark. We're talking about One Piece! Two completely separate animes. I'm not sure how you got confused. Ryan saying that celestial dragons are royalty, Cameron. Thank you for addressing me as such with the X. I appreciate that. They're humans who treat the peasants like dirt and enslave anyone they want. Oh. So they're racists! Smack them. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Dial back how much alcohol you put in the drinks. Or give them what they pay for. If they're a paying customer, we treat everybody, even the racists, the same way. But you're not really welcome at my bar. If you're a racist, feel free to raise your hand and we'll ban you immediately. You've been warned. That also applies to the homophobes, the transphobes, and otherwise, so... Happy Pride Month. Dark oh snap, you got me. Watch it there, buddy! Cosmo saying, one of the dragons is a flamboyant, homicidal pink bird. But that's not a dragon! That's a bird! What's it a name, though? Could just be an organization. The way that I see it, it's like an organization. Like, we all call ourselves the dragons, but we're not actually dragons. Right? Cosmo's saying celestial dragons are easy to spot. Just look for janky haircuts. What, like pompadours? Because I thought I saw a pompadour on that cyborg guy.
Stage.
Unless Frankie is a celestial dragon. In which case, now I have mixed feelings about the guy. Prowolf saying they wear bubbles on their heads because they don't even want to breathe the same air. Wow, dude. Wow, dude. Wow. I would wonder what their taste in alcohol is. If there's one thing that I could provide to anybody, regardless of what their affiliation is, it is whatever their drink preferences are. Like, if you had a celestial dragon, I would think that every single... Like, the term celestial almost inspires in me, like, those galaxy-type cocktails that's got way too much luster dust in them. A little bit of, like, funky layering happening with a little bit of, some ingredients that don't quite emulsify together. Could look really cool. But I don't know. Ryan, like, feet first, man, feet first. I have a wood chipper for the... I have a wood chipper specifically for the celestial dragons. Dude, I just realized we have a lot of One Piece fans in chat right now. What is it? Dark's out there, Jordan's out there, Pro's out there. If I didn't say Ryan already... oh, Jordan as well? Y'all. If you got ideas for cocktails inspired by One Piece. Like, somebody said that one of the... What was it? Kuma... uses the pawpaw fruit. That's a pretty solid... I got ideas for that one already. I have been playing around with this idea of setting up mostly just like rudimentary like Google Docs so that we can all do some cocktail workshopping together where you lore dump on me about all the information in a game series or an anime series. A lot of animes have games. And then I and the other people who are mixologically educated or otherwise, I wouldn't say that I'm mixologically educated. I'll step down off my high horse for a hot second there. But for the folks who can make associations between game concept or manga concept or anime concept and drink concept, we try to make drinks out of them far ahead of time. So that by the time we ever play a One Piece game, before somebody even suggests it, we've already got some drinks that we've spec'd out. I'm trying, admittedly, now that I'm doing this more or less as a full-time job, I'm trying to be a little bit better about speccing out drinks far ahead of getting the ingredients for them, or far ahead of anybody even requesting the games at all. So I've got some workshopping documents out there. Some people already have access to some of them, but if you'd like to be a part of it, let me know, and I will specifically share it with y'all. I'm seeing Prowolf out there being like, I'd be down. Yeah, you already know what's up, Pro. Speaking of which, I think we've got a couple of cocktail requests out there right now. If you didn't put in a request already, the exclamation point order command is already here. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do Prowolf's suggestion because I want to say that it uses that mead that he provided for us. I saw Prowolf recently at a party a little while back, and he decided to donate a couple of bottles of mead for the bar with the next, and I've been meaning to give them a try. Random Cosmo out there saying, my friend, I warn you, if you open the doors for nerd rants, I will explain all of Warhammer 40k. Exclamation point suggest. You are free to make as many suggestions as you want to. If you would like to lore dump for the sake of better drinks, I will happily host it. This is my job now. Therefore, this is what I want to do. Ryan saying, have you figured out where to get monkey oranges? Not yet, dude. Not yet, dude. I was thinking about this literally the other day, and I thought to myself, can I just order monkey oranges from Amazon? Because sometimes you can get obscure ingredients like that. I think you can, but I haven't double-checked it yet. They're called, this was going back to this concept I was thinking about for a rat shaker drink. because evidently a poison called strychnine comes from like the strychnine tree or something like that, and there is one member of the strychnine tree family that produces an edible fruit, and it's basically called the monkey orange. Basically. A puree works. The actual ingredient also works as well. I don't know. Ryan being like, Magnus did nothing wrong. I have a buddy of mine who's into Warhammer, right? I think I get that reference, maybe. Beans, welcome into chat. What am I drinking this evening? I was drinking on a golden derby, an Irish derby earlier, and currently I'm sipping on an Infinity Gin Sangaree. It's got some Infinity mix in it. It's got some simple syrup in it. It's got some port wine in it. Kind of raspberry-like, a little bit almost like a raspberry caramel candy in a way. It's pretty good. And then after this, I'll be taking a cocktail request. Probably. Prowolf says that you're working on Tyranid models literally right now. Oh, dude, and my background noise? It is an honor. It is an honor indeed. Ryan saying, and Trazyn is the best Warhammer 40k character ever created. Trazyn, I'm not familiar with that one in particular. Cosmo saying, I'm a Tyranids fan, but kleptomaniac Egyptian robot is goated. Ozzyl, welcome in. What's going on? We're talking about anywhere between One Piece and Warhammer. And sometimes a little bit of rat poison. A little bit of, just a touch of rat poison, a healthy dose. In the form of the monkey orange. Welcome in, Ozzyl. And Beans, welcome into you too, if I didn't otherwise say it. Let's see. Well, I've got Clementine eating here. Let me check out the requests that I've got so far. I've got requests from 4 people right now. One from Red Pro, aka Quachi. One from Cosmo, Ryan, and Prowolf. Out of the folks that I've got right now for drink requests, again, you can make a request by using !order and providing the details. I think I want to do specifically the drink from Prowolf because it's called the Apple Mead-hatten. And it uses this Cyser mead that he gave to me a little while ago. So, if you'll excuse me for a hot second, I'm about to do this thing where I act as if this is the first time that I'm seeing this recipe specifically for the edit of the video because it hooks people's attention. So, hold on a moment. Here it comes. Here it comes. Prowolf, you gave me some of your mead a little while back. Do you have a recipe that uses that? Oh yeah, an apple Mead-hatten with that Cyser mead. Oh yeah, it is time to give that a try. Let's do it. Scene over. Thank you. Anyways, I'm gonna feed Clementine all the round fruit, and then we're gonna go back to it. Corny AF. Yeah, it's for the clicks, my guy. It is for the clicks. Oh, somebody's drawing pictures. I can tell because it sounds like a chalkboard screeching in the background. And apparently drawing on the ground sounds like chalkboard. Wild. Jofflin out there saying, hope everybody's having a great day. And if you haven't been told recently you matter, you're awesome. You're winning life in your own way. And it's awesome. You should be proud of yourself. Dude, good vibes. We love it. We love it. Jofflin saying too, I love watching the full scene. That was pretty awesome. Thanks. It was all improv. I flex my improv chops every once in a while. I see Ozzyl out there talking about, like, One Piece. I've been getting drunk watching them new episodes every Sunday before bawling my eyes out. Oh, are you a One Piece fan too, Ozzyl? That makes, like, 5 of y'all. Damn. Damn. Prowolf, like, for the TikTok later. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And the YouTube Shorts and the Instagram Reels. I am very much aware. I am very self-aware. I know what has to happen. Man. Cosmo out there saying that apparently the space sharks are your favorite chapter. Interesting. And the red wake, whatever that means. Let's see. I see Jofflin saying, if you want, Joe works as well. Oh, Joe for Jofflin? Oh, Jofflin? I got you, dude. Oh, we got ads running. My name's just a bit too much for a mouthful. Oh, that's totally fine. You might be experiencing an ad break right now. And if you are, my sincerest apologies. In the meantime... let me go grab all the ingredients for Prowolf's Mead-hatten. I'm gonna do this on the screen. Pro, I think, yeah, you're a subscriber right now, so you shouldn't be watching any ads right now. We're gonna do this cocktail request from Prowolf. This is specifically number 5, right? Nope, I did the wrong one. Is it number 6? Did I miscount that? Nope. Is it number 4? There we go. I got it. Twitch requested by Prowolf. The answer is Twitch. Oh, things broke. All right, cool. Okie dokie. I need to write a note for myself. I was changing things earlier, and I didn't test it. That's on me. Drink number code recall on stream. I was changing around some indexes. Cole, welcome back, dude. Prowolf had this apple Mead-hatten. I just need to bring that over to this other thing that I've got right here, and then we can properly lint it from there. Let's see. Okie dokie. Cole, welcome back, by the way. I'm currently setting up this recipe from Prowolf for this apple Mead-hatten that it looks like you got from a location. And I imagine the credits are probably at the very, very end. Let's see here. Go back here. I can click on this button for... Let me go through this real quick, hopefully before the ad break ends. We got 2 ounces of Rye Whiskey. I got one of those. We got 2 ounces of Cyser mead. I've got one of those in the corner. Let's see. 2 ounces of Cyser. We got one of those right here. Let me spell that. Cyser with the mead. This is coming from Prowolf's Purple Stag. For the rye, I'm going to use Jim Beam because I think I have that back here. A dash of orange bitters. Great. Love that. A single dash. I've got that over here. Dash of orange bitters. We use Angostura because I got it. Actually, we use Bitter Truth for this one. I'm feeling Bitter Truth. We use the special stuff for this one. Or Angostura bitters. Pro. Actually, we're going to split the difference. I'll do an ounce for a single dash of each of them. Angostura Bitters. You have a slice of apple. I don't have a slice of apple, unfortunately. An orange to garnish. I also don't have orange as a garnish, but garnish apple and orange slice. I see some chats out there. Let me make sure I get to them in a hot second. This one looks like it is stirred and strained with cracked ice. Great. This method is stirred and strained. Great. So the rye, Cyser, and bitters with cracked ice strain into a glass and garnish. Can add a maraschino cherry if you wish, courtesy of the Meadist. There we go. Credits. The Meadist. The Meadist. Requested by Prowolf on, I believe you were on Twitch, right? Yeah, I have my indexes set up a little bit incorrectly. Man. Okie dokie. Apple orange slice to garnish, or maraschino cherry. I'll use a maraschino cherry because that's what I've got here. Oh, I just realized the recipe isn't even on the screen. Oh my god. There we go. Sorry about that, y'all. There we go. What did I miss in chat? Let's see. Cole saying things sound good. Oziel saying Kingdom Hearts 4 and GTA 6 release, Ryan. Oh, is it coming out soon? Maybe. Ryan saying Cinnamon Toast Crunch for dinner is somehow incredibly comfortable. Dude, cereal for dinner in general is mwah. I like it. It's a secret pleasure of mine. Sometimes after the streams, I will literally just have cereal with milk if I've got it. Okie dokie. Now let's pop back over to the game for the audio. Let me make sure I swatch pops over to food and drink for a little while because we're gonna do the cocktail request from Prowolf. Pro, can you confirm that I've got all the ingredients correct here? I'm gonna go grab the mead because I think I have the rye whiskey here. I've got my bitters down here. The only thing I'm missing is your mead. I'm seeing Jiminy out there saying, touch the keyboard and show some meat. Keyboard. And the meat that you're gonna get are these cheeks. Welcome in, Jiminy. I'm gonna go grab some mead. Specifically the apple mead. The Cyser mead. The mead of the Caesar. That's the wrong one. I found it. There we go. I've got it. I've come back with a special mead, y'all. Looking good to you? Excellent. Ryan saying, I was talking about how the world will end before One Piece does, Cam. Look. Oh. Look. The world will end before One Piece and Oziel. Oh, One Piece ends Waziel. You were specifically addressing Oziel specifically. I see. Jay being like, glad I was here for the meat. Dude, if you want the meat, just ask for it. Just ask for it. Anyways. Okie dokie. What do we got here? So, a while back, I was at a party with Prowolf, and he makes his own mead that he dubs Purple Stag. So I've had this for a little while, and it's finally time to try it in a cocktail. Now, first of all, gotta try this thing on its own and see what it tastes like. Nice little pop, tiny little pop there. Let's give this mead a taste. I'm gonna clear my palate for this one and see how the Cyser mead works. For those of you who aren't familiar, there are various different types of meads and whatnot out there. A Cyser mead, if I'm stating it correctly, is a mead that is made with honey, as most meads are, all meads are, in addition to apples in some way, shape, or form. I don't know whether that means that you have to use apple juice, you could use apple puree, maybe use apple skins. I'm not as familiar because I've never made any mead myself, but I think for a Cyser mead specifically, you have to use apples in some way. Oh, I do not like the sound of the Chao's moaning. Oh, glorious with the 5 membership gifts. That's that moaning coming back to me. In bundles, in bundles. Thank you, Glorious. We appreciate that greatly. I will spend that on better booze. Not to say that the booze that I have here so far is not that bad, not that good. It's pretty good in its own regard. Let's try this mead from Purple Stag, aka Prowolf. Off the nose, like, it does smell a little bit candy-like, but it's got a note that kind of reminds me of, like, straw bales, like hay bales on a farm. Not in a bad way either. It's very clean. It's a very clean smell. There's a small hint of, like, almost a spiced apple note there, because I want to say this Cyser mead also uses cinnamon and clove. Yeah, the nutmeg, cinnamon, and clove in here. I can taste the other spices in this mead, which includes nutmeg, cinnamon, and clove. Also, there's a fly around here somewhere. I saw it flying past me. Drew, welcome back. Oh, dude, glorious. With additional members? Thank you, dude. Ryan says the Chao noises are quite unsettling. Great. I'm gonna walk out of the Chao garden, so we don't have to listen to the Chao noises, because honestly, that was annoying me too, to be honest. Oh my gosh. You're saying I missed one. Which one? One of the Chao... one of the Chao thing? Oh, I see the watch stream. The watch streak. I get you. I get you. Oh my goodness. So let's give this mead a taste from Prowolf. All right. Most prominently, this is a dry mead. There's not a lot of sweetness here. I can taste most prominently those flavors of... It's mostly like a dry, dry nutmeg clove. It's kind of Christmassy in a way. Can't wait to see how that fares in the cocktail. All right. Ryan out there saying, I think the bot counted Wednesday. What do you mean? Wednesday? There wasn't a stream on Wednesday, though. There was no stream on Wednesday. There was no stream on Wednesday. Why, did you lose your watch streak too? Perhaps? I don't know. Let me know if you got any problems with your watch streak and stuff. I did see a bunch of people earlier in chat also have continued watch streaks, so I don't think it counted Wednesday. It's possible you just weren't here on Wednesday. All right, what are we doing with this one? We're stirring and straining. Great. Let's grab a stirring apparatus for this one and start with 2 ounces of rye whiskey. Using this big old bottle of Jim Beam here. We'll see where we go. We'll see where we get with that. Where's my measurement jigger? I got one of those right here. 2 ounces of rye whiskey for this apple Mead-hatten. Recipe coming from the Meadist. There we go. Pop a cap back on there. Oh, apparently this doesn't seal properly. Oh, okay. That was the... Right, because the cork came from the mead. Not on the other one. Naturally. Ryan out there apparently has a 5-stream watch streak. Excellent! For anybody on the YouTube side, watch streaks work by popping in and saying a chat. Unfortunately, if you are a lurker on YouTube, I cannot give you a watch streak because we don't have the capability to do that. Unless, actually, do I? I might have the ability to do that. I don't know whether or not, like, honestly, in terms of YouTube's API, we get, like, a present viewer's callback. And I don't know whether or not, if you haven't said anything in chat, whether or not you count as an active viewer. I don't really know that off the top of my head. I can look into that. Actually, I feel like we should have appreciation for our lurkers. Let me see. YT watch streak for lurkers? Question mark. Present viewers trigger. I don't know. I can't remember. Ryan saying I haven't missed a stream on YouTube in months. I'm sorry. Next we'll add 2 ounces of this mead from Prowolf. Purple Stag mead, specifically. Because this is an apple Mead-hatten, you would technically have to use a Cyser style mead, which includes apples in its creation. We'll see where we get with this. So 2 ounces of the Jim Beam and 2 ounces of the Cyser? Yeah. 2 ounces of that mead. If I didn't say it already. Now, oddly enough, when I picked up this bottle of mead from Pro, when he gave it to me, he added a little bit of honey to back sweeten things after the fact. And oddly enough, when I took this home with me, there was a little bit of an active fermentation that might have re-kicked off when I took it home with me. So I don't remember whether it was this bottle of mead or one of the other bottles of mead that I've got that are also all on the stock website, but it was bubbling so much that the cork popped off right before I left. So one of the reasons that I think that the mead winds up being on the drier side is because all of those extra sugars that were added after the fact were fermentable sugars, and the yeast colonies that were in there weren't quite killed off. So they managed to get reinvigorated again with the extra sugar that was added to the solution. I can't wait to see how this tries, dude. How this plays out. Let's say. I see Snoop Bay out there saying, what did you spray in the bottle? I've got this bottle of wine preserver. This is essentially a proprietary blend of inert gases, including carbon dioxide and nitrogen and and argon and stuff. Essentially, this sits on top, this occupies space in your bottle of wine, mead, or something else that is likely to oxidize when it's exposed to air. And instead of the oxygen, it uses this instead to prevent those off flavors that would happen when things oxidize. Kind of think of it like if chips go stale when you keep the bag open. If you keep the wine bottle non-refrigerated or non-covered in some way, shape, or form, it could potentially add some off flavors to your wines, your vermouths, wine-based liqueurs, or things like meads, for example. Fun stuff. I would recommend it. Personally, I'd recommend it. Never mind. Welcome back in. Hey, Cam, what's been going on? Pretty good things so far. Mixing a couple of drinks here. I've got a drink request here from Prowolf, one of my buddies who gave me some mead. And I'm finally able to try this mead in a cocktail. Let's see. Next, we're going to add 1 dash of Angostura Bitters. And 1 dash of Angostura Bitters. I realized that I said I was using the bitter truth. That was wrong. I will adjust that real quick, because I was incorrect about that. Let me go back. I used Angostura. I did that completely absent-mindedly. So let me proof that. I am not using the bitter truth. I am using Angostura. Angostura. Come on, Cameron. You're not that drunk yet, are you? No. No. Am I? I don't know. Okie dokie. There was a little bit of that mead left over too, by the way. I will say, for me, I don't get a lot of the flavors of apple off of this particular mead, but I do take it's very spice forward. I will say that. All right, throw some ice in here and stir it around a bit. Stir until chilly or something like that. Hand flavored ice. It's the best flavor of ice. Another one. Hell yeah. All right. Give that a stir and vibe out with chat for a little bit. Welcome in, by the way, Snoop Bay, as well as Nevermind. Ryan out there saying, in addition, that the stuff in the can is air without the oxygen. Yeah, essentially. Essentially, that's what it is. Yeah. I see somebody over on the Twitch side. I don't know exactly who it was, but if you want to know, if you want the recipe that is currently on screen right now, put in chat. You can use !sips and it'll print it right to chat. If you're on YouTube and you're experiencing limitations from character limits and stuff, it will split it into a couple of messages. But what I did just add is a publish recipe so that anything that I do here via a request on stream will also be published as a little recipe card on our Discord server. So if you're interested in popping in for anything like that, this is the link. By no means should you feel pressured to join the Discord server, but if you find that you want to add the recipes to your recipe keeper before the shorts come out, there should be a little thing there in this in the live updates channel for any recipe that we've got here at the Bar with an X. I finally updated it so that every recipe gets put there except for the infinity recipes. Now that I think about that off the top of my head. We cold? Yeah, we cold. Yeah, we cold. Pro, would you recommend serving this over ice? I get the impression that over ice is pretty good, but I don't know. Woohoo! That is whiskey forward! Hello there! There is not a lot of sweetness in there. Oh my goodness. Depending on the mead you're using, depends on what kind of sweetness you're gonna get. Naturally. Alright. I'm gonna put this over a large cube. I'm feeling this over a large cube. That's what I'm gonna do. I just need a big cube for it, so let me go get my cube. I'd say yes. Excellent! I agree! You're the mixologist, though, so naturally I agree with you because I'm a fucking sucker. Alright, strain this over a large cube. If you've got an apple slice, garnish with that. If you've got an orange slice, garnish with that. But I don't have either of those, so I'm using a cherry. I was giving the cube, I was given a lot of leeway with my garnishes here, so I'm taking it. What color is it gonna be, chat? You can literally see. You can literally see what it is. Don't guess. Just answer. Oh my gosh. Pour it over top. The cube! There we go. Got that in there. I've got a little bit of space in my bucket down here. Let me grab a cherry! What's everybody's guesses, chat? What color is it gonna be? I still don't know. I still think it's gonna be purple. Pro says blue! Nope. Try again. Super user's like, the orange, the great cube! I can't get my Maraschino cherries open. God damn it. Oh my gosh. I got this. Hold on, bring it back here for a second so you can watch me fail at this. Welcome back, super user. Oh my gosh. I don't glue my bottles shut, by the way. Strong man. Strong man. I drink my vodka straight. Lemon drops, patooey. Moscow mules, patooey. Vodka. I am not in any way, shape, or form anything related to... I guess technically the only thing in my body that is close to Russian is a little bit of Czechoslovakian. There's a little bit of Slovak in me. I dig that. All right. Boop. Is it gonna sink? Is it gonna sink? Sink. There we go. I caught that on camera too. That was great. Oh man. All right, let me put my Luxardo cherries away. By the way, if anybody buys Luxardo cherries and you find that the Luxardo cherry syrup winds up crystallizing, just put it over a little bit of heat, and I can help out a little bit. Okie doke. Make sure I got everything over top of that. I'm gonna clean out my measurement jigger, so I have to do less dishes later. There we go. Prowolf's like, orange, orange, orange. I don't really know. Did I properly switch over to food and drink? If I didn't, I forgot. That's okay. Okie dokie. We've got this apple Mead-hatten using Prowolf's mead from a recipe they got from the Meadist. Let's give this a try. Wow. That is very rye forward. And it's dry. It is rye forward and dry. It is giving me... This is essentially like a less boozy forward old-fashioned with none of the sweetness. Yeah, that's pretty. You know what? And a bit more dry notes. I would say that the mead that we used here was not super sweet. So this is really similar to an old-fashioned, but it just doesn't have as much sweetness to it because there wasn't a lot of sweetness from the mead to begin with. If you think about it, compared to an old-fashioned, what the mead is doing here is providing a lot of dilution and providing just as much sweetness as it's able to give if it has any to give. This is intriguing here. I would think, given this particular mead, your mileage is going to vary depending on what mead you would use for this recipe. And if this were a semi-sweet mead, I don't think that you would want to add any sort of modification to this. But I think that this would benefit from a touch of syrup. Maybe even a honey syrup specifically because we did use a mead as a base. Pro, what do you think? A little bit of honey syrup couldn't hurt? Possibly? I'm gonna go grab the honey syrup that I got, make sure that it's still good. This is not quite a 1-to-1 heavy syrup. This is a very heavy honey syrup. This is a 3-to-1 ratio of honey to water, not by weight, but by volume. Agreed, he says. So we'll add a couple of honey. So we'll add a little bit of honey back to the solution. I'll just throw in a bar spoon. Just a little bar spoon of this honey syrup. As opposed to other honey syrups, this one is a 3-to-1 ratio of honey to water by volume, not by weight. So this is pretty sugary. Pretty sugary. I don't remember which bar spoon I used to stir this thing, so. Snoopy being like, what about add some salt? With the salt. So if you added a little bit of salt, it's going to enhance some of those flavors, and it's going to dial back some of the dryness, maybe even some of the bitterness. This is not super bitter. I don't know if the salt is really going to do very much. If anything, this needs sweetness. If we're likening it to like an old-fashioned. So I'm going to add a bar spoon of heavy honey syrup. Stir this around a little bit. Just to see. And granted, so depending on what mead you are working with, depends on whether or not you would need to add extra sugar or perhaps something to counterbalance the sugar in this recipe. If you think about it, 2 whole ounces of rye whiskey is going to be pretty heavy on the booze. 2 whole ounces of your mead, depending on the aspects of the mead, is either going to be too sweet, might be a little not sweet enough, might be a little bit on the drier side. This is more of a drier mead, so if you're using a dry mead like I'm using here, you might want to add a little bit of syrup after the fact. Whether it's a simple syrup, a honey syrup, some other syrup that you might. If you had an apple syrup, I feel like the apple syrup would go really, really well here. All right, let's give that a try and see where we got with it. My fingers are very sticky. Snoopy being like, what about, haters' tears. Tears of the haters. I don't got no tears of the haters. All of my haters are on that side of the cameras, and they're just welling in their own tears. If you're a hater, you're not welcome at my bar anyway, so you won't find them here. But I love the thought. Ryan being like, you've heard of Lyme's disease. I now present Lemon's disease. Stop. You got that one. I'll get to you. All right, let's try it with a little bit extra honey syrup to go on top of it to complement the flavors of honey that are going into this. Now, I would say that it is a little bit disingenuous to utilize a honey syrup with honey that didn't come from the original batch of the mead. If I had my way and I had to pull from the same batch of honey, I would take one batch of honey and I would section off most of it for the mead. I'd ferment that mead, I'd make it into the Mead-hatten, and then if I needed to sweeten it extra, instead of back sweetening the mead, I would take some of the honey that I still had, and I would make it into a syrup and add it after the fact, if I had the end cocktail in mind. That's if I was making my own mead, and right now I haven't made my own mead. Maybe one of these days. Let's give it a try. Bar spoon extra of honey syrup. Okay. Getting a little bit closer. I think the spice notes that I was getting from the mead, in particular, a subtle clove and mild nutmeg, I'm tasting a little bit more of now than I did before. It's less rye, more mead. And I think the more syrup that I add to this, without going overboard, I'll taste more of the flavors from the mead as opposed to the flavors from the rye, you know? I see Prowolf out there saying, it was local honey from apiaries by my home. Dude. I'm not saying that anything about this recipe needs to change necessarily. And if I had to do it all over again, I would love to use the honey that went into the mead in the syrup as well, if I needed to back sweeten it. And I only had this honey syrup because of the derby that we made a little while ago. That brown derby, I was like last week or the week before. That was so good. I still had some left over because honey doesn't really go bad, and I only added a little bit of water to this, all things considered. I see Zero Signal on the YouTube side popping in with a big ol' hi. Welcome to the Bar with an X. I'm working on a cocktail request from our friend Prowolf, who gave me some mead a while back, specifically this Purple Stag Cyser mead, which was made from not just honey, but also apples as well. I think, for my semblance, I'm gonna add one more bar spoon of honey syrup and see whether that hits the sweet spot. The top of my mason jar just fell to the floor, so I'm gonna get another one because I know the floor is not clean. Let's do one more bar spoon of honey syrup and see if I hit the sweet spot. And only because I'm getting technical with this, because I'm adding the syrup not in the beginning and I'm adding it after the fact, there is a bit extra dilution, a bit extra water in the cocktail because I'm stirring it with the ice cube. So if this were more in the experimental phase, I probably would have not put this over ice if I thought that I needed to change it ahead of time. But that's just semantics. Because if you think about it, as I stir, not only am I incorporating the syrup, making it a little bit more sweeter, but I'm also adding dilution and water, making it correspondingly less sweet while adding the sweetness at the same time. But it's semantics. It's semantics. A total of, what was it, 2 bar spoons of honey syrup at this point. Yeah. Yeah, that is even more forward on those mead flavors. Like, every bar spoon of honey syrup that I add is accenting the flavors that are coming from the mead, which to me are rather spice forward. It's a little bit of clove, it's a little bit of nutmeg. Not picking up a lot on the honey notes from the mead itself, nor the apple notes, but the most prominent notes that I were getting that was shadowed by the rye in the original implementation was rectified by adding just a touch of syrup. But I think that's where I'm going to leave this. I think that this is for an old-fashioned style cocktail, I would say that this is the right level of sweetness. So that is the recipe that is on the screen, plus, let me modify it a little bit. Because we got one extra ingredient. This is 2 bar spoons. 2 bar spoons, which I think I have as 2 bar spoons? Bar spoons? I think a bar spoon is considered milliliters. I think it's milliliters. I think I add a teaspoon here. I'm going to do BSP. Bar spoons. 2 bar spoons, or about 10 milliliters. I see Aiden Martin popping in, by the way, saying, I thought that was acid, honestly. Oh, wait, acid? What, this liquid drink? I've never seen acid that's liquid before. You're very detailed. Thank you. I try to be. This is kind of my career at this point, so try to be as detailed as I can for the folks who are able to comprehend it. Welcome in, by the way. If you ever have questions at all, feel free to ask me. I'm like 2 drinks in, so I might not be that good at explaining, but I will try my best. Honey syrup. This is technically a 3-to-1 by volume. No, yes, by volume, not by weight. By volume. So I'll add that into the recipe. It's going to be a little bit big for the... It's going to be a little bit too big for the recipe card up on the screen, but I'm just going to conveniently ignore that. I think, honestly, dude, overall, so, Pro, I've never had a mead that was forward on spice notes. I've never had a mead that's forward on spice notes. Not in the way that it's like baking spices, like that clove and nutmeg. I really appreciate this. This is like a wintry, rye, old-fashioned in a way, accented by some of those more complex flavors of the honey beneath. That's kind of cool. I appreciate you sharing this with me. And I appreciate you sharing the mead with me too. It's incredibly unique because it's uniquely yours. And for that, I am greatly appreciative. Dude, cheers to that. I love it. Now, what I will do is I need to grab another top for my mason jar over here because the previous top to it fell on the floor and it got all weird and hairy. So I will be back in the hottest of seconds. There should be a spare top right over here somewhere. Don't worry about any crazy sounds. Those sounds are just people that are not important. And by people that I say that are not important, that was a lie. All people are important. They were just inanimate objects. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. All right, my fingers are so sticky because this jar of honey syrup is incredibly sticky. So I need to clean up my fingers again, as I get to go through one of this other cocktail requests. Pro, thank you so much for your contribution to the bar with an X. I was so happy to give it a try. Alrighty then. So let me update real quick in my back end whose requests I have fulfilled. There's a couple of glitches happening right now, but that is okay. That is okay. Prowolf has made a cocktail request. If anybody else wants to make the cocktail request, I'll probably get to another one a little bit later. The command is !order, and you are more than welcome to throw that in there. I will not be looking at anything on our Discord server. I know we kind of had a thing in the past of folks putting their recipes in the Discord server, so I check things, but I typically don't check that because as I get drunker, I just don't want to dox myself, to be perfectly honest. So if you've got a recipe, use !order and put all of the details in that command. If you're on YouTube and you're reaching the character limit and YouTube's like, it's too many characters, just like put what you can there and then do the command again and it will just add to whatever recipe is already there. The more details that you can provide for me, the easier it is for me to make a cocktail. Because lo and behold, it's not just about throw ingredient X and Y together. I need more details, to be fair. I see Snoopy out there being, could you swap in Jim Beam Apple instead of the rye? You could. You totally could there. I would think that if you swapped in Jim Beam Apple specifically, I've had Jim Beam Apple before and is a lot more like forward on that apple flavor. I think, and I don't have Jim Beam Apple to cross compare this with, but if you did a swap between the Jim Beam Rye and the Jim Beam Apple and you did 2 ounces of the apple, this is going to be really, really apple forward. I think it might get some of the benefit from the clove and nutmeg notes that you get in there, but the Jim, like flavored spirits on their own tend to be a little bit more on the sweeter side. So I think if you swapped in the Jim Beam Apple for this recipe, just take out the honey syrup. I don't think you necessarily need it. If anything, if you do need any of the honey syrup in the way that it's presented here with that 3-to-1 ratio, you might need maybe, if you did a 1-to-1 honey syrup, maybe like a 1/4 ounce of honey syrup, if I'm thinking about that off the top of my head. Solid question, by the way. Solid question. So, what I have now is this is the first cocktail request of the evening, so I want to see if this command works. I should be able to click this button and take the recipe and put it right to the Discord server in case you want to track the recipe for yourself. And it totally works. Thanks for the drink request. There we go. There we go. It's right in the Discord server. There we go. With that being said, I have reason to believe that every cocktail request will have its recipe sent to the Discord server 2 weeks before the edits come out on TikTok, YouTube, or Instagram as a thanks for being a part of the community. So thank you for being a part of the community. That and Pro, thank you for making a cocktail request. Let's get back to the video game, shall we? We're continuing to play some Sonic Adventure 2 Battle and raising an absolute freaking champion. And I honestly don't remember what the heck I was doing, so I'm gonna... Oh, no. I came out of the garden because the moaning sounds of my children was getting annoying. Ryan saying, what do you get when you cross a polar bear with a seal? A good meal, I suppose. I think polar bears eat seals. Well, actually, I think they eat sea lions. I don't know whether or not they eat seals specifically. I think it's predatory. A polar bear. I get it now. Because the seal no longer exists. That just clicked with me. Oh my gosh. It's because the seal gets consumed by the polar bear. I like that. What's funny about that particular joke in general, like I knew it was coming, but the punchline still got me. That was good. I appreciate that, Ryan. I really do. Wow. That's great. Oh my goodness gracious. Anyways, what do I see out there? I think I saw, correct me if I'm wrong, but Kit Kat, did I see that you had a recipe out here in chat as well? I think I did see something. And I'm curious about it. Very curious about it. Bonus points, by the way, if the drink request that you've got is inspired by anything that's happened in your life. I know you were sharing that you had a new dog. I think you had a dog that you were fostering that got its new home today. Like, it's never a requirement, but bonus points for inspired drinks, either inspired by a video game, from a character that they're into, or some life event and whatnot. There is I don't know what the count is off the top of my head, but there is a cocktail account that I follow who specifically makes drinks inspired by, I want to say it's their relationships and stuff. I think they're often going around, like, you know, in the dating world and whatnot. And they'll sometimes create drinks inspired by a good date, a bad date, a good guy, a bad guy, or otherwise. I do not remember what account that is off the top of my head, but I know it is a female-presenting bartender, and there are many of them. There are many, but that is the only detail that I particularly remember about this particular user. And for that, I apologize. But it's kind of cool, actually. So I run one of the classes that I run on Uncommon is a retro gamer cocktail class, and I hadn't taught a class in a while because Q2 and Q3 are kind of on the slower end of things. But I go through and I basically describe how I take concepts from character to cocktail or otherwise, and you can draw inspiration for a bunch of different things, dude. I had somebody in my class yesterday be like, if you were to try to make a drink for Hedwig the Owl from Harry Potter, how would you do it? And I was like, dude, I thought about owl pellets, like the way that they regurgitate like the food that they've eaten. I thought malt balls, dude. And we took that concept and we ran with it. And it was really cool. It was a fun little thought experiment, mixologically speaking. Ryan being like, speaking of relationships, what's the difference between an outlaw and an in-law? I mean, like, I know what the difference is off the top of my head. Like, I didn't have to... When I married, I didn't necessarily gain an outlaw. Outlaws are wanted. Oh. I'm gonna give you a slight one for that, Ryan. I'm gonna give you a slight one. Because some people really appreciate their in-laws. Some people want their in-laws. As opposed to the other ones. I've got no qualms with my in-laws, personally. One of them's got beliefs that I choose not to talk about on the stream because it gets a little bit funky and I'm not trying to insult anybody. And the other one gave me, what did he give me the other day? He offered to make me a salmon burger. I thought that was very kind of him. I said no because I had already eaten like 3/4 of a mochi donut and filled myself up on coffee when we were helping out the other day. But yeah, you know, to each their own. I see Prowolf saying my wife says hello, and my not-so-wife, and I would say myself, says hello right on back. Much love from the X-Bar, a.k.a. Bar with an X, to the team that sometimes is twisted, sometimes is not, but oftentimes finds themselves in a twisted state. You know who you are. Knuckles, go out and get more skeletons. Get more skeletal dogs. I have no idea exactly how much longer it is going to be before we are done with all the Chao missions. I told you in the beginning, and I'm going to tell you again now, that these Chao missions are the most painstaking part of this entire game. I think the only thing that was as frustrating was specifically the Sonic levels. And I haven't done all of Cannon Corps' missions yet, which is like the final mission of the game. But I got a feeling it's going to be easier than this. At least less time consuming. That's what I'm thinking. Oh, dude. I am really excited to continue workshopping this drink that I'm working on for Knuckles the Echidna. I've pretty much got the concept down. It is going to be an Enzoni cocktail using Jamaican rum and adding not just one type of grape, but both types, two different types of grapes, red grapes and green grapes. And I say that because Knuckles is seen eating grapes, the green grapes specifically, in the Paramount anime, the Paramount show, and red grapes in various different game references. So I've got a couple of experiments going on specifically right now with red grapes and green grapes. And I want to get this concept down because I wanted to do drinks for stages in these games, like Pumpkin Hill, for example. But because of the fact that this is a Knuckles stage, I would want the Pumpkin Hill beverage to exist in reference to the Knuckles beverage. So I gotta figure out that one first before I move on to these other ones, you know? Ryan, like, no Ugandan Knuckles cocktail. I've gotta get, what was it? Waragi for it, but I haven't been able to find it yet. That's the national spirit of Uganda. I see David out there saying, what's up, Cam? I got a recipe for you once I finish it, and I think you might like it. Oh, dude, don't tempt me, David. Don't tempt me. When you've got it prepared, let me know. If it's ingredients that I don't currently have in my stock, I'm going to put the website out there real quick for you. If it's not something that I have, feel free to reach out to me ahead of time, and I can try to source those ingredients. And when you're ready for it, I've got a command right here in the live chat, !order, and you can put all the details next to it. So I've got everything that we might need for a chat request, dude. I love cocktail requests. And I'm looking forward to it, dude. All right. Another death. Let's go for it. I see Kit Kat out there saying, now I need to workshop a drink for each of my dogs. It's an interesting idea. And it might take you a little while, but take your time with it. Drinkspirations can be as detailed, as complicated, or as simple, or as not so detailed as you want them to be. And so long that it makes something that somebody in the world enjoys drinking, and somebody in the world appreciates the lore behind, if it's faithful and balanced in a way that somebody enjoys, I would consider that to be a success. But there's always space to improve, you know? Even some of the recipes that I put out. I've had this idea of going back to some of the recipes that I've published for games that I've already done, like the Undertale series or the Zelda series, and specifically try to go back and see if I can rebalance those cocktails and improve upon them, because I'm a heck of a lot better a mixologist now than I was over a year ago. And sometimes these recipes need a little bit of a revamp. I've been reading, I've recently finished going through the first time this book called Tropical Standard, which is this sort of spiritual successor to Liquid Intelligence, another book that is very, very detailed on the craft cocktail mixology art in terms of chemistry and science and measurements and specificity and whatnot. Tropical Standard kind of applies these same lessons from Liquid Intelligence to tiki drinks instead, which tend to have a lot of fruit juices to them, a lot of ingredients to them, specific spirits and whatnot to them as well. And one of the things that one of the things that Tropical Standard mentioned was that one of the tiki fathers, the fathers of tiki, I don't remember whether it was Don the Beachcomber or Trader Vic, specifically had versions of his recipes that evolved over the years, whether that's in the ingredients that they were using, the specific versions of the ingredients that they were using, the recipe, the ratios that they were mixing the ingredients in. I want to say that toward the latter half of the book, when they were doing a little bit of a deep dive on, again, I can't remember off the top of my head, it was Don Beach or Trader Vic. I can't remember Trader Vic's full name either off the top of my head. But they talk about the versions of Fasciola syrup that they used. And they had a variety of different colors, whether it was a red Fasciola or other Fasciolas. I really don't know what the colors are off the top of my head. But they evidently went through a couple of different iterations of those ingredients, and some of those ingredients were published, and some of them were not. So it winds up leaving us guessing, you know? I see Fi All the Duck popping in right here, saying, hello, folks. Welcome in, Fi. Am I correct in saying Fi? I believe that is the Greek letter at the very front of your name there. Welcome in. Or it might be, if Fi is pronounced PH, it might be Fallate duck? Phalliate duck. Phalliate duck. I'm gonna call you Phallic. I'm gonna go with it until you correct me otherwise. Welcome in, Fal. Prowolf saying gonna head to bed. Thanks for the drinks. Absolutely. Thank you for the recipe, my dude. I've got a pretty damn good cocktail here because of your mead and your contribution, so I am thankful for it. Thank you. Phallic saying that is correct with the laughing face. I got you. I got you. I was in a fraternity. Still technically am. So technically, I can read Greek lettering. Although I will only acknowledge messages that are in English or something that I can translate appropriately because I don't want to inadvertently insult somebody. But welcome in nonetheless, Fi. Ryan saying, so if cocktails can evolve, does that mean drinking them is like catching a Pokemon? Yes. Next question. Cocktails for Pokemon? It's coming. It's a very large project. A very, very, very large project. We were talking earlier about One Piece specifically, and the fact that there's over 1,000-something different episodes. There's over 1,000-something different Pokemon, and I'm gonna say it right here, chat. I would like to make a drink for every single Pokemon. Every single form of every single Pokemon. And because I am committed to making non-alcoholic beverages as well as alcoholic beverages now, so that if everybody's included, there will be over 2,000 Pokemon drinks one day. If I've survived that long. But I'm down for it. One of these days. Prowolf like, you're welcome and good night. Right back at you, dude. You're a madman. Yeah, man, I am. I remember I was in the comments section with the Sin City bartender, one of the other nerdy bartenders out in this niche that we call ours. And I think he did some drinks inspired by some of the starter Pokemon from, I want to say the original 3 games, Red, Yellow, Blue. I think that's the Kanto region. I get Kanto and Johto mixed up, so apologies if I did. But he put out some drinks inspired by some of the starters and their evolutions, and I was like, oh, I kind of teased him a little bit. I was like, oh, what, man? You're not going to do one for every single Pokemon? With the, you know, the crying, laughing emoji, whatever. And he was like, dude, you'd be a madman. You would have to be drinking things all the time. Multiple drinks a day to be able to present that. And I'm like, you know, like, this is by no means a one-man task. Like, I'm just saying, if somebody out there is trying to make a drink dex, which I know there was one person on Reddit who was making a drink for every single Pokemon, and I don't think that they ever completed it. And if they did, they didn't do all of the Pokemon. I would love to be a part of that. And I would say that I have a whole community behind me who would also like to be a part of that. I'm not the only nerdy drinker in this Discord server. In the over, what is it, 20-something thousand people who follow me on all the socials, I am not the only person out there who is into inspired drinks inspired by their favorite video game characters, concepts, and more. No, don't eat the skull fruit. Nope, you're not allowed. Nope, no, Frank, no, 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 no. No, do not eat the skill fruit. Stop that. Stop it. Dude. No. No. This is for your lover. Not for you. Lover, don't run away. God, kids, am I right? Jeez. Wow. No, eat the... Dude. Consume. Ozio, like, bet. I finally figured out how to get the vertical. You press on your profile pic. I followed you on TikTok, and you're really popular on there. I am. I've got like 14,000 followers on TikTok right now. And I earn money from the videos. Speaking of my most recent disgruntlage with TikTok, because TikTok is... I do not like TikTok as a platform. I'm gonna be totally honest about that. Every single piece of feedback you get from TikTok about being a creator on the platform is vague, unhelpful, and disheartening. One of the most recent Infinity Bottle posts, which is number 39, with the second edition of Spicy Pickle Vodka, was disqualified for being, and I quote, low effort, unoriginal, low quality content. And when I was like, I don't think so, they were like, oh yeah, no, we think so. Appeal rejected. And I was like, all right, dude. Like the only consequence of it is that I don't make any earnings off of the video. If it pops off and people like it, then I don't earn any cash from it. But honestly, for the 3 or 4 years that I was on TikTok prior to getting monetized, like, I didn't make any money on it anyway, so it's not really a big hit. But I was like, you're calling it low quality? Like, I wish that if somebody called your content low quality and it sucks, that they would give you feedback. But it's the same exact thing as if somebody randomly on YouTube says, your content sucks, or just drops a dislike with no means, no criticism to improve. It's the same exact thing. So, like, that's just kind of how the world works. Ryan, like, gotta love the CCP. Oh, yeah, gotta love the Community College of Philadelphia. Now, I know you're referring to China, but the CCP is also right here in Philadelphia. A little bit. A little bit. All right. What is your run level at? You were almost at run level 99. We gotta keep grinding. Gotta keep grinding. I believe it. I believe it. Oh, I just, I bought these fruits already. I gotta go back. Back to Pumpkin Hill. Ryan saying, what are the orange bars in the Chao skills now? That is that yellow bar rolling over.
Stage select.
So after the yellow part, after the bar gets full on yellow, it starts filling up on orange, oddly enough. Now, I don't know off the top of my head, like, what the maximum of this is. Actually, no, I'm not even gonna pretend. No reference. I have no idea what happens after the fact, because despite how much I played this game as a kid, I was never able to get all 180 emblems. I was never able to get a Chaos Chao, and I would like to accomplish both of those things here during this playthrough. I make no guarantees about the Chaos Chao, but for the emblems, that is the goal. Maybe we come back in a while to do the, specifically the Chaos Chaos as a ladder thing. I will not be switching games until I am completely done with all of these emblems, which puts me at a little bit of a disadvantage because I'm still workshopping Sonic the Hedgehog drinks. Ryan being like, floating point overflow. Not quite floating point overflow. If you think about it, as opposed to floating point, because I know floating point has a pretty high, like, value of things, I would think it more like a, Uint 16 overflow. Or even, let's make it simpler, like Uint 8 overflow. Actually, maybe it's more like Uint 16. Come to think of it, off the top of my head. Because I think the, on the bar, I don't have the bar in front of me right now, so it's not very easy to articulate, but on the Chao stats bar, there is a level, and there is a number of points. I think the number of points isn't represented by the bar. I think it's the number of, it's the level progress. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not an expert. Now, another thing to note that we haven't quite discovered here yet, canonically, is that when you were playing this game, the Chao can be reborn. Chao can die and reincarnate and come back to life, and when they do, they regain some of their stats, but the maximums of the stats, if I'm correct in saying, increase in a way. So if Clementine gets to a point where they are at the end of their life, and they die and reincarnate, which is based off of a random value anyway, so we can just, like, save spam and come back and make sure that they survive, we might be able to get Clementine to reincarnate, and despite the fact that the levels are going to be lower, the maximums of those levels are going to be higher, if that made any sense at all. This is drink number 3 of the night, so in case I'm not articulating something that makes sense, feel free to ask the question again, and I will try my best to answer another time. I'm gonna drink some water. Ryan likes her, they're like, Dio, is that a motherfucking JoJo reference? If so, you've earned it, dude. You have earned it. Did Dio really, like, die and come... Well, I guess he did, didn't he? Yeah. Yeah. No stands in Sonic yet, though. Yet. Alright, I'm here for... There is absolutely nothing that I want from here. No round fruits for my champion. No skill fruits. No otherwise. Alright. I'm out of here. I would love to see a Chao with time powers. I think that'd be really cool. Honestly, there is so much that they could do with the Chao system that they developed specifically for this game. I mean, they actually, technically, the Chao Garden system originated as the A-Life system, the artificial life system in a Knights game. Then they improved it for the Chao in Sonic Adventure 1, and they improved it even further in Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. But it's just kind of stayed stagnant since then. I'd love to see another Chao Garden game, personally. Aziel out there being like, I never understood JoJo and couldn't get into it. Might give it another shot. JoJo is just one of those things that it is high energy, episodic. Like, something about the fact that everybody's got their own stand and every single stand is unique kind of appeals to me in kind of the same way that collectathon games appeal to me. But it doesn't really make sense there is some rationale that you can pull between episodes and the way that characters interact with each other and the way that technically stands have their own nuances and abilities and personalities and otherwise that would allow you to rationalize that JoJo's Bizarre Adventure isn't actually that bizarre at all. However, that would make more sense to me as a drunk man than it would be a sober man. And I watched JoJo's Bizarre Adventure while I was stone cold sober. Would I watch it again while drunk? Yes. Any day. Any day. Oh, somebody... Okay, who wants to breed with... Who are you again? Are you Panera? Wait, where's my champion? Where's my champion? Create more offspring, my dear champion. Nope, don't you do... nope, you're not gonna do it. Nope, you. Create more offspring. Yes? Yes? Yeah. No?! This is a lesson in consent, chat. You can lead a horse to sex, but you cannot make them engage in the act. This is a metaphor. Let's go back to Pumpkin Hill, shall we? Ryan saying, I watched the first 2 seasons of JoJo, and then I lost interest as soon as it turned to modern day. I could see that whole historical aspect as adding a certain layer to the narrative that appeals to a certain individual. I think I watched JoJo from the beginning, and it only really started getting interesting for me after they introduced the stands. And I think that's pretty cool. Now, I don't know off the top of my head if JoJo's Bizarre Adventure has any video games, because I specifically do video game-inspired drinks unless otherwise noted for special causes, like charity events, like the one that we have coming up on July 12th. Saturday at 11 a.m. That's whatever time it is for you right now, minus about 13 hours. But I could totally see making drinks inspired by stands. And one of the reasons that I think it'd be a little bit easier for me as an inspired cocktail mixologist is because all of the stands, I believe, are references to bands, like folks that play music or particular songs. And there's a lot of inspiration that you can pull from songs, individuals, bands, and otherwise. If a character is super duper tropey, it's kind of hard to pull inspiration if their design is basic, if their backstory is basic, if everything about them has been done 1,000 times over by other people. So for deep lore, I'll take what I can get. Ryan's saying, I thought we were getting a new Berserk-esque show, but no, they had to ruin it with stands. I would say that I liked it better with stands. But to Ryan's point, almost every stand is a pun on a band, musician, or song, which to me, as a mixologist, winds up giving me inspiration for drinks inspired by them. A while back, actually, I did create a repertoire of drinks inspired by an album released by a rock band a little while back when I was doing some work for my father for his record company. None of those drinks ever got published. The menu that I created for it also never got published. But I was talking to him recently, and he was like, you know, it'd be really cool if we got you on our record company website. And I was like, how does that make sense for you? You're a record company. I'm a video game-inspired cocktail mixologist. How does this work? And he was like, you're my son. I would like to make it work. And I was like, Dad. Dad. So it's possible. It's possible. Might be some drinks inspired by artists. I don't know. I don't know. At this point, I take my cocktails on commission basis only. Otherwise, it is just a suggestion, and I offer no guarantee. So if you got a favorite band, and you want their songs on their album inspired by for a cocktail as manifested as cocktails, by all means, let me know. I take commissions. And you would be the first. Also, I think we got ads starting in a hot minute. I think what I'm going to do, while the ads are happening, I'm going to continue feeding Clementine. But otherwise, I'll do nothing. We'll just feed the Chao. That's all I'll do. I'll go to the store. I'll get them some food. I'll come back, and I will feed them. Other than that, nothing funky. You're not missing a darn thing. Ryan saying, Pepper Coyote. Alexa, who is Pepper Coyote?
Last.fm. Pepper Moody, also known as Pepper Arthur on Second Life, is an American furry musician who lives in Phoenix, Arizona.
Oh, they fucking... Phoenix, Arizona. That's all I got. Wow, who did it? Nice job. Which one was you? Buddy? Buddy and Panera had a baby. Sorry, ad break. I will not hatch the child. I will not hatch them. Not just yet. Instead, I will just feed Clementine. I'm gonna go to the store. I'm gonna feed Clementine. Ryan saying, you should look him up off stream. It's hilarious. Exclamation point suggest. I don't want to forget. I don't want to forget. I look through every single suggestion comment, by the way. Every single one of them. If it's something that I can actually act upon, I will add an emoji reaction to note that I've seen this. Sometimes there's discussion that happens in that thread. That's okay. But if I acted upon it, emoji reaction. I do that for you. For free. Oh, that looks so... Oh, it's such a pretty egg. I have no cash. I have no cash. Instead of spending all this money, I really hope that I don't run out of money to give my Chao the fruits. Because every time I buy a full thing of Chao fruit, I lose 1,000 rings. Oh, man. Oh, I really, really hope I don't get to a point where I have to go and grind for rings. Because that would really suck. Man. Little Saw popping in on the YouTube side. Little Saw here. How goes it, everybody? Saw, welcome back, dude. It is a pleasure seeing you at the Bar of the Next again. I missed you, man. How are you doing? How are you doing? I know you're making progress on your content and whatnot, too. I've been seeing those messages and self-promote. I've been seeing them. I hope you're doing well out there, Saw. And I hope you're keeping cool amidst the heat, which I think is affecting all of us right now. I was just commenting on the fact that, oh, actually, I'm on an ad break right now, so technically I'm not supposed to be producing content, but I'm just feeding my champion food. That's all that's happening. Ryan asking, have you heard of Wesley Willis by chance? Alexa? 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 Who is Wesley Willis?
Wesley Lawrence Willis was an American musician and visual artist. Diagnosed with schizophrenia in 1989, Willis began a career as an underground singer-songwriter in the outsider music tradition.
Ah. A schizophrenic artist who went underground. Can't say I've heard of him, but I am mighty intrigued. I see the Dish Queen popping in chat. Godspeed, Cam. Godspeed to you, Dish Queen. I don't know if you can hear me because there are ads running right now, but if you can hear me, I will have to do dishes tomorrow. Hard facts of life. But it's okay. When I'm doing dishes, I will be live on TikTok. Because TikTok is not allowed to have drink content, so instead you get the remnants of the drink content. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. Dish, it is good to see you. It reminds me that I will have dishes to do tomorrow, and I was just reminding everybody that if you want to see me do dishes, which is not really that exciting, I do it on TikTok. Because TikTok doesn't like alcohol, and when I'm doing dishes, it is the remnants of the alcohol stream that happens the day before. Oh, also, Panera and Buddy had a baby, and the baby just hatched. Where is it, though? Oh, there you are! It is a beautiful, tiny, shiny, white Chao. I have 3 unnamed Chaos right now. I think that's beautiful. Why are you eating the fruit? Stop it! No. This is reserved for my champion. This is reserved for my champion. Do not eat the special fruits. Oh my goodness. It's for my champion only. Gosh. Saw out there saying, I've been pretty awesome. Still in the process of moving, and the Skyward Sword is a long game. Summer's definitely throwing some sinus attacks, but I've been coping through it. Dude, take as much time as you need. The content is fire. The move is important for at least the general well-being of you as an individual. So I vibe with that. Good on you, Saw. Good on you. Just saying, what a beautiful, tiny little thing. Yeah, we try our best here. We try to make good-looking offspring here in WithAnX Gardens. It's eugenics. Don't let anybody convince you otherwise. This is very, 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 very illegal. I mean, look at these fruits here. It literally looks like living beings' head. You can't see that from here. Look at that. Looks like the Chao's head. Ryan saying, shit, it's midnight. Gotta head to bed. Have a great rest of the stream. And everyone else, don't let your meat loaf. This is my meat, chat. It's right here on my face. I do not know if it is loafing. But if it is, Ryan has warned you otherwise. So, thanks for popping in, Ryan. Appreciate it. We'll see you here Wednesday. Otherwise, are you bagpiping on Wednesday? One of these days, Ryan. Don't feel pressured to do so. But I would love to hear, I would love to be serenaded by your bagpipes. I'm gonna let that rest for the night. Thanks for popping in, dude. He is bagpiping on Wednesday. Oh my goodness. Oh my good golly McDougal. Was it McDougal? McDougal? I don't remember which Mick it was. Man. Jay asked, any pipers? What are we talking about this the other time? There is a specific word. Oh, I forgot. I forgot what it was. There's specific words for the specific columns that come off of a bagpipe. And we were talking about this last time. Ryan was educating me and I completely forgot about them. McLeod, that's it. McLeod. Or MacLeod. Is it McLeod or McLeod? I think it's McLeod. I think it's what it is. I'm slowly learning. 7 repetitions. That's apparently what it takes for an average human being. Man. I see the USSR guy out there popping in YouTube for the first time, seeing the shorts. How do you come up with your drink ideas? Like my cocktail ideas? Is that your question, USSR guy? Because I have an entire... Dude, that is the question I have been waiting to be asked. If you're talking about any of the original drink ideas that come out of the Bar with an X, I have, and I hope I have a link for it. Do I have a link for it? Oh, where's my button? I do not know where my button is. I apparently don't have a button for this. Let me see if this works. Hold up a second. I'm gonna type a message in chat. If anybody is ever curious about literally any original recipe from the Bar with an X, I have an entire cocktail blog where I give every single detail of every inspiration I use for these recipes, all of the workshopping that goes into these recipes. Admittedly, it is totally info dump and way too much for anybody to reasonably comprehend. But if you ever wondered, it is all there on my website. CameroxnWithAnX.com/cocktails. It is sorted by game, it is sorted by character, and I've got things from a couple of different game series right now. If you ever have a suggestion for a game to play or a character to cover, !suggest. It sends a message right to our Discord server, and I read every single one of those, and I catalog them just in case. Thank you, USSR guy. I've been wanting to plug that for a hot minute. Anyways, back to Pumpkin Hill. More food for our guy. Ryan reminding us for the bagpipe. It is chanters, drones, and blowpipes. Those are the ones. Those are the ones. Sabi and like McLeod reminds me of Fox McLeod. Close. Very, very close. Jay saying, are the meat pics on the site? Oh, pics of my meat? No, but you can actually take a picture of my meat when I'm flagellating it, swapping it, slapping it, or anything else by using ! Screenshot. And I'll send it right to the Discord. Look. You could have gotten a photo if you used the command. And that works on YouTube now, by the way. Yeah, dude, it's wild. I see USSR guys saying, I see you coming up with these interesting inspired drinks, but I wanted to know what is going on in your head, like what you think, what you come up with, and what your drinks taste and feel. Oh, yeah, dude. Oh, every single original recipe has an entire blog post on the website. Now, I only blog about the recipes that I or the other mixologists here create. Most of them inspired by video games. For the type of stuff that I do, like in the very beginning of the stream, I just steal it from somebody else, and I give it a try so that I can make sure that my palate is up to date on what things taste like and in certain combinations. But yeah, I think I and the Bar with an X have about 70-something original cocktail recipes right now, and if I'm being honest, my goal by the end of the year was 200 original recipes, and I am not on track for making that goal. But that's okay. We got to play some Sonic games along the way, and honestly, this has been an absolute joy, and I like it. Saw out there saying, but dude, I just came back from the city last weekend to make from some shrimp stew. The crabs tasted awesome. fresh off the boat as well. Oh, dude. I had shrimp scampi for dinner this evening, Saw. And the question that occurred to me was, what the heck is a scampi? And evidently, a scampi can be any seafood, but most prominently, langoustine, which I think is the Italian word for crawfish and prawn, or shrimp. Or I think maybe lobster. I think lobster scampi is a thing. And I'm jealous, Saw. I have never been to New Orleans. I've always wanted to go because I love the cocktail culture there. I think Tales of the Cocktail happens in... No! The baby fell! Oh! Oh my god, he fell. It's okay. It's okay. We'll recover from this. We'll recover from this. It is okay. Anyways, yeah, dude. Seafood, cocktail culture? Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, please. Oh, man. Jay out there saying better to aim high and to miss, to be honest. For the moon, saying Ryan, even if you miss, you'll still be among the stars. Dude, encouraging words. I love it. I love it. We try to be as encouraging as we can here at the Bar of the Next. Shoot for your dreams, my guy. I see a USSR guy out there saying, who have been your inspirations? Any mixologists that you feel need a shout out? My favorite is How to Drink. Oh, yeah, dude. Top of the list. Top of the list of my personal inspirations are Greg from How to Drink. He's been doing game-inspired recipes. He's been doing his drink content. He quit his job as an AV guy, as an editor, to specifically pursue How to Drink, and it supports his family. It's a full-time job for his editor, Meredith, his coworker, and some of the other folks who work on the show. Absolute top inspiration. If I had to pick one inspiration, it is Greg from How to Drink. Second below that, we have the Sin City bartender, who I think is the top video game-inspired mixologist, cocktail mixologist on socials right now. I have been watching his content for years, and I have gotten so many ideas from watching his specific drinks, whether to improve upon them, whether to do my own riffs on them, or whether to try them myself. And below that, because they're not technically active anymore, is this website called The Drunken Moogle. That's not just one person, that's a bunch of bartenders, mixologists, and otherwise, who have been doing this video game-inspired drink things far before any of those other folks got their start. So in order, it's Greg from How to Drink, Jason, the Sin City bartender, and all the folks behind the Drunken Moogle, the Tumblr blog that's no longer mostly active. And there's some smaller creators out there like myself. We've got myself, who do video game-inspired cocktails. We've got the Nerdy Tavern. We've got the Makeshift Tavern. We've got the Drunken Fist. We've got, oh god, who else is out there making inspired drinks? Those are the folks that I can think of off the top of my head. We stand upon the shoulders of giants. I would be a pretentious asshole if I didn't say who I got inspiration from. And I get inspired by people all the time. And if I ever get inspired by somebody and their drinks, it will most definitely be in that blog post. I like to give credit where credit is due. I hope that answered your question, by the way. Sorry if I ranted a little bit. Jay out there saying, if you go to the bar, cure. Wait, where? Where was this? Toter makes... T-O-T-R? Oh, T-O-T-R makes bangers? I don't think I understand that. Oh, I gotta do hand flicks right now. Thank you, Jay. T-R-T-R? I'm trying to think of it off the top of my head. I see Nevermind popping in saying, hey, Cam, do you or have you used any shrubs in your cocktails? Oh, truffles on the rocks. Oh, dude, truffles on the rocks, Jay. Oh, absolutely. Nevermind, to answer your question, have I used any shrubs? I have only ever used... No, actually. I have not used any shrubs in cocktails. Shrubs are essentially vinegar-based liqueurs or sweet syrups in a way? I am not too well read up on shrubs in particular. Essentially, they are vinegar-based ingredients or liqueurs. I did have a drink back when I did Paper Mario, specifically the Smorg cocktail, which used not... It wasn't switch... No. It wasn't shrub. It was a switchel, and a switchel is vinegar and molasses, I want to say, and some sort of wine. I want to say that's it. I have an entire book called... Oh, let me find it, dude. Let me find it. It is... There we go. Never mind. I have this book called Wild Drinks and Cocktails by Emily Hahn, and there is an entire chapter on oxymels, shrubs, and swishels, and I am still learning about the difference between all of them. Shrubs are essentially oxymels, utilize honey. Oxymels always use honey. Honey and vinegar is essentially an oxymel. A shrub is vinegar and sugar, essentially. And switchel looks like it is essentially spirits. Oh, molasses. And some other things and whatnot. Highly recommend this. This Wild Drinks and Cocktails by Emily Hahn. Hahn, H-A-N. H-A-N. Yeah. I hope that answered your question, too. Bungus, welcome in, by the way. Truffles on the Rocks from Jay Navas. Cure is in New Orleans. I'm going to bookmark that right now, dude. Oh, right now. USSR guy saying, as a question after break, do you like to see more on YouTube chat or Twitch chat? And do you stream on other platforms than the main ones? I stream on... To answer your question, USSR guy, I appreciate it. I stream on Twitch and YouTube on Mondays and Wednesdays. That's when I do the cocktail show here when I'm playing a video game, taking cocktail requests, doing the infinity bottle. I also stream on TikTok, typically on Tuesdays and Thursdays when I'm doing dishes, the dishes that I generate during the Monday and Wednesday streams, because TikTok does not like alcoholic content. Do I appreciate more on one side than the other? No, whatever's easiest for you. You're in the vertical chat right now. There is also a horizontal chat. Whatever works best for you. If you enjoy watching on horizontal, specifically on Twitch, fine by me. If you enjoy talking on the vertical chat on YouTube, totally fine by me. Do whatever is best for you. I try to make the stream experience as equal between both platforms, and admittedly, I am still working on that. But Jay, you were saying Cure in New Orleans. Cure Bar New Orleans? There we go. Oh, evidently, I already have that place bookmarked. Incredible. Incredible. God, I freaking love talking about cocktail mixology, y'all. No offense to the One Piecers out there, but I like talking more about cocktail mixology than One Piece. However, I like talking about Sonic the Hedgehog more. Less than I like talking about cocktails in general. I like talking about Sonic the Hedgehog so much that I got a whole podcast with my bro Lycos Lore. It's called Lorex. If you want the link, hit me up. Exclamation point podcast. USSR guy saying, to be honest, I'm more of an Eggman guy. Dude, USSR, let me throw a question in your direction. I'm getting the vibe that you are an appreciator of alcoholic or non-alcoholic mixological beverages. If you had to make a drink inspired by Eggman, what has to be in that drink? Because I have a concept that I'm working on. I don't have it completely fleshed out yet, but I would love to hear your thoughts on it. And that applies to anybody else. If anybody else would like to pop in on the prompt, by all means, feel free to do so. We are a mixological community. Sometimes, y'all got really, really good ideas. And I take them as my own, and I run with them, and don't credit anybody. Just kidding. That was facetious. Sasan, you're right about the shrimp scampi, though. It's widely loved around the area. However, it's almost never shown in Italy, though, because of its American invention. Is shrimp scampi made in America? When I was looking at the Wikipedia article earlier, it said that the term scampi comes from Italy, specifically from the Italian word langoustine, which I think meant like prawn or crawfish or something. I didn't realize that shrimp scampi was an American invention. And the only reason we got it, too, was we use this app called Too Good To Go, and Anna and I get basically discount groceries, and Amazon-owned Whole Foods had a prepared goods random grab bag, and a part of it was some mushroom stroganoff, some spaghetti and meatballs, some shrimp scampi, and some herb potatoes. Herb roasted potatoes. They're very tasty. Very, very tasty. Bob the Alien, welcome in, my guy. Jay out there being like, putting the cum in community. I don't know if anybody's ever listened to Welcome to the Cum Zone. I will not be saying any more on the topic. Ozzy L saying, Pirate Bay or 99 shot bottle. I'm at racetrack. Yeah. I've been meaning to get every single 99 flavor. There's like at least I think there's at least a dozen of them. I only have 99 bananas right now. There are so many people in this community who have threatened to put 99 bananas in the bottle, and not a single one of you guys has been fast enough to make it happen. I'm waiting for it. RIP to Big Callan earlier, who has enough points for adding 99 bananas, but they were in the shower when the Infinity Redemption happened earlier in the stream, so whoops. Ozzy saying, which one should I get? Oh, Pirate Bay versus 99? Dude, you have more optionality with 99. There's a bunch of different flavors of 99. I don't know enough about Pirate Bay. I assume it's, I assume that Pirate Bay is rum-based, because I think they do a coconut rum, or a coconut-based spirit. 99, I want to say, is schnapps-based, and I don't know exactly what the base of that spirit is, like what it's distilled from, but I think you have more options with 99. So pick a flavor that you like, and see if there's a 99 version of them. Off the top of my head, I think there's a 99 cherry, a 99 bananas, a 99 grape, a 99 whipped cream, maybe a 99 banana, melon. That makes sense off the top of my head. I don't know. I don't know. I see David out there saying, do a fizz or sour for Eggman. There we go, because it has egg white in it. I like the vibe. I like that. USSR guy saying, I think Eggman and Sonic have some private time to drink and chill and just talk about things before they begin the shenanigans between them two. I believe that. I would agree with you if I didn't have the context of the comics. I've dove in, what's the word for dive in the, I have dived, I don't know if that is proper grammar or proper English, into the IDW comics as of late, and purely seeing how Eggman without his memory interacts with Sonic, and Eggman with his memories interacts with Sonic. I don't think they ever have quality time canon-wise. So if anything, if I were to take this in a drinkspiration sort of way, their drinks have nothing to do with one another. There's absolutely no correlation between a Sonic drink and an Eggman drink, at least in my interpretation. Eggman #1, dude, USSR. Man. Saw out there saying that evidently Scampi is in both countries, however, Italy is more likely to look more into the specific flavor of the langoustines as opposed to America. I learn something new every day. Never mind saying the first thing that comes to mind with Eggman is always, the soup is cold and the salad is hot. Wonder if a food recipe can be done with it. Is that like a Snap Cube reference? Never mind. The soup is cold and the salad is hot. I don't know what I would do with that. I mean, I know exactly what I would do with that if I have just that as the interpretation. I would try to find some salad that incorporates an egg and try to associate those flavors into the salad. But like, just from what I've got on Eggman so far, basing his drink off of an egg salad just doesn't feel appropriate. Not from what I got. Ozzy being like they only got the banana. Jordan Meeker saying dough. Jordan Meeker, Jordan M, welcome back. Good to have you back here. Ozzy saying, oh, apparently they only have the banana, but I'm not a big fan of a banana. Well, by process of elimination, go for the Pirate Bay. Or Parrot Bay. You said it's Parrot Bay, not Pirate Bay, right? Oh, Pirate Bay is a pirating website. What the heck is Parrot Bay? Parrot Bay. Parrot Bay rum? Oh, they have a few different flavors. Oh my. Oh, okay. Parrot Bay rum is only $7? At O'Darby's, apparently. Interesting. Passion fruit, mango, key lime. Yeah, by process of elimination, go with the Parrot Bay. I've never heard of Parrot Bay before. Where are you, Clementine? There you are, buddy. All right. Saw out there saying, reminds me, I still gotta drop the recipe for that marinara in the food channel. Oh, please do, my guy. Jordan M saying, been a bit, glad to see you still on the grind. Oh yeah, dude, I am in it for the long haul. If you didn't know already, I made an announcement about a month ago that I quit my job to do this stuff full time. The grind is real. And I would say I've never been better, but I recently had an anxiety attack the other day. So, first time since I quit my job. First time since I quit my job. But after the fact, everything was nice and smooth sailing. Just needed to space things out a little bit. It was good stuff. USSR guy out there saying, what about me? What about you? Oh, I was saying Eggman #1. I would say that my favorite villain... Oh, well. I'm thinking about it a little bit more now. You were saying Eggman #1, and I was like... For a brief moment, I was like, Eggman is the #1 villain in Sonic, and I don't agree with that. Who's my favorite villain in Sonic? My least favorite villain is Dr. Starline. I fucking hate that platypus. My favorite villain, I like Infinite. I think Infinite is kind of cool. And if you consider Shadow to be a villain, he's my favorite villain. But I think he's more anti-hero than villain. Jay, like, Sonic 06 developers are our favorite villain. Oh my god, dude. Wow. Never mind saying that salad comment is apparently a reference to Sonic Boom. Oh, okay. I haven't watched through all of Sonic Boom yet. I've been very slowly making my way through Sonic Boom. Jordan M out there saying, anxiety is always a wonderful cherry on life. Yeah, it's something I've got, something I work with. A part of my life. Sometimes it helps. Bungus out there being, gotta be Shadow as favorite villain. That's if you consider Shadow to be a villain. I don't think Shadow, like in my heart, Shadow's not a villain. Shadow's misunderstood. He's got his own, if anyway, Shadow and Sonic are opposite sides of the same exact coin. They're both kind of chaotic. They both kind of are a little egotistical. They both got this desire to follow their own path in regards to their own values. Like, I think they're kind of the same in a way. Ozzy saying, I just grabbed Screwdriver and Bahama Mama Club Tails since it was cheap. Oh, interesting. 2 for $4.45. 2 for $4.50. 2 for $4.50. With ABV 10%. Can't beat that. No, you can't. That's $2.25 for 10% ABV. That is cheap. What's your total volume though, Ozzy? That seems like way too... I imagine it's $7.50 each. Wild. Official out there saying, Shadow is more of a temporary obstacle, kind of like Knuckles, I think. Yeah, I'd see that. I mean, in his own regard, Knuckles kind of functioned as a villain for a little while. And sometimes plays on the antagonistic end, like he was a little bit of a villain during the Sonic Paramount movies, #2. They had, Knuckles was a little bit of a villain in Sonic 3. All in due time. Ozzy was saying it was a full pint. Alexa, how many milliliters is 1 pint?
1 pint is about 473 milliliters.
470, so about half a liter. Not bad. Not bad! For $2.50? Oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah. Bungus out there saying Shadow is the villain story, so I mean, well, excuse you, Bungus. Let me put on my smart glasses for a second. My glasses are over on the table. Actually, Shadow is a part of the Dark storyline. He's not technically considered a villain, and if you think about it, in the very end of Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, the hero side and dark sides have to work together, and if you say that the ending, the true ending of a video game, such ultimate video game like Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, that the villains were a part of the full narrative of the story, I think you're wrong. Sorry about that. I think I blacked out for a moment.
Stage select.
What did I miss? Now I see your point there, Bungus. In any case, I'm gonna do one more run through through Pumpkin Hill here, and I think I'm down for what is it, about 12:30 right now? I'm down for another cocktail request if anybody's got some. I have a couple of requests in chat right now. I have a total of 5 more that I haven't done. I did a request from Prowolf earlier using this mead, and I'm still sipping on it right now. If you want the recipe for this apple Mead-hatten using a Cyser mead, slightly modified, you can use !sips and it'll print it right to the chat. I will also put it in the description of the YouTube video after the fact, and every single drink request gets an edited short form video that goes on to all the socials and stuff. But if you want to put in a cocktail request, I've got this command that should help you out with that. I've got 4 right now that I haven't done. I give priority to folks who haven't made a cocktail request before, because everybody wants to see their name in the limelight. So if you got a suggestion, feel free to throw it my way. If you're wondering what I've got on stock and you don't know what to put in the cocktail recipe because I can only use things that I have, use !stock and it'll send you right to my website with everything that I've got for cocktail requests. I see Nevermind out there further sympathizing with you on the anxiety side of things. Went through a pretty bad episode a few months back, but I'm still working through it. Sending much love to those who live with it. Oh yeah, dude, absolutely. I am one of those people. And I learned the other day that apparently the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree. My dad's also got some anxiety as well. In a way that I would say that my anxiety kind of serves me, but sometimes it's a little bit debilitating. A little bit. Jordan Meeker out there saying, question for you, who is your overall favorite character in the Sonic universe? Chaos. Chaos is my favorite character, dude. You know... Going back to our discussion of the favorite villain, no, but Chaos is misunderstood, dude. He's not a villain. He's a major antagonist in one of the games, but I wouldn't consider him to be much of a villain. Chaos is my favorite character because when I was just but a lad, I played Pretend with my younger brother, and when we played Pretend, we would specifically play Pretend to the music of Sonic Adventure 2 Battle and Sonic DX. When we played Pretend, we called it Sound Test because we were specifically going into the sound test menus of both of those games to play our games to. And I had a character, my original character was called Waterboy, and he was basically just Chaos. I think Chaos as a character is really cool, and I've done some deep dives into the history of the Ancients, the folks who are basically extinct in the Sonic Frontiers games. I'm not going to add any more potential spoilers there. But the way that they added lore to why Chaos is the way that he is incredibly fascinating to me now that I am an adult and I've got the mind to think about it. I see Jordan Lee here on the vertical side saying, just got back from D&D. Have you ever seen a bunch of drunk bartenders in training trying to beat a dungeon? Drunk bartenders all at the same time trying to beat a dungeon? Nah. If anything, the only nerdy drunk bartender that I am aware of, that I've seen in action, not necessarily in action, but I'm aware of their exploits, is there's a TikTok account that I'm mutuals with now. Oh my god, I wish I could remember that off the top. I wish I could remember that off the top of my head. But they are all of their drink posts. They are a bartender, and I remember seeing their video that was specifically them articulating batching cocktails before a cocktail rush in terms of D&D characters, and he's got very, very nerdy content, and I'm trying to remember exactly who this guy is. And I'm gonna find him right now. Oh, I found him. There it is. This is the mystery potion dealer on TikTok. I love this guy. I want to say that he is a D&D DM. He's a nerdy guy. Sometimes he wears the elf ears, and he will post content that is basically like, I am batching a cocktail, I am the wizard, and I'm currently batching potions for our fight against the BBEJ, or something along those lines. I love his content. I like it. Very down to earth, very human, very casual. Appreciate that type of stuff. Let's see. I'm seeing Jordan Lee as well saying that the entire table was total chaos. The barbarian kept trying to make love to a tree. Yeah, that's exactly what barbarians do, at least in my experience. Oh, nope, not you. Where's my champion? Hello, champion. I think it's time. I feel that it is time to send Clementine to another race. After I go to the kindergarten and buy some more good stuff for him. Some more fruits and whatnot. And then when I come back, I think we'll do one race. And when I come back, I'll do a cocktail request. We'll see what we got out there. Again, if you want to do a cocktail request, it is !order. If you haven't made a request before, I will prioritize you. Although we have had, admittedly, a lot of drink requests over the last year or so, because this is becoming a bit of a regular segment. So if you have made a request before, and I call you out, and you are here for it, I would appreciate you being honest whether you've made a request before. And by request, what I mean by that is, if you have seen your name in a chat orders a drink video, That is a request, a formal request, so to speak. Jordan out there saying, I see all race as the same, except for the not. Are we talking in D&D context? I feel like that is a very important distinguisher here in this context. Official saying that black market guy looks like Doc Ock. What, with the mask on his face and the sunglasses and stuff like that? Nah, I see that. David out there saying, I'm finished with my recipe. I'm ready to send my recipe. Exclamation point order. If you can provide a name, excellent. If you can provide ingredients, excellent. If you can provide specific amounts of those ingredients or relative ratios of these ingredients, great. And if it is not your original recipe, which in the case of David is an original recipe, please provide credits or a link of where you got it. So is the law here at the Bar of the X. Cut, prints, excuse me. Work that body. What do we do? Boys day? Oh yeah, dude. That's me doing pelvic circles. I also kind of got to use the bathroom. So I might just do that while Clementine is out there racing. Maybe. I don't really know. I don't know. Jay Novice being like, Spider-Man 2 was peak Spider-Man. Did that have Tobey Maguire? Because if so, actually, you know what? I would say, for a while, Tobey Maguire Spider-Man was peak. I really, really like the Spider-Verse Spider-Man. I love Miles Morales Spider-Man with the Spider-Verse. Oh, dude. That, to me, that is peak. But if you would have asked me 10 years ago, 5 years ago, I would have said Tobey Maguire. I would have agreed with you on that. It is meaningful. It was nostalgic. Oh, man. I'm seeing Jordan Meeker out there saying, my overall favorite character is in Sonic is an alternate version of Sonic called Scourge. Scourge! He's green and Jordan, you have no idea. So, my bro Lycos Lore and I recorded an episode of our Sonic podcast on Scourge the other day. Scourge, for those of you who don't know, is a version of Sonic that exists only in one of the comic series. He is a version of Sonic from Anti-Mobius, an evil, not so evil, but like opposite, another multiverse of Mobius, the planet that he calls home. He was basically the same as Sonic until he got punched by Locke the Echidna, infused with Master Emerald energy, where he transformed into becoming green and was basically like, I need to distinguish myself from Sonic by being a bit of an asshole and a playboy. Really awesome character design. Really awesome character. We've got a podcast episode about Scourge specifically coming out probably in a couple of weeks from now. If you're into that kind of stuff, just like I am, check it out, dude. Check it out. That was awesome. Dude, absolutely. Oh, man, dude. Little Saw out there saying Tobey Maguire is the OG Spider-Man. True. Jordan Lee being like Andrew Garfield was king. We all love our monarchies, at least in this context. And I see Hiroshima 345 being like, LOL. Bruh. In any case, what do we got out here? I'm gonna feed Clementine all these fruits. We're gonna send them into a race. I think, just so I can get ahead of the ads while I take a bathroom break, I am gonna run the ads, and then if anybody's got a cocktail request, we'll come back to it after the fact. And we'll do it out of those. It looks like currently, I've got 4 requests in right now. David, I think you were saying that you wanted to put a cocktail request in. Use exclamation point order. If it's not in by the time that I get back, we'll have to save it till next stream. Unless I do 3 requests this stream, which typically I don't, but sometimes I get a little frisky. Jordan saying, where can I find the podcast when it comes out? I just put the recipe in chat for you, my friend. It is on YouTube and Spotify. It is lore-x. It's on I think it's on Spotify. It's on Apple. It's on Apple Podcasts. It's on Amazon Podcasts or whatever the hell. Wherever you get your podcasts from, it's on all of them, I think. Bungus being like, did you know that it's Sonic's birthday? It is. That's why he's wearing a party hat. Obviously. Yeah, Sonic turns 34 today. Well, technically, he turned 34 yesterday. Because for me, it's 12:34 in the morning on July 24th. So Sonic's birthday was yesterday. So. Happy birthday's over. Get back to work. Jordan Lee saying, me personally, my favorite version of Sonic is Excalibur Sonic. Oh, dude, when he's got all the golden armor around him in Sonic and the Black Knights? Yes! I watched my younger brother play all of Sonic and the Black Knight. He binged it in an evening. What are you doing? Clementine, where are you going? Where are you going? Oh, he's playing with a ball. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Dude, that game, I don't know. I never actually played the game myself. But I watched my younger brother play it. That game was way too short. It needed more. The music was on point. The concept was on point. The design was on point. The gameplay was on point. Even what I remember of the multiplayer was pretty freaking fun. Oddly enough, I think Sonic and the Black Knight was a part of the storybook series of Sonic games, and there was Sonic and the Black Knight, and there was Sonic and the Secret Rings. One was based off of the Black Knight, and one was based off of the Arabian Nights, and we only ever got those two games. And they had some really interesting concepts for both of those games. They had interesting characters, interesting boss fights, interesting lore as well, but we never got more of it. It's kind of disappointing to me. All right, Clementine, let's take you into the races. You have a 96 level run, dude. I believe. Take him in here. Jordan Lee saying, I grew up with Sonic and the Black Knight. Dude, it's a really good game. I never played it. I watched my brother play it. In the same fashion that you are watching me play Sonic Adventure 2 Battle here right now, but with significantly less alcohol because we were both children. But I watched him play it. Okie doke. Let's send Clementine into... If we can get Clementine to beat this particular race, I think we get our emblem. So we'll see how we get with that. Yo, Dominic, welcome back, dude. How's it going? Things are going well. I got a delicious cocktail here using a mead that a friend of mine made. This purple stag mead from my bro Prowolf. I'm going to take another cocktail request in a little bit. And I would say that the Chao that we have been raising to specifically be a championship winner is making pretty good progress. I know this is Chao stream number 4 or 5 right now. We've been doing Chao stuff for hours, dude. The equivalent of at least a full day of work. But slow and steady wins the race, so they say. Welcome back, Dominic. How are you doing? How's it going for you? Nice indeed. Yeah, you got... Wow, dude. Oh my gosh. Wow. Oh my gosh. Yeah, they are... Wow, they are really fast. They are a lot faster. But are you stronger? Damn. I see Jordan saying, can we send you personal liquor? You cannot. You have to know me personally. I have trusted sources where I get things from. And technically, mead is not a liquor, but... Now, don't get me wrong. If you are a licensed distillery, you can absolutely send me things. I do accept things from businesses. Bung is saying, that's what's up. Chao are the best. Dude, Chao? I need more Chao in my life. I would love to see, specifically, more Chao content in the Sonic universe. And actually, when I was playing through Sonic Generations, I never got to the Sonic X Shadow Generations. I never got to the Shadow part of Shadow Generations because my computer cannot handle it right now. I love the fact that you could find all the Chao, and we did find every single one of them. Bryce, welcome back, y'all. 5 folks storming my bar with an X, all after playing a little bit of chess. Welcome back, Bryce. Welcome back indeed. Did you win? Did somebody capture your battleship? Were you able to crown one of your pawns? My hopes need a direction. Thanks for coming to the bar with an X, everybody. The only bar on the... I call myself Twitch's resident mixologist, which means that whatever you've got going, whether it's a video game concept, character, otherwise, or more, I make it into a cocktail. I'm not drinking a character right now. This is basically just a mead Manhattan. It's pretty good right now. Welcome in, everybody. MK Edward out there saying kill a cam. Clementine just got a broom, which is pretty fucking cool. And I see Bryce being like all the above. Big day. Oh, every single day. Wow, you crowned one of your pawns. You, I'm gonna take a wild guess and say that you castled today, which is sexual in my opinion. Don't talk about sexual things in my chat. If the bar with the next got you laid, I don't want to know, but congratulations. But if you castled today, congrats. If you crowned your pawn today, congrats. If your queen got captured, wink wink. Congratulations to you, I will. MK Edward being like, have you ever done the let's make all the drinks from this movie? I haven't. What movies have a bunch of drinks? Because, I mean, if you've got a concept, I have an exclamation point suggest command, and I do take suggestions, and I read every single one of them. Jay being like, Mead-hatten, correct. Jordan Lee out there saying, of mine is a distiller, and I send it to him and give it to you. If you are a licensed distillery, and you would like to send something to the Bar with an X, please reach out to me via DMs. And that is what I will say on the matter. That is what I will say. Anyways, so evidently Clementine just finished the race. Did I get my emblem? I didn't catch that. Did anybody see if I got my emblem? I need to see if I got my emblem. After this, I'm gonna go to the bathroom and take a cocktail request. So if you haven't put your cocktail request at this point, time is running out. Bryce being like James Bond. I mean, like, actually, I don't know all the drinks that appear in James Bond movies. The only one that I know at the top of my head is the Vesper Martini. And apparently, I have to complete all of the races to get the emblem. Really? Really? Chao races emblems SA2B. I feel like I checked this before. Was I incorrect? There are many different races, correct. That applies to the world at large. Stamina and boosting, party race, beginner races. The other one, jewel races. The beginner races were the easiest. The jewel races are much harder. By completing all of these, you will unlock the challenge races. A prize is awarded to your child when it rings the... Yeah, but how do I get the emblems, dude? How do I get all the emblems? Emblem checklist. I'm looking on Steam right about now. I see Dominic saying, what game are you playing? Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. Let me go back to the bar for... Dominic, what stream are you on? You are on the live chat. You are on the vertical side. Hold up. Hold up. This is the game I'm playing right now. I think you can see that. Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. That's what I'm playing. And I'm currently looking into how to get all the emblems. The goal is all 180 emblems. And for that, I need to raise children. Genetically modified or otherwise. It says Chao races first place. Yeah, I know that. That was incorrect. Ugh. Ugh. Oh my gosh, dude. All right, we're gonna go back to here. We're gonna hang out for a hot second. I'm gonna run some ads real quick. I have to use the bathroom, and hopefully by the time that I come back, whoever wants to make a cocktail request, they utilize the exclamation point order command to send it in. And while that's happening, I'm also gonna figure out what the heck I need to do for my Chao. I am very confused. I'm very confused, but that is okay. Thank you so much for supporting the Bar with an X. I have to pee, so I'll be back. Hi, everybody. I hope you're enjoying the ads right now. If you see an ad for Doritos, please tag Doritos to sponsor me so I can make Doritos infused chinar. Where's my chinar? This is a bottle of chinar. If you received an ad from Doritos, please tag Doritos and tell them to send me Doritos so I can put Doritos in my chinar for charity on July 12th, Saturday at 11 o'clock a.m. Because whatever time it is for you right now, minus about, I don't know, 13 hours or something. We're raising money for Made by Dyslexia, and we'll have our own Chaos Infinity bottle. Any amount of donation, any single one of them, gets added to not Chat's Infinity bottle, but a specific stream exclusive Infinity bottle where all of the proceeds are going to charity. All of the proceeds are in pounds, by the way, because Made by Dyslexia is in England. And that is how that works. I just came back from the bathroom and learned that evidently that Clementine has to win every single race in the jewel category in order to get the emblem. And it's not just one. But that being said, I'm gonna go back to Pumpkin Hill for a little bit. We're gonna collect some more things, and in the meantime, I'm gonna take a drink request because I think I need another beverage. Oh my gosh. What do we got so far? Let me look at my requests so far. It says I have 7 requests, so I got 2 more additional ones. Let me see what I got over here. I have a couple of drinks. Let's see. I did a recipe from Prowolf already. I'm gonna call out a couple of names here. If you are out there, I am considering your recipe request. If you're there, feel free to put a little wave in chat. I've got a request from Red Pro, Cosmo, Ryan, Kit Kat, MK Edward, and David Andrade, or Andrade, on the YouTube side. If you are out there, I'm considering your cocktail request right now. Let's see. I don't think Edward's ever done one before. David hasn't done one before. Kit Kat hasn't done one before. Kit Kat's got a raised hand over there with a big old rocket emoji. I love that out there. Let's see. Kit Kat's recipe has got cool drink on a hot day. Mixed drinks in business a lot. I'm really not sure where to get it. Creamsicle. Triple sec orange juice, cream, and grenadine. Blend it all. It's a blended. Oh, a blended drink. Haven't done a blended drink in a while. Original copy written on a bar napkin includes some white creme de cacao. There are no measurements in any of the copies, assuming it's a measure with the heart. So it's got a little bit of orange in it. It's got some white creme de cacao in it, so it's a little bit chocolatey. It's a little bit orangey. I see that. David out there is there as well, and so is MK Edward. So I got 3 drinks from 3 people who have not made drink requests before. All right, so I am going to base this off of something that combines ingredients in a way that I have yet to try, or something that really piques my interest. MK Edwards got a replace for the Incredible Hulk, Mana Potion, Incredible Hulk. Incredible Hulk, I want to say, basically combines hypnotic liqueur and something else together. And although I haven't had an Incredible Hulk recently, I'm kind of familiar with the tropical combination of flavors. I know there is recipes for the Incredible Hulk out there. I've never heard of a Mana Potion before, though, MK. So if you've got context for what a Mana Potion is, feel free to add additional details with that order command so I can get some more context here. David's got an original cocktail recipe, the Atomic Orange Bomb, which has got some bitters, a couple different types of bitters. You got orange bitters, aromatic bitters, simple syrup, tangerine or OJ. I do have some OJ already. Elderflower, London Dry, top with orange San Pellegrino, an orange seltzer, and add a half an ounce of orange liqueur. Float garnish with an orange wheel, add bitters, simple syrup, elderflower, and on top of it. Unfortunately, David, I don't have, I'm seeing David messages over here. My recipe is my very first cocktail I made on my own, but I changed it up and made it this the first time 6 years ago. So for your recipe, David, I don't have anything that is going to be able to appropriately take the place of this San Pellegrino orange. I don't have any orange seltzers, so because I don't have that ingredient on hand, I don't think I'm going to be able to do it very well. I think I have some sodas that are they're not really, actually, I don't think I have really any orange seltzer. Essentially, that is an orange seltzer. That is orange essence with the seltzer on top of it. And I don't have anything that's going to be able to appropriately take that. If you've got suggestions for a substitution, I might be able to work with that. You're saying sparkling or club soda. That could possibly work. MK saying that this mana potion is coconut rum, white rum, pineapple juice, lemon juice, blue curacao, and some luster dust. So it's sparkly, but it's essentially, it's kind of a blue Hawaiian in a way. So it's not, there's not a lot, let's see, what is this compared to a blue Hawaiian cocktail? Let me see. I think it strikes me as very similar to a different cocktail that already exists out there. So let me double check that. Blue Hawaii. Oh, Blue Hawaii is vodka, light rum, blue curacao, pineapple juice, sweet and sour. Blue Hawaiian is a little bit different, and that's coconut rum, blue curacao, pineapple juice. What is in there? White rum, pineapple, lemon juice, blue curacao, luster dust, or otherwise. Yeah. It sounds sparkly, but it doesn't sound super complex. I imagine, MK Edward, that the mana potion is probably going to taste coconutty and pineapple-y, and maybe the slightest bit orangey. If anything, that doesn't seem super duper intriguing to me. That's nothing against your recipe. I imagine you probably pulled it from somewhere anyways, but David's drink has got sparkling or club or something like that. Let's see. I do have sparkling, and if we wanted to take the place of the orange liqueur or even the orange seltzer, we can either swap the orange seltzer with, we can honestly add we've got some playroom with that. I don't have the orange seltzer, but I think we can play around with that. David, if you were down to play around a little bit, I think we can figure out how to make this work. That's what I'm thinking. If not, this creamsicle sounds good. I've had a couple of folks request things that are similar to creamsicles before, but the triple sec orange juice, cream, and grenadine, and the white creme de cacao could be interesting to play around with, although I need to put in a little bit of thought into how to actually ratios these things, because the triple sec's going to be sweet, orange juice is going to be sweet, cream is going to be texture, grenadine is sweet. There's no base spirit in that creamsicle, come to think of it. That's going to be sweet. That's going to be sweet. David saying, I made it to be able to play around with. Oh, great. Oh. That's some mixological energy right there. Let's do it. Let's do that one. Alrighty then. I'm going to bring things back to the bar for a hot second. We're going to do this recipe from David Andre. My stuff is a little bit glitched right now, so let me pop it back over to the bar for a hot second. We'll go back to the bar and we'll do a little cocktail request. Little cocktail request, I say. Not really little. There's a little bit of complexity that we get to play around with here, which is pretty cool. All right. This was called the Atomic Orange. My bot usually does all the, a little bit of formatting for me, but I changed something earlier today, so it's not as cool as it was previously. Let's play around with this a little bit. All right. Let me bring out my control center, and as we're hanging around here for a little bit, there's no music playing right now, unfortunately, because the Sonic game doesn't like playing music when I have it in the background. So, David, let's figure out how to make this cocktail recipe work with what I've got currently on hand. This is called the Atomic Orange Bomb, an original by David himself. David Andrade on YouTube. It's not David Andrade on No. That is incorrect. Let's see here. This starts with a dash of orange bitters. Okie dokie. I'm going to use my Angostura for this one. I'm going to lint this out real quick, and then as we do that, we'll figure out how to do our bitter, all the other ingredients on top of it. Let me go over here. I click a button. I go here, there, and we got 1 to 2 dashes of Angostura bitters, or aromatic bitters. I think I'm going to use Angostura on this one just because it's a pretty good go-to. Aromatic bitters, aromatic bitters. Let's pop down here for a little bit of simple syrup. I imagine a 1-to-1 simple syrup is going to work just fine here. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. I've got... So actually, David, I'll throw in your direction. I have a couple of different types of simple syrup here. I've got a 1-to-1 simple syrup, which is 1-to-1 sugar to water by weight. I also have a 2-to-1 Demerara simple syrup, which could be pretty cool here, depending on what we're going for. depending. So I'll leave that a little bit open-ended for now. We've got the tangerine or orange juice. I have only got the orange juice. So I'm going to work with that. I think that's in my refrigerator downstairs. That was half an ounce of that. Half an ounce of that orange juice. We also had half an ounce of elderflower liqueur. That is going to be fun. Haven't done a lot with elderflower liqueur in a little bit. Demerara is a good choice. Great. We're going to go with a rich Demerara syrup. Pratt Standard is the brand I'm using on that one because that's the ones that I've got currently on hand. A little bit of that. Pratt Standard is the brand I'm using. Elderflower liqueur. I'm going to go with this bowls that I have. Actually, do I have bowls or St. Elder down here? Where's my elderflower liqueur? I have St. Elder. So that's what we're going to go with. I see AI Home Guadron popping in saying an old-fashioned, please. Oh, dude, I've got a little bit of this, hello there. Excuse you there. Got a little bit of this mead, this apple Mead-hatten, which is going to fill in that old-fashioned category, because to be honest, it's not super forward on the Vermouth in your Manhattan. So if you wanted to do a little bit of that, the recipe's off the screen right now, but it will be in the description of the video later on. We'll do St. Elder for this one, and then 2 ounces of that London Dry gin. I've got a base, a very cheap blended London Dry here. That's what I got, so that's what I'm going to use, because I got plenty of it. 2 ounces of the London Dry. We're going to use a Charing Curaçao. Charing Curaçao. There we go. Blooper moment. Oh, yeah, Ozzy, you got me. Yeah, you got me there. Okie dokie. And you add that to the top of it. You top it, the Atomic Cherry Bomb. Okay, top again. Top with orange San Pellegrino. You top that with orange San Pellegrino. Okay. So we play around with that a little bit. Top with orange seltzer. Top with orange seltzer. I don't have the San Pellegrino. Okay. And then add a half an ounce of orange liqueur a float on top, specifically of a half an ounce of, an orange liqueur. I'm going to leave that blank for now, because I think I need some extra context. Garnish with an orange wheel. I don't have an orange wheel on me. So we're going to conveniently ignore that for now. Bryce saying, heading to bed. Good night, homie. Dude, right back at you, dude. Thanks so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Rest well out there. I hope that the spoils from your chess tournament, or whatever that you were working on, puts you well to rest this evening. Orange wheel would be the garnish on this one. Top of the orange color and ice. Okay, I think I need some context on the method for this guy. So let's see. What else do we got out there? We got the orange wheel, the half an ounce of orange liqueur on top. Bitters, simple syrup, juice, elderflower, gin in a shaker. So we shake and strain. Okay, we shake and strain this. Okay. Shake and strain in this one. Great. That was the method. Super user being like, mood. Dude. One of the things that I like doing is getting all into the details about exactly how somebody's drink is supposed to be made, because a drink can wind up completely different depending on how you make it. So let's see. The bitters into a shaker with ice. So it's the bitters, syrup, juice, elderflower, and gin with ice. All that goes in with ice. So I'm going to take the London Dry gin and put that on top. I'm going to put the Demerara syrup, put that on top. I'll put the OJ, put that on top. The elderflower above. I'll put the dashes of orange bitters and aromatic bitters on the bottom. Aromatic, we're going to go with Angostura because I got the both of them. I see Tiovo out there saying, I wonder, is there a way to see old requests? Some of these unique combos sound so good. Yeah. I post every single cocktail request gets posted on YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram. And then I've just begun putting all the requests into the live updates channel on the Discord server. If you need links for those, Discord, or TikTok, or YouTube, or otherwise. So that goes into your shaker. You top with orange seltzer, and then the orange liqueur float on top. There is a long ingredients list here, so I know you can't see most of it, but I will fix that in a hot second. That goes into the shaker with ice. Shake again. Double strain into a highball glass. Top with ice and the seltzer and orange liqueur. Float on top with an orange peel garnish. Okay, I have it. Shake and strain into a highball glass. Okie dokie. So, let me make sure that everything on screen is visible for you real quick. This is my current drink recipe. David, if you wouldn't mind confirming that your drink is correct on the screen. I know it's probably going to be a little bit small for you, but it's what I got to work with. This is, in a shaker, 2 ounces of gin, half an ounce of rich Demerara syrup, half an ounce of orange juice, half an ounce of elderflower liqueur, a dash of orange bitters, and 1 to 2 dashes of bitters, specifically Angostura in this case, or some other aromatic. Unless you've got a brand otherwise, I do have some options on the website. We're going to shake that, pour it into a highball glass with ice, and top it with some sort of seltzer. I don't have orange seltzer specifically, but I'll work with what I've got, and then float with orange liqueur on top. And then we garnish with an orange wheel if you happen to have one of those. And this is the Atomic Orange Bomb. If that all looks correct to you, we can get right into it. I think that looks pretty good. Tiovo's saying, have y'all ever had a pecan punch? A pecan punch? I have yet to get a bottle of American pecan. Apparently, pecan, for those of you who don't know, is a liqueur that was outlawed in the United States a while ago for some reason. I can't remember what the reason is off the top of my head, but there are some places that are making their own pecan. I think pecan was originally used in the Brooklyn cocktail, and you can substitute it with something else. I just don't remember what the something else is off the top of my head. There's actually a distillery here around Philadelphia that makes their own American pecan spirit. And I used to know what the flavor notes of it was because I tasted it during the holiday season at some point, but I can't remember what it was, and I haven't picked up a bottle. So, have I ever had a pecan punch? I have not. Not yet. Tirani's a pretty good substitute. Oh, I like that. I appreciate that. Toriani or Tirani, like the syrup company. David saying, looks perfect to me. I hope you enjoy. And Super User saying, indeed. So, actually, David, there's a couple of different ingredients to your recipe here, so if you don't mind me asking a couple of follow-up questions, I've got a question on what orange liqueur that we want to add to this. Because you've got your pick from orange cello, you got orange cello, you've got triple sec, you've got dry Curaçao, you've got blue Curaçao, you've got orange Curaçao. I've got a bunch of different orange liqueurs technically here. I imagine that you want something that is relatively high in sugar. So specifically, an orange Curaçao I think might help us best to try to get that layering effect on top. Based off of what's going into this, I imagine that the base of the drink is not going to have too much color to it. And I do have an orange liqueur that has a very prominent orange color to it, which will, I think, make this drink look like it's got one big layer of highball seltzer on the bottom and then the orange liqueur on top. I imagine we're putting that on top of the seltzer water, which is not going to be the orange seltzer. I think I'm just going to add, if it's cool with you, I'm going to dock up more orange bitters. I'm going to bump that up to 3 dashes of orange bitters just to take place of the orange seltzer, and I'll top that just with regular seltzer. David's saying like Grand Marnier. I don't have Grand Marnier, but the closest thing I got to that is probably going to be a, I really don't have Grand Marnier, unfortunately. I know that's kind of a unique spirit on its own. I got Cointreau, though, as a means that I know it's not a 1-to-1 substitute for Grand Marnier. I think Grand Marnier is, I can't remember off the top of my head what kind of, what base Grand Marnier is, but Cointreau might be a good substitute in there. But I think Grand Marnier is a type of triple sec, maybe? Kick out there saying, pecan sounds really wonderful. Bummer, it's kind of bad. Yeah, dude. It's tasty. I can't remember what my flavor notes were the last time I tried that pecan from, I don't remember what distillery it was, but it was tasty. I still remember trying it. That's how unique that spirit was at the time that I tried it. Let me see what Grand Marnier is comparatively to, and I'll replace it with one of those. Grand Marnier is a liqueur that is made from a French blend of liqueurs. But what is its base? What kind of liqueur? It is cognac-based liqueur. Our Cointreau is going to be a good sub-in for that, I think. I think. That works? Excellent. That's what we're going to go with. I'm seeing Techno Boy saying that you've returned. Welcome back. Tiovo saying Tirani was the syrup. That's wild that it's banned. Yeah, the pecan stuff? Absolutely. Tiovo saying, too, there's such a large Basque community in my area, so it's wild to think it's banned. What is Basque, actually? Never heard about that before. We're saying type of triple sec, so we'll go with one of those. So I'm going to replace orange liqueur with specifically a triple sec, and we're going to say that is Cointreau for all intents and purposes. I don't think I have any other questions about any of the ingredients here. So now, if you'll bear with me for just a moment, I'm going to get all the ingredients. So we've got them all here. Let's put the music back on. Let's get things going. Put these back over here. I got London Dry. Let me grab my rich Demerara syrup, which I was using just a little bit over here. I had orange juice, which I left downstairs. I got my Cointreau that I'm going to use for my triple sec. I've got elderflower liqueur. Got my St. Elder. We have Angostura orange bitters. We've got Angostura aromatic bitters. We've got seltzer, which I had chilling in my fridge over here. The only thing... Oh, it's actually not chilling. It's actually... Where's my seltzer? Where is my seltzer? The heck is my seltzer? Oh, I found it. It was hiding. I found my seltzer. Only thing that I'm missing is the orange juice from downstairs. So I'm gonna go grab my orange juice from downstairs. Please enjoy the music of Pumpkin Hill while I am gone getting my orange juice. Okie dokie. I've got my orange juice. I have received all of the ingredients. Now that we have all the ingredients, start making this damn cocktail. Oh my gosh. It's got so many ingredients. Oh my goodness gracious. Honestly, sometimes these more complicated recipes are some of the things that I get most excited about. So I'm just gonna put all my ingredients over here, and eventually I will reach for the things that I need. Whew! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8 ingredients in this one. And I grabbed them all. Get ready for it. Here we go. Let's see. Tiovo saying, Basque is a group of people in French-Spanish area of the Pyrenees Mountains and the Bay of Biscay. My grandmother was from there, so it's super cool to tell people about it. Dude, I never knew. I love learning about new things. I hope I can remember it, though. So hopefully you remind me about it as a further date, because I am, a little tipsy right now. All right. This is the Atomic Orange Bomb from David Andrade on YouTube. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. We're going to start this in a shaker. A lot of ingredients in this one, so get ready for it. We're going to start with 2 ounces of a London Dry Gin. Not as epic a cork sound as I thought that was going to be, but, you know, here we are, so we go with it. 2 ounces of London Dry Gin. What else we got here? Next. Half an ounce of a rich Demerara syrup. I'm using my Pratt standard. This is a shelf-stable 2-to-1 Demerara syrup. That is 2 parts of Demerara sugar to 1 part water, and it's more or less shelf-stable. Nice, it's gonna sweeten things up a little bit. I see David saying it's a Spanish last name, but you got it though. Andrade? Did I pronounce that correctly? Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness. We love to see culture in our chat, no matter where it comes from. Next video, orange juice. I'll say my last name is supposedly a little bit Italian, but they cut off one of the letters when they immigrated here to America, unfortunately, so. And my last name is not with an X. That is a stage name. Will I tell you my last name? No. But it's basically public information. Next we'll do half an ounce of orange juice. Mine is coming from the grocery store because I can and it is available. To the cocktail elitists, shove it. It's fine. Anyways. I'm seeing Tiovo saying that's the main reason why I know about the Picon Punch, and interestingly enough, if you ask a Spanish Basque and a French Basque, they will give you slightly different recipes. I would imagine so. I think the bottle of spirit that I was referring to is an American Picon, as opposed to a not-so-American Picon, which I suppose could be a French Picon, if Picon is an ingredient indigenous to both to both particular cultures and locations. I don't know. I don't know. Next we got half an ounce of elderflower liqueur. Put that on top of that. I see Wub Wub Pockman in chat. Welcome back, Wub Wub. I want to see you shake extra violently, like an Indian making a milkshake. That feels a little racist, just saying, Wub Wub. But okay. I'm gonna just shake the way that I normally do. And let's take our potentially racially insensitive comments and pack them away, if you don't mind. Welcome back, Wub Wub, by the way. Anyways. Okie dokie. David saying you got it, excellent. Tiovo saying I won't give my last name, but it's been a little bit of a, it's been to the moon. Do what you will with that information. Oh, there we go, there we go. Never mind being like, that sounds super refreshing. The elderflower liqueur or everything else on top of it. Or shaking. Like a particular demographic of people. As if to say that a particular demographic of people tends to shake harder than other people. Sounds insulting to me, and we don't like that kind of shit around here. Anyways, what's that? What's next? We're gonna add about 3 dashes of orange bitters. Be generous with these ones. And then 1 to 2 dashes of aromatic bitters. I'm using Angostura. Be it a little bit more gentle with these ones. Put those 2 bitters away. Next we have, I'm putting up my screen. We're shaking these. Great. And then we top with seltzer, and then we do the orange liqueur on top of that. I need a tall highball glass. How many ounces is in this? 2, 3, 4-ish. I think this will work. I think this will work. I'm gonna grab a pint glass for this one. Actually, we'll see if this works in one of these though. I gotta wonder whether or not this glass will hold this. I'm gonna take a check. But before I do so, I'm gonna ban this fucker from chat. Get out of here. Happy Pride Month, you fucker. Get out of here. Anyways, go with that. Weird comments about gay people? Get out of here. Get your homophobic shit out of here, my guy. Anyways, let's see. Add ice to this and give it a shake. Pop in my chat and make derogatory jokes about any particular group of people? Fuck you, dude. Final 0. The opposite of that derogatory statement to you. Thanks for supporting the bar with an X. Boop. Well, shake it. We got 2 more ingredients in here. That glass might work. I'm gonna certainly hope it will. We'll see, we'll see. I see Cool out there saying chicken sandwiches. Excellent. Excellent indeed. I do with more liquid things around here, but if you have an idea for putting a chicken sandwich inside of a drink, we have a charity event coming up in a couple of weeks. And there is a Chick-fil-A within Instacarting distance. Okie doke. So now what we're gonna do, straight into a highball glass, put a little bit of ice in there, and then top it with the seltzer water and the half an ounce of the orange liqueur. Okie dokie. Grab a tall glass, fill it up with ice. Strain into that glass, top with seltzer water, and save enough room for half an ounce of orange liqueur. I don't know if this will work. Oh, I need some more ice. Hold up. Hold up, need a little bit more ice. Little bit. There we go. Need a little bit more ice. Get out of here. Don't need that no more. Hey, yo. Okie doke. Henson saying dry water, please, as opposed to what? A wet water? I got water right here for you. Filter Vibrita. Welcome in, Henson. All right. A lot of liquid in that one. Whew. Oh my gosh. Jordan Meeker being like, I don't think drinking chicken would be fun or good. Oh, dude, the world of mixology is a wild, wild place. You never know unless you try it. Don't knock it till you try it. Okie doke. Strain this into a tall glass over ice, top with seltzer water, and float with a ½ ounce of triple sec or orange liqueur. Let's see if this works. Will it fit, Chad?
Hello.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Tiovo! Welcome to the Bar with an X on specifically the YouTube sides of things. You have officially gone quantum. Thanks for doing it at the Bar with an X. Seltzer water. And we'll try to see if we can float that on top. David's saying apparently there's a place in Vegas that tops what, chicken with a Bloody Mary? Oh yeah, dude. Outrageous garnishes on a Bloody Mary? Absolutely. And now I've got that ½ ounce of orange liqueur to go up on top.
What a weird place.
We're gonna layer this right on top. I will say this. I imagined this was probably going to happen, but just a note for the mixologist, the seltzer water, because of all the air in it and the carbon dioxide, is less dense than the orange liqueur, which has more sugar in it. So the orange liqueur did not float up on top. Instead, it looks like it's kind of settling somewhere in the middle. And that's just because of the density of the ingredients. You don't technically know that until you actually mix the cocktail, but you try your best. Let's see what we get. Now, I know this is supposed to be garnished with an orange wedge, and it really feels like it should, but I don't have one. So I'm gonna go with what I got. Let's give this a try. Right off the nose, I can smell a little bit of orange, but it's very bubbly. Very, very light orange on top. Super light orange. I think if you would have used an orange seltzer like your recipe had originally described, that's exactly what you would get on top. Not really any other notes there. The orange liqueur, the triple sec, as it kind of dribbled through, seemed like it kind of dragged a little bit of those orange flavors along with it as it kind of dragged through the soda water. But for the most part, it's very light, very bubbly orange on the very top. Now, I think this will get interesting if we get to the bottom of this and my straw does not appear to be big enough. I'm gonna pop a straw in here and see what it tastes like on the bottom and then give it a mix. Woo, baby.
What a weird place.
On the bottom, excuse me, it is gin forward and orange forward. You're getting the juniper notes from the London Dry Gin, as well as some of those sweeter orange notes, not just from the orange juice, but also the bitters, as well as the triple sec, which admittedly kind of sank to the bottom of the glass. If I mix it though, see if this is greater than the sum of its parts together. See where we get with that. Yeah, I would say this reminds me of like a gin orange spritz, except it's a little bit on the sweeter end, and it's a little bit more botanical. I think the herbaceous notes that I get from the gin are being accented subtly by the elderflower liqueur, but it is sweet and orangey otherwise. Like, this is similar. There's a couple of like slightly redundant flavor notes in here, as if you were to just take, let's say, an orange seltzer and put it right on top of some sort of London Dry Gin, but it's a little bit sweeter. There's a certain texture to it that I can't deny. It's a little dry. It reminds me of It kind of does remind me of tangerine in a way, despite the fact that there's no tangerine inside of this. Like, it does give a sort of note that is not just specifically orange, but it's a little bit orange adjacent. Ultimately, it is a mildly sweet, effervescent gin orange drink. And if that's what you're going for, that's what you've achieved here. All the elements in the drink, the elderflower liqueur, the orange, the Demerara syrup, and otherwise, are all accenting that flavor of orange, as well as the herbaceous flavors that are coming from the gin. And if that's what you're going for here, you've accomplished it. Very much so. Now, I will say, the name, Atomic Orange Bomb, feels like it's a little inaccurate, just from what I'm understanding of what something atomic or bomb-like happens to be. At least in my line of work, the bomb-type cocktails tend to be like a Jaeger bomb, where you drop one shot into another, which could be the orange liqueur in this case. You could drop the gin in there. The atomic aspect of it almost makes me think that this should be like a neon orange color, which it certainly could be, but like, you know, you take with what you can get with it, you know? I'm seeing David saying, my phone died right when you finished the drink. No worries, dude, no worries. What, did you catch any of my flavor notes? I can always, I'll feel free to, I'll repeat them, no worries. So, before I mix this, on top, it tasted kind of like orange seltzer. I know we didn't use an orange San Pellegrino, but there were a couple of orange notes from the orange liqueur as it sank to the bottom that I think kind of caught along the edges of the bubbles in the club soda. So on top, it tasted like orange seltzer. On the bottom, it was really gin forward, but also very orange forward as well. A lot of those flavors didn't really meld out very well. The dilution from the soda water was on top, where all the flavor, the concentrated flavors, were all the way at the bottom. So then I mixed it up a little bit. I mixed it up quite a bit, actually, combining those two layers together. And overall, this is orange forward and gin forward. But it's not super gin forward. Admittedly, it is a gin soda in a way, a gin spritz or a gin and soda, kind of like a vodka soda. So it's orange flavored. It's orange forward. It is floral forward in terms of the sort of floral, more herby notes that you get from whatever gin you use down beneath. I think the elderflower is accenting the flavors from the gin, and then everything else is accenting the flavors of the orange. The syrup in there is accenting the orange juice is accenting it, the orange bitters, even the aromatic bitters. I think there's some of the sort of bitter cinnamon notes that you tend to get from an Angostura Bitters, I think, are either being lost completely or adding to that flavor of orange that you're getting and rounding it out into something that's not just specifically a navel orange, for example, but something that's a little more another type of orange. I was saying before, too, that I almost got a tangerine note from this, despite the fact that there is no tangerine in this. And I would wonder, even towards your original recipe of using either orange juice or tangerine notes, if you were a bit more intentional about which orange juice that you would use in this particular drink, how far you can get it in terms of the accents of those mostly citrus flavors that you intend to for this drink. I would think that if you were marketing this as an atomic orange bomb, that it needs more orange flavor, because to me, this is very, very subtle. Overall, it's a very gentle, orange, spritzy kind of drink, and it's very enjoyable, and it's nice and cold, and would be very refreshing on a summer day. But, like, does it evoke atomic? Does it evoke bomb? That, I think, is kind of up for question. But either way, I would say that it's very, very tasty and super refreshing, too. And to that, it's a good way to end my night. So, cheers to that. I appreciate that. I see Cole popping in saying, meep, all good. David's saying, too, that the San Pellegrino makes it more orange. Yeah, totally fair there. If you've got any inquiries or follow-up questions based off of what I've given on the drink so far, like, I think if I had to distill this down to a very quick sentence, it is, like, it's like a mildly complex orange soda, with a couple of floral notes to it, with the elderflower in there, and also the use of the gin as well. But it's nice, and it's pleasant. It is nice, and it is pleasant. Let me put a couple of my glassware away. Make sure I'm not breaking any glasses around here. I'm glad, actually, that everything wound up fitting into this glass here, because I don't typically use it. But it worked out perfectly. And I might need a bendy straw, but I can continue sipping on this for the duration of whatever I'm gaming. Never mind saying Orange Evergarden might be a cool name. Ooh, I like that. Is that a Violet Evergarden reference? Never mind. I really like that show. Violet Evergarden, I think, was pretty cool. David's saying, I'm gonna add more tweaks to the recipe, and I took in those notes. I appreciate it. Oh yeah, dude. It'll be cool if we could work together in the future. Dude, come back. Dude, I encourage you, come back again sometime, make some work on it, bring it back, and we can see where it goes from there. I love that. That is the mixologist spirit, and I encourage that kind of stuff. Dude, huge cheers in the direction of anybody who wants to improve their recipes. I dig that. I really, really dig that. Awesome, dude. You also said too, David, by the way, like, if any of my notes are coming across as like judgmental or condescending at all, this is like your first, you said this was your first original drink recipe too, right? It can only get better from here. And this is what I am incredibly, incredibly passionate about. So if you got questions on that stuff, please feel free to reach out. I would love to chat more at length about this. In any case, let's get back to the game for a bit. Over here, I'll continue sipping on this recipe from David. And hopefully we can get the Chao to win more races this evening. That's the idea, at least. Dude, that was cool, man. That was cool, that was cool. We've had a couple more requests recently that have been a little bit more complex in terms of ingredients numbers and whatnot. And I'll say, I've had a couple drinks recently that have had a large number of ingredients, and it's intriguing for me to be able to piece apart how those ingredients specifically work with each other in combination. A while back, I think I was doing a drink request from, I don't remember who it was, but there were a couple different, the term redundancy became a part of the conversation because, just to state an example, multiple orange flavored things, orange bitters, orange liqueur, orange juice, and the question is, if you're trying to make something taste like orange, does it need more separate orange things on top of it to taste like orange, or do you need to take one of your orange components and concentrate it or increase its ratio so that it becomes, relatively speaking, more prevalent in the end drink, right? I'm seeing Tiovo out there saying mine was pretty simple, if I remember correctly. Tiovo, did you make a cocktail request? Did I miss that? Let me see. If I missed it, I apologize. Tiovo's drink had... Oh, sorry, I'm having a little trouble with my interface here. Oh, what were you talking about, actually? Because I don't have a cocktail request from you. Oh, it was one of the ones with Shankies. Oh, okay. If it was done during one of the other streams, I don't have reference to those, unfortunately. I don't yet have the bot set up in such a way that I can go back and specifically look at recipes that happened during a previous stream. I am working on that. Or if it's something that you would like to see, like to be able to recall a recipe that you suggested during an earlier stream, let me know using the suggest command, and I can specifically try to prioritize programming that out.
Stage select.
But I do remember I actually do remember the Shanky's Whip one, Tiovo, now that you think about it, because I have a tiny little bottle of Shanky's Whip, and I think I had just enough for whatever you had suggested. But I don't remember what it was off the top of my head, unfortunately. David out there being like, nah, you're not being brute. I had worse from my mentor, but the one was the first one from the one that you've done over 20 cocktails by yourself and always gotten better, but I agree with everything that you had said. Dude, I appreciate it. At the very least, I do not want to discourage people in whatever drink that they are trying to create. I think there are a couple of channels out there, and I'm not going to mention who. And you know what? If I will say one thing, if any of you guys are cocktail mixologists and you've managed to post a recipe on r/cocktails, I find that r/cocktails is an incredibly judgmental and elitist place. You can get some pretty solid notes if you kind of read between the lines and lurk a little bit, but if you are trying to put your own recipes out there, I find that sometimes things just don't... Like, if you're doing something really, really unique, it tends to kind of get like shut down upon. It feels like a very judgmental place, and that's not the kind of place that I want to embody in the streams. If anything, every single drink out there has something that really works for a particular individual. And if you want your drink to be in a direction that is different from where it currently stands, that's what I'm trying to get better at articulating. Like, for example, your drink, David, that is called Atomic Orange Bomb, doesn't really feel like it's super forward on orange. Like, if you said Atomic Orange Bomb, I would think that it is an explosion of orange flavor. And admittedly, I don't think it's very forward on orange. It's orange flavored like a San Pellegrino is orange, but if you're the kind of person who can drink side by side a San Pellegrino orange versus an orange crush and say the San Pellegrino is more forward on flavor, I'd be like, I think your reference is a little bit off. You know what I'm saying there? To Forest White Cheddar popping in chat being like, Reddit, judgmental? No. Oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah, dude. I will say too, I don't have a command for it right now, but if you're an inspired drinks maker and you like to make drinks inspired by video games or otherwise, I'm the moderator of r/video game drinks. If you're into that type of stuff. That's my community there. And I would say, relatively, that it's not as judgmental. You work with what you got, and that's what we go with. If you want your cocktails to be better, though, sometimes it takes just getting a second opinion. I see Nevermind up there on the YouTube side saying, speaking of chicken from the previous conversation, I heard of a chicken cocktail a good while back, a chicken soup martini. There is Nevermind. Oh my god, I do not remember what bar it is, and I've never had it. But a while back, there was a guy here in Philadelphia that would eat an entire rotisserie chicken in the parking lot of, I think, one of the supermarkets every single weekend or every day or something like that. And there's a place here in Philadelphia. Again, I don't know what the place's name is, what the bar's name is, but they have made a chicken martini or something along those lines. There's a Swedish-inspired bar around here called Andrehem that I've been to a couple of times, and they have a lamb-hatten, a Manhattan riff that utilizes the spices that you would usually use to cook chicken. Or, excuse me, lamb in Swedish culture. And over the weekend, I went to a bar nearby called something Izakaya that had this duck fat wash drink that was called Duck Around and Find Out, and I had been looking at it for a little while. We finally made our way out there because I had a friend in the area who wanted to explore it with me, and it was like the ducky fat flavors of a damn good, like, ramen. If I'm being honest, I didn't like it. I did not like the combination of flavors, but it was so unique. And it got me so curious about what I could do with my own duck fat wash spirits, dude. It was a duck fast Roku gin specifically. Oh man, it was cool. It was cool. Yo, Emito, welcome back, dude. Good morning to you. Good morning to the beautiful country of France. I've never actually been there before, but one of these days I would like to. Emito, I've always wondered, and like, I think you're the only, like, French guy in chat right now, so if I'm singling you out, please don't feel like you have to answer. But are there, like, uniquely French spirits that you can't get, like, overseas? Because I'm so curious, dude. I'm seeing Mr. Stroopy Nips out there subscribing with the Prime subscription. Appreciate that, Stroopy. Thanks for bapping back into the bar with an X. If I can get you a drink or anything, or a drink recommendation at the very least, I would be happy to. Just feel free to say something. I usually like to work with some sort of input. Otherwise, it gets a little bit difficult. But I appreciate the support, Stroopy. Never mind being like, that duck drink sounds insane. I am going to quote exactly what I put in the Discord server the other day. Because when I was there, whenever I try, like, really interesting drinks, I try to put my tasting notes in the Discord server. I described this drink as more ducky meat forward than I anticipated it to be, ends with a flavor that is citrusy, kind of like a lemon lime soda, but with a hint of licorice. Breathing out, it's almost like I took a sip of ramen broth, rather unique. So it was kind of citrusy, mildly licoricey. Maybe there was a little bit of fennel in there or something like that. But when I breathed out, it was like, I think I just took a sip of ramen. And this was a couple days. This was a couple days ago, so these are relatively recent flavor notes. Tiovo out there saying 80% of the time, whenever I'm mixing, I just work off of pure vibes only. Dude, one of the concepts or one of the strategies for making a new drink is measuring with your heart, go with what feels right. And if you were to hypothetically make a drink, put it in the shaker, shake it, pour it in the glass over ice and garnish it, and you're like, I think it could use a little extra something, I would say don't be afraid to put it back in the shaker with that extra something, shake it again to incorporate it, and try it again. So here we go. Like I was saying before, like one of the classes that I teach with Uncommon is essentially a very poorly organized rendition of explaining how I come up with inspired drinks. And the one thing that I try to express at the very end of the class, excruciatingly, is that ultimately, cocktail mixology, if you're making a drink, is an iterative process. If at the end, it's not the right color, try again. If it's too sweet, try again. Adjust it. If it's not the right garnish, it's not the right glass, put it into a different glass. Try a different garnish. And importantly, too, if depending on who your target audience is, if you're trying to make a drink for yourself, you don't need to ask anybody. But if you're trying to make a drink that appeals to the masses like I try to do, get a second opinion, get a third opinion. Have somebody try it. My dearest Anna, my partner, really, really likes sweet drinks. I really, really don't. So I'll have her taste test certain things to make sure that when I say something is sweet, that it's actually sweet to somebody who might be more of a sugar monger like she is. Or I have my bro Lycos Lore, who I have the podcast with, right? He doesn't drink alcohol. So if I'm making a low ABV drink and he wants to give it a try, which we obviously have a conversation about beforehand because he doesn't drink alcohol and I wouldn't fool him into thinking that he isn't drinking it, I'll ask his opinion and ask him if he can taste the liquor. And if he can taste the liquor, then I know that it's a little bit boozy. Because he can pick up on the... If he says that he can't taste the liquor, I know that I've done a really, really good job of hiding it. Because he really, really doesn't like it. So just get a second opinion on it. That's what I would say, at least. Easier said than done, obviously, but... Umito out there saying, truthfully, I don't know. Can't think of any spirits that are not exported. We have a lot of stuff for sure, but I guess we like to share it with the world, which I personally appreciate, so thank you, France. If there's one thing that gets me a little bit bothered about, especially when you're doing drinks inspired by characters of a particular origin or inspirations from a particular origin, it's the lack of availability of spirits or ferments or wines or beers or otherwise from specific locations. Like, we've made the jokes before about this Knuckles character here, that the Ugandan Knuckles meme is hilarious. And if I did specifically Ugandan Knuckles, I would want a spirit that is ubiquitous to Uganda, which, at least from my previous research, is a home-distilled gin called Waragi, and I can't get that here in the United States. At least not from what I've been able to find with, within budget. But if I were to make a Ugandan Knuckles drink, if it was somebody else, they'd probably make something that's kind of red, maybe taste like grapes, and if they did, bonus points. But if it comes out of the bar with an X, it's got to be tasty, balanced, and faithful. And I would think that you were doing somebody a disservice, or maybe something a little bit rude, if you did a drink called Ugandan Knuckles without something from Ugandan culture. That's my thoughts, at least. Tiovo out there saying, I always do it twice, once shaken, once stirred. Sometimes it changes the flavor based on the combination. I forgot how to order again, but I just remembered a cocktail I made a while ago. Exclamation point order. That'll be the command you use. With whatever details you can provide, you're on the Twitch side, so you have a larger character limit than the folks on the YouTube side. But if you're on YouTube and you find that the 200 character limit is too little for you to put your request in, if you use order multiple times in the same stream, it will just add to that recipe so I have all the nitty-gritty details. Which, to me, I think is rather important when it comes to a cocktail request. But yeah, to Tiova's point specifically about shaking a drink versus stirring it, sometimes I think it really matters. Like, back during the Kingdom Hearts series, I developed a drink for Axel, the nobody. and it utilized an ingredient that I was not super familiar with. Like, the general advice is that if you use... Are you sleeping? Are you sleeping? Oh, cool, cool, cool. If you use citrus in a cocktail, you probably want to shake it. But for Axel's cocktail, I had an ingredient that was kind of a lemon syrup in a way. It was specifically a lemon honey chung, which is basically honey over top of lemon until the honey becomes really, really less viscous in a syrup that is easy to pour. So my question was, it's technically not lemon juice, it's technically a lemon syrup, but it does have aspects of lemon juice in it. So do I shake this or do I stir it? And as a part of my workshopping process, I tried it both ways and I see which one worked better. And I found that stirring worked better for that particular drink. But, you know, it technically depends, depending on what you're mixing with, you know? Pablo out there being like Knuckles on steroids. Dude, this guy, if he could manage to suckle the energy out of the Chaos drives, I can only imagine what kind of power level Knuckles would reach, dude. If that's what you're referring to. That, or like the way that the Chao specifically suck the life out of the animals. Like, what if Knuckles just like ate a skeleton dog? Like, I gotta wonder. I gotta wonder. Welcome in, Pablo, by the way. Dude, David, if you're still out there, the sort of like mid to end palette of your Atomic Orange Bomb cocktail is really unique. And I'm trying to think exactly what that is. But there was some very interesting combination of botanical notes from the gin, the subtle sweet floral notes from the elderflower, and I think a subtle adjustment, a dryness from the bitters on there that is making specifically the end palette of this really, really intriguing. Like, in addition to my notes earlier about it being kind of orange spritzy, very light on flavor, kind of refreshing, very, very orange flavored, mildly floral, the very end palette has some very, very interesting notes that if you have a chance to try this for yourself, I would definitely encourage exploring a little bit. Pablo being like, Knuckles is the ultimate beast. And I mean, in part, I would agree with that, Pablo. I don't know how much you know about Sonic the Hedgehog lore and whatnot, but at least from my research, Knuckles is one of the few characters of the Sonic the Hedgehog universe that has a hyper form, and I'm not super familiar about it. But I think in one of the Sonic games, there is... It's not regular Chaos Emeralds, they're like Hyper Chaos Emeralds or something. And I think Knuckles gets a transformation, and I think Sonic gets a transformation, and I think Tails gets a transformation as well. But like the big top three, y'all, he's power incarnate. Especially, I don't know if you watched Sonic Boom either there, Pablo, too, but like, oh my god. His whole demeanor in Sonic Boom is unlike anything that I've seen in, I guess, any other Sonic character in general. Like, those proportions just do not add up, dude. It's actually kind of terrifying in a way. Oh my gosh, dude. Oh my goodness gracious. Wow. Okie doke. Let's bring it back to, I think I can go to the stage twice, actually. Because I realize I've been going back and forth between Pumpkin Hill and the Chao Garden, but I think I can get 2 sets of animals out of this. And I haven't tried that before now. Ultimately, what we're trying to do, chat, is get all 180 emblems, and right now we're kind of on our Chao chapter, in a way. So we are raising a champion, and our champion's name is Clementine. Pablo out there saying that I remember seeing Sonic Boom and was, like, traumatized in a way. Ooh, traumatized in what way? I watched Sonic Boom a little bit with my partner, and she was not really into it. I like a little bit of the sort of juvenile meme culture that's evolving from the show, but I can only take it in small doses. Otherwise, it just feels like brain rot, dude. Oh my gosh. I see Llama Meat Temp being like, Sonic Boom is goated. Dude, in that regard, the memes that have developed from that show are hilarious, dude. The brain rot is absolute. Oh my god, yeah. They knew exactly who their target audience was, dude. Absolutely. But, like, in a way, like, they really dive into and lean into the tropes of the specific characters. And I haven't completely watched Sonic Boom, so I'm not a good authority on this, right? But of what I've seen of the show, there were some really, like, specific Sonic jokes and Sonic references in the show that just make me laugh, because I get it. And I can't name any of those off the top of my head, but overall, I would say that I enjoy Sonic Boom. Although, like I said, I can only take it in small pieces, you know? Llama's saying I was their target audience, and they hit that target. Approved! Dude, you know what's up. You absolutely know what's up. Oh my gosh. Tiova said, never really got into Sonic, but the lore seems neat. Yeah, dude. I like, Sonic has been a quintessential part of my childhood for, like, a really, really long time. So I love Sonic the Hedgehog. Sonic the Hedgehog is my favorite video game IP. For the music, for the characters, for the nostalgia, for the games, everything, dude. I love it. One of the reasons why I'm not super stressed out about the fact that I've been playing Sonic the Hedgehog games for like the past almost 6 months. I'm a little bit stressed out, but not super stressed out. Pablo saying, man, if I could look back on those memes, you can. The Sonic Wiki. The Sonic Wiki will help you out with that. Be careful, though. I am on the Sonic Wiki at least twice a week, and for some reason, certain parts of the wiki pages, I swear to goodness, have malware. And they send you, like, these sites that make you click on advertisements and stuff that are absolutely going to download Trojans to your computer. So, like, just watch out for fandom.com in general. Some really shady stuff happening with fandom.com. And apparently it's got to do with their advertisement policies. But you didn't hear it from me. Llama saying, never played any of the other games, but I was really, really into the shows, specifically Sonic Boom and Sonic X. Oh, dude, Sonic... Lycos and I just released an episode of the Sonic podcast that we do on specifically Sonic shoes and all the different iterations of Sonic shoes. And there were quite a few different versions of Sonic shoes specifically in Sonic X for some reason. And they were, like, all created by Chris Thorndike. And my favorite one of the shoes from Sonic X was, and I don't remember what the name of the shoes were off the top of my head, but they were effectively Sonic shoes that had razor blades sticking out of the bottom of them. And we were talking about it on the show. We were like, you can't tell me that this wasn't like a prepubescent boy's idea of shoes that let you climb walls. How do you climb walls? Well, if I were a young kid, I'd think put a bunch of spikes into it. As opposed to, like, evidently salamanders have, like microscopic hooks on their feet in order to, like, climb up walls and stuff like that. That's an idea. But no, razor blades. That's peak engineering. I thought was freaking wild, dude. Oh, man. Llama being like, Sonic X ran for a decent while, so it kind of checks out. Yeah, Lycos Lore, the guy who I do the podcast with, watched all of Sonic X. I have not watched all of Sonic X. If anything, the Sonic show that I would like to binge most right now is Sonic Underground. Because I learned a couple of things about the show, where the things that appear in the show that kind of piqued my interest recently. Tiovo out there saying, I'm a turbo nerd for JoJo's Bizarre Adventure and Warhammer 40k. Oh yeah, dude? I'm a fan of the stands from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure because they're all based off of band names and whatnot, which is a bit of a... It scratches my lore itch, in a way. Warhammer 40k, I am not as into, because I don't play the games very often, but I got some friends of mine who are super into Warhammer 40k. And you're not the only person to... Oh. Oh. Okay. It appears that my game has crashed. Okay. Oh, all right. As Knuckles the Echidna in Sonic Adventure 2 Battle once said, all right. That was intriguing. It hasn't happened before. That's new to me. We'll relaunch the game. That's a crash if I've ever seen it. Cheers to game crashes, I guess. Oh, I lost my straw. Llama saying, I like sleeping to Warhammer lore specifically. How many... Dude, we were talking about One Piece earlier today. We were talking about... We've talked about... oh, shoot. I clicked the wrong button. Sorry, I have to relaunch the game again because I accidentally created a new save file. I didn't mean to do that. Oh my gosh, dude. Tiovo saying, I own 3 JoJo's suits, several Seiko watches, and that cologne, and even a signed Gucci X JoJo's item. Yeah, dude, you're deep into it. That you are. One Piece also slaps. Bro, are you an anime nerd? Are you a fucking weeb? Because welcome to the club. I don't watch as much anime as I probably could, mostly because it is incredibly distracting to me, but you are in kindred company, my friend. Wow. I see Tailsdoll Ultima Hunter. Greetings. Greetings to you as well, Tailsdoll. How's that energy crystal treating you, by the way, Tailsdoll? And were you ever able to get out of Radical City? Because if so, I envy you. Because I'm still stuck in the same weird purgatory of space between states of being and otherwise that I've remained to be at this bar with an X. Welcome in. Appreciate you popping in. Llama being like, I watch way too much anime. Who's to say what is too much anime, you know? Alright. I need to check on my champion. How are you doing? Run level 99? Let's send you into the races! Exactly which race? I don't know. I'm about to figure that out. Apparently, Clementine has to beat all of the races in order to win. So I'm going to send you into the challenge race first. Specifically you, Clementine. You know what's up. Go against the... Oh, my egg! Oh, my egg! Tiova saying, I have a list that's 300 shows long that I have completed. Is it my anime list, Tiova? Because I don't have 300 shows on my list, but I got a strange feeling that we might share the same type of list that we utilize. I see Tailsdoll saying, was stuck in null space for a little while. Found out my gem was canon, original Phantom Ruby. So casually stuck between dimensions. I don't know if your crystal was the original Phantom Ruby or otherwise, but I guess it depends on what canon that you're reading. Your canon has 2 ends. And technically speaking, if the canon has 2 ends, it's meant for the destruction of universes and otherwise, to get technical about it. But who am I to judge? Llama's saying out there that you read some manga too. I read more than you watch nowadays. Yeah, everybody's got their form of medium that they prefer. Tiovo saying for Warhammer, I have all of the major novels, 4 Titans, and 2 armies, dude. The guy that I do the podcast with, Lycos Lore, is super into Warhammer. You have my permission to ping him about Warhammer. Because I feel like he actually would probably want to talk about it. I see David above saying, I was doing some tweaks and thought about adding some orange cello and doing a smidge more orange juice and mix in tangerine juice as well. Maybe do an orange syrup or try a brochant. What is a brochant? A brochant is something I've yet to heard before, but I'm about to look this up to see if I can learn a little something new today. Brochant. Oh, I spelled that wrong. I put a V instead of a B. Brauchant. Oh, Bauchant orange liqueur. Cognac-based. Cognac-based, it looks like. Nice job there, Clementine. I would think one of the things to take into consideration, David, with the development of the recipe is that watch out for... I'm gonna make sure I articulate this properly. Watch out for redundance in drink recipes, right? So if you are doing something that is prominently orange, you can accent the orange with things that are not orange, that are similar to orange, like other citruses, for example. Or you can just, like, for lack of a better term, spam more orange on top of it. And admittedly, if you have a drink that is orange schnapps, orange liqueur, orange cello, and orange eau de vie or orange brandy, you will get something that tastes really orange. But did you need that much orange to begin with? That's a question that, like, it becomes a little bit dicey depending on what you work with, right? Something to keep in mind. But the addition of an orange liqueur with honey side notes might be nice, or adding a little bit of honey syrup instead would be another option that you've got there. Oh, I apparently am running ads right now. Cool. Well, I'm talking to David, who's on YouTube right now. So to continue down along that train of thought, let me think. Yeah, there's something to keep notes of. You were saying to add a little bit of tangerine in there. I would think that if you were trying to take this in another direction, something a little bit more tangerine forward, I feel like concentrating either your orange juice or your tangerine juice might be pretty intriguing. Either take your orange juice and boil off the water using heat, or take the orange juice, freeze it, and then only melt the first percentage points of it, only a couple percentage points of it, like 30% of the liquid, and leave all the rest behind as water. Those are two ways that you can concentrate syrups or juices or otherwise. You can do this with things like pineapple juice or the juice of literally any other fruit. This drink that I'm working on for Knuckles the Echidna right now, I have 4 grape juices in my freezer right now. One is red grape juice, just specifically squeezed from the grapes from a juicer. I've got green grape juice, and I have lacto-fermented red grape juice and lacto-fermented green grape juice, and I plan to concentrate all of them and then use them in a drink for Knuckles, and then see whether or not I need to add any extra sugar to it, because red grapes have a lot more sweetness on top of them already by base. Green grapes typically do not. If I find that I'm going to use a combination, I might be able to add the sweetness of the grape juice with the red grape juice and the tartness of the grape juice with the green grape juice, and I might be able to add some interesting saline notes and lactic acid notes, a little bit of a sour note from the lacto-fermented juices as opposed to the not-so-lacto-fermented juices. That is to say, this is a small rant on juices. A lot of different things that you can do with juices. That being said, too, you could also specifically say that your drink recipe is not just made with just orange juice. You have so many different options. You can use navel orange juice. You can use Curaçao orange juice. You could use blood orange juice. You could use other orange juices. If you're in an area that has bitter orange juice or a citrus that is a crossbreed between a navel orange and let's say something else, you have so many different angles that you can go at, even specifying a mandarin orange versus a Satsumo or sumo orange versus the tangerine specifically. So many different angles, but depending on what you're going with, you absolutely, in case this is a thought of yours, you absolutely have the right to say it's not just orange juice, it's specifically tangerine juice. Instead of saying orange juice or tangerine juice. Like, you are totally allowed to say that my recipe is specifically tangerine juice, not orange juice. They are two different flavors. They are going to taste different. Oh, clementines too, another type of juice. Welcome back for the ads, everybody. I was just ranting about oranges, to be perfectly honest. Oh, let's see. Let me get back to the game a little bit. Do some more races and whatnot. Get back to the jewel race and see where we're at. Tiovo's saying that your major itch is D&D, and I have spent an ungodly amount of time for D&D. Dude, I got a friend of mine who, he's my DM actually, and he would absolutely be able to relieve and stuff like that. Oh man. Tailsdoll saying we need an Omochao cannon to get rid of those. Specifically, we need an Omochao cannon, we need an Omochao gun, we need an Omochao mines. They are all legitimate weapons, and they are all cannons. C-A-N-O-N. No double N's in that one. Omochao has been used as way too many weapons in the canon universe, if I'm being perfectly honest. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Tiovo's saying, joke's on you, Twitch ads. I'm on 2 platforms. Yeah, Tiovo's gone quantum. We saw that earlier. We saw that. Oh, there goes my slide whistle. Tiovo on the Twitch side says, I can say with 10,000% certainty that nobody outside of professionals or streamers goes harder for a D&D home garden than I do. Home game than I do. Outside of professionals or streamers. Dude, okay. Yeah, I believe that. I believe that. You're saying that your main itch is D&D, and you're pitting yourself against people who don't do it as, like, their full-time job? I believe you. You can have it. I give that to you. You can have that, Tiovo. But have you paid Baldur's Gate? Also, I would like to say that, to put things in perspective, Clementine's run speed is level 99, and they are still having a hard time keeping up with the other Chao in this race. Ugh. Nah, dude, it's a death. It's a death. It's a death. It ain't working. It ain't working, dude. We have to get through all of the jewel races! Every single one of them! And Clementine will be my champion. But let's go to Aquamarine and see what we get with that. Because those guys are, you know, they're not that bad. They're just really good swimmers. Swimmers are good. Tiovo's saying, I have played Baldur's Gate, and I love that game. That makes sense. That makes sense. I got you, dude. Umito saying, time to go to work, facing the heat wave, have a good stream. And are you also experiencing the heat wave? Over in France? I was just talking to somebody in Denver, Colorado the other day, and they were saying they were being hit by the heat wave. I'm being hit by the heat wave. Half of the globe is being hit by the heat wave. I don't think that's how weather works. But I am not a meteorologist. I am a mixologist. So therefore, stay cool, Umito. Oh my gosh. Also, I do not have any straws that are tall enough to be able to sip this beverage. Dude, Clementine is killing it! But how will he fare against the swimmers? Yep. Yep. Can I change my angle? Please. Are they catching up? It looks like they're catching up. No, we'll be good. We'll be fine. Oh my gosh. There we go. Oh yeah, speed ahead, dude. I see Jack Jammer on Twitch saying, hello, man. Welcome back, Jack Jammer. Good to see you again. In case you need a beverage or anything, I am sipping on a drink recipe from David Andrade over on YouTube right now. A very orange-forward beverage with some hints of botanical juniper notes and whatnot. Jack Jammer saying, too, what would the drink for a Chao be? I think, in my opinion, it depends on the Chao. Because the dark fruit kind of looks like a rambutan or a lychee. I would say for the dark Chao, it's going to be a lychee-based drink. If it is a neutral Chao, because the Chao fruit looks like a cantaloupe, I would say that it's got to be a cantaloupe melon-based drink. For the hero Chao, because those fruits tend to have a little bit of a yellowish, greenish hue to them, I would say that they're honeydew-based. Jack Jibber saying Cream's Chao. Well, Cream's Chao is specifically named cheese, so I would feel that because cheese is a neutral-based Chao, then you would have to find some way of incorporating some type of cheese with specifically cantaloupe melon. And do I know how to do that at the top of my head? I don't know, but I had a combination of, it was watermelon, which is a type of melon, and Havarti cheese way, way back. Salt, you slice of a Havarti cheese, you put watermelon on top, and you put salt on top of that, sea salt. Delightful snack. Delightful snack. So I would go, honestly, off the top of my head, Havarti cheese, cantaloupe melon specifically, and then a tiki drink. Because to me, like, the whole, like, steel drum vibe of the Chao music kind of evokes me tiki vibes. That's what I would go with, personally. What would you think, Jack Jammer? To be fair, I think maybe if you did cheese's drink with cream cheese specifically, that would give you bonus points. Tiovo saying, perchance a type of ube flavor. Ube specifically, but it's purple. But it's purple yams. I would wonder, if we tried to put purple yams into a drink's inspiration, where is it coming from? Is it color? Because color works, appearance works, right? But if there's something else about the Chao that would inspire yams, roots, ground vegetables, or the color purple, that'd be, again, another good basis for that. I'm seeing Tiovo above saying, too, that for D&D, I produced my own music, painted over 1,600 minis, 800 pieces of terrain, made custom, built an entire building dedicated for D&D, even created my own tech to immerse my players with sound, sight, and scent. Wow, dude. Wow, dude. You convinced me. I got a strange feeling that you were a really, really, really good DM, and everybody loves you as a DM. The question then remains, are you a forever DM, or do you also have the chance to play as well? Whoop. Jack Jabber saying, I don't know, but I just had a unique idea. Dude, it is a very unique idea. To be fair, I have not thought about a drink specifically inspired by Cream's Chao cheese. That thought has not crossed my mind. So that's a good inspiration. Actually, I like that inspiration so much that I'm gonna write it down. Cheese, Chao, cream cheese, cream plus cheese, maybe Havarti plus water, melon plus salt, inspiration. We're talking a little bit about... He's also got a bow tie, so, like, maybe, like, classic cocktail. Could be a classic cocktail because he's a little bit more classy. Classic drink because bow tie. Because bow ties are cool. I like it. Jack Jammer saying, I feel like a drink for Surge would be a little bit more citrusy. That would also be tart and contain something carbonated. Oh, like Surge the Tenrec? The character from the comics? Yeah, dude. I will say this, Jack Jammer. If you've got any concepts for how a Sonic-inspired drink would go, I have a command, !suggest. Whatever notes that you add there will be sent to a Discord server that I check through every single message of. And if you've got a concept that I agree with, like like Surge being a little bit more energetic and citrus forward, if I manage to make a drink about it, which I'm not making any guarantees for, but if I do, and I really like the idea, I will absolutely mention it in the blog post that I've got, because we stand upon the shoulders of giants, and if I took the idea from somebody, I want to make sure that I give credit where credit is due. And all ideas are valid here at the Bar of the Next. All of them. And sometimes valid ideas involve mayonnaise. But I'm not gonna go into that. Not unless you think that Eggman's drink would be incorrect without mayonnaise. In which case, I've got a concept prepared. Tiova's saying, I give the option for my players to run their own campaign using all of my materials, if they so please. I usually DM a party of 8 close friends, but every so often, people at the local game shop ask me to DM for them. I don't know why, but Sonic reminds me of peach rings. It's because of the G-Fuel flavor, actually. My Sonic the Hedgehog cocktail is peach flavored for that exact reason. I got you there. It also reminds me of peaches. No, that's fair, dude. Dude, you actually, your LGS asks you to DM for them? That's incredible, dude. You are absolutely the DM of the area. But again, I'm still curious. I don't think you quite caught. Are you the forever DM? Because I have a couple of people in my life who are dungeon masters who are considered the forever DM. They never get to play the game. Never. They never get to play as a player. I'm always curious about that. We got a couple of people in chat who are like forever DMs as well, and I imagine that for some folks out there who want to be able to play every once in a while, like, I would imagine this, Tio, though, from your perspective, do you know of anybody who could DM in a way that is on the same level as you? And do you think that they would be an enjoyable DM for you? Because if not, I think you fall into the category of forever DM, which is a very specific type of purgatory. I've never DM'd a game. I don't really want to DM Dungeon & Dragons games, so it's not a perspective that I have much say on, but I've heard from some other friends of mine and some other folks in the community as well. All right, so that was a total wash, that race. Let's do another one. Jack Jimmer saying, what's the command again? I want to remember it so I can fully expand my idea. !suggest. !suggest will send a message to the Discord server in my suggestions channel. If you can also put it right in the Discord server too. I'll just pop the link in there for anybody who might want it. But I go through every single one of the suggestions that I get, and I'm also kind of working on a means to... I have this idea in the works where, because there are more folks that I'm learning out there who are as into this cocktail inspiration stuff that I am. So, I have this idea where I basically set up a Google Doc that lists characters from a game series, and folks in the community can comment on it, and we can have an active discussion about if we were to make a drink inspired by the character, what sources are we going to use for the drink inspiration, right? Something like that. So, there is the suggestions channel in the Discord. You can use the suggestions command. in the Discord server too, there is a forum channel called the Community Hub, and there is a Sonic workshopping mega thread there. And if you have any ideas for Sonic-inspired drinks, you are encouraged, more than welcome, to throw whatever ideas that you have there. The Knuckles drink that I'm working on right now wouldn't be as good a concept as it is without the input from one of our community members, Ryder, who gave me some pretty solid ideas for how to make Knuckles a red drink with Jamaican rum, based off of his Jamaican influence as a character, specifically with grape flavors because his favorite fruit is grapes. And I'm working on a pretty solid concept right now that I'm really, really excited about, and I wouldn't have had as good an inspiration if not for the input for the folks who know, admittedly, a heck of a lot more about the game series than I do. So if you got thoughts, I welcome them. Jack Jammer saying, I just do the command and write the drink idea ingredients? Yeah, whatever's easiest for you. Tiovo saying, I have sat at the player side once, and my DM was not good for many reasons, mostly for weird role-playing. With that said, I don't expect the same level of quality that I put out to me. If you were able to keep your players comfortable and engaged, that's good enough for me. Your best friend pitched a one-shot using the Skyrim universe as the base, and I'm very excited for him to give it a shot. Yeah, dude. I would say, too, if I can sympathize with you for a moment here, Tiovo, for you, it's dungeon mastering and D&D. For me, it's cocktail mixology. If I can be honest for a moment, I have friends of mine who are interested in making drinks inspired by their favorite characters and stuff, and I would say that I put in so much effort into drinkspiration, down to specific ingredients, the balancing of a drink, the science behind the drink, the presentation of the drink, the glassware of the drink, the everything about the drink. Everything about it. As best as I possibly can. I'm still growing as a mixologist. But I have some friends who, and I'm not gonna single out anybody, but to them, the idea of a really, really good Bulbasaur drink, just to state Pokemon, is it's got melon liqueur, because it's green. It's got gin, because gin is made with juniper, which is an herb, so therefore herbs like Bulbasaur. And, I don't know. We put whipped cream on top of it because he knows Vine Whip. And that's it. And that's it. And don't get me wrong. I am not the kind of person to yuck someone's yum. If that works for you, great. But I would say that, and feel free to speak from your own perspective too. Like, if I were to present this drink to the world, I don't think that just a green drink is going to pass as Bulbasaur. For you, Tiovo, or for any of the other DMs out there too who take great pride in their DMing and whatnots. Also, Clementine is totally the winner, dude. Never been able to complete all the challenges before, and I think we got an emblem, right? I thought we got an emblem for that. Did we not get an emblem for that? Holy Roller, welcome in, by the way. I see you out there with those 877s. Go Gort now. 877 cash now? 877 Gort now? That's beautiful. I've never seen those emotes before. I love the reference. Oh my gosh, welcome in, Holy. Oh my gosh. Oh my god, there's more! Okay. What was I saying? Do you find that... I don't know. Again, I don't think that if anybody's drink is... If it's made to a way that they like, there's nothing wrong with that. But if you were to DM for a broader audience, would you feel that you could match up to the task? And do you feel that the other people in your life would also be able to do so? In a totally non-judgmental space. Like, do you think that the general public would enjoy the game that is DM'd by the other people in your life? Because I find that, and this might be my bias, this might be my ego, this might be something else, right? I find that if I were to present my drink for, let's say, cheese chow to the world, I think that the world would enjoy it more so than somebody else who just kind of threw a couple of things together and was just like, it's blue and it's yellow, it's a Chao. I don't know. Could be me being a little bit pretentious with it. But if you've got the effort that you put in, you were saying, what, 1,600 different minifigures and whatnot? Oh my gosh, dude. At the very least, you have more repetitions than a lot of people out there for your DMing. And I would say, relatively speaking, I've got more repetitions for my drinks and cocktails and mixology than other folks out there. Not the majority. I am not at a point where I would feel comfortable saying that I am, like, professional level mixing drinks yet. Professional, like pro level. Like master level. I'm not at that point yet. But at least among my, like, local cronies and stuff, yeah. I make some pretty damn good drinks. And I think I've earned that. Jack Jammer out there saying, so far, all my ideas for Surge drink is just fruit. Dude, fruit's good. Let me throw a couple of ideas in your direction, Jack. Surge, and some of these are not going to be ingredients, right? Some of those are going to be like offshoots to research a little bit further on. If I were to make a drink for Surge the Tenric, what I know about Surge right now is Surge is really, really good friends with Whisper the Wolf. There might be something about that relationship, that aspect of the relationship that could inspire a drink, either complementary drinks between the two characters, right? Surge is brash, a little aggressive in a way. Aggressive flavors could be something that's spicy, could be something that's really potent on flavor, it could be something that's tingly in a little way, like buzz buttons happen to be. Surge makes me think of electricity. Electricity also reminds me of a spiciness or a sort of electrical buzz, like buzz buttons will be able to do. It's just the sort of like a tingly feeling on your tongue. Or you could even rationalize that dry flavors, like a dry wine, for example, could be that dry electric feeling on the tongue of a cocktail inspired by Surge. Surge is also admittedly green and black, so you could do a layered drink that pulls upon those inspirations, specifically manifests it as a layered cocktail. Surge is at least partially inspired by Scourge the Hedgehog, and Scourge the Hedgehog is an anti-sonic transformed by the power of the Master Emerald from the punch of an echidna, and you can draw upon aspects of Scourge's origins to inspire a drink by Surge, because partially Ian Flynn, the creator of, I think, a lot of the characters in the IDW comics, took inspiration for Surge from the previous iterations of the comics, whether it's the Fleetway Sonic the Comic or even the Archie comics too, which I think Archie comics is where Scourge made his appearance on. Regardless, whatever you come up with, if it's good to you and it tastes good to you and it's pretty faithful to you, great. And if you've got any thoughts on any of that stuff, feel free to share it. At the very least, it's more thought than I've put into it previously. Despite the fact that I was literally thinking about Scourge the other day, but that was for doing a podcast episode, not in the least bit in regards to anything drink related, because those things were separate for me. Oh man. Jack Jammer saying, I'm looking up fruit and fruit details, and I feel the drink idea is getting a little bit bitter. Grapefruit juice instead of lemon juice? Oh yeah, dude. Watch out with grapefruit juice. Watch out with grapefruit juice. Grapefruit doesn't have as much acidity as lemon juice, so I would say that you can't swap one out for one to the other. You need to compensate a little bit. You can add a little bit of extra acid to grapefruit juice. Grapefruit juice can interact with certain medications for some people, making it so that if you have grapefruit in a juice, a lot of people, some people, depending on the medications that they're on, can actually make the drink. So like for one of my drinks personally, I can speak from my personal experience, that the Amy the Hedgehog drink is not a very good drink overall because it relies on grapefruit flavor from grapefruit juice. And for people who aren't able to utilize grapefruit juice because of the medications that they're on, they can't enjoy it, which is a bit of a detriment. So it could have some improvements overall. Let's see. I'm seeing Tiovo out there saying that I'd agree with that, but since D&D is usually behind the closed doors, this is going back into the conversation of feeling about basically what you've gained in your respective art. For Tiovo, it's DMing, and for me, it's for mixology. D&D is usually behind closed doors. It's a lot less judgmental, and oftentimes quickly crafted stuff is pretty darn good. With that in mind, if I were to DM and the public were able to see, I absolutely think I would not do a good enough job simply because competing with people like Critical Role, Roll20, or the other giants would be impossible considering they would not be able to experience things like scent, as well as the point of view of the players with their unique sight on the game. For example, Tiovo continues, 2 of your players are colorblind, 1 has a gnarly astigmatism, and their seating position also changes their perspective. Dude, but Tiovo, the fact that you take those things into considerations for the players in your campaign is a level of specificity and a level of personalization specifically, or what's the term I'm looking for? It's not personalization, it's not customization, it is catering specifically to your players that folks who are doing campaigns even at scale might not even have the opportunity to consider because of the scale that they're working at. Because if you think about folks like Roll20 or Roll20 or Critical Role or Dimension, I think it's 32 or something, they have so many more people that they're catering to, and it's not just their players either. It's the audience that they're playing to too. And I would say that offers a lot of pressure on top of things too, you know? Kenna, by the way, I see you on the YouTube side popping in and saying hi. Welcome in, dude. I appreciate you popping into the bar with an X. Dude, Clementine is struggling a little bit. Dude, this guy is the ultimate. That one Grey Chao is doing miles ahead. Anything else that we've done so far? That's impressive. Man. Tiovo saying, I also see that, their seating positions have unique secrets built into the table respective to the players. Tiovo, you were saying before that you, like, build out specific, like, loadouts for your individual players and the tables and the chairs and whatnot, dude. Like, I don't know enough about, I haven't watched a lot of Roll20. I haven't watched a lot of the other Dimension. I haven't watched a lot of D&D content. But that to me seems like the level of personalization and customization and catering that you give to your players is more than what's feasible at the scale that they're working at. And that's really cool. Tiovo saying, for example, your spellcaster, he don't know it yet, next session will get a magnetic wand that they can use on the table to unlock a secret drawer to find lore on the inside. And again, I have never watched Critical Role. I've watched some of Vox Machina that's come out recently, but my DM for the campaign that I play in is a heck of a lot more of a Critical Role, let's call him a nerd, because this is a bit of a nerd, fanatic, if you will, than I am. I don't know, like, I don't have the means to compare between your level of commitment to your players versus Matt Mercer to his players or Brendan Lee Milligan to his players. But from what you're pitching to me right now, it seems that with the custom paraphernalia, the custom table, the seating positions, the everything else that you've put into the thing too, sounds like that at the very least, you are of a heck of a lot more personal as a DM than the folks who are doing it for, in front of a camera. Either because they have to or because they want to or otherwise. And that absolutely deserves recognition. Alright, so Clementine has absolutely been killing it in these challenge races, so I'm gonna see whether or not Clementine can match up against this hero race here and go against the, was it the Demon Chao? Yeah! The Angel! Devil versus the Angel. We are the Angel in this case. We'll see how that goes. Jack Gemmer saying, I think my idea of Surge is done. A little bit of lime, lemon, cayenne powder, orange cream, sparkling water, whatever alcohol you think is best, because I don't know alcohol, and sour apple slice. I would think for Surge, I don't know enough about Surge off the top of my head to assign a particular base spirit to Surge, but I think there's probably a lot to work with. If any of these terms reach out to you, Jack, let me know which one does. Botanical, smoky, fiery. neutral, clean, gentle. Trying to think of other associations that I've got. Let me look back here. Fruity. Smooth. Complex is probably a bad word to use here. Also, my headphones are apparently running a little bit low, so I think I have to plug in my headphones. They're getting a little bit low. If any of those terms popped out to you, Jack, I got ideas for what spirits those map to. Tiovo out there saying, I blend reality into my games entirely because my best friends always tell me that they love the games. This campaign has lasted 4 years. As of next week, dude, you've got an anniversary coming up? Oh, dude. Cheers to that. Jack Jammer saying, none of them I feel fit here. Totally fine. Totally fine. I see Mr. Waffles popping and saying, Waffle. Waffle right on back to you, Mr. Waffles. Oh, let me think. I'm thinking of my collection of spirits that I've got. Ooh, funky. Funky's another word that I can think of. Think of, vegetal. Or, let's say, pointed. Also, I think I have to plug in my headphones. Do I have my thing over here? Hold up a second, chat. My headphones are apparently running low on battery. I gotta plug this thing in. Hi, everybody. It's my face. Where's my plug-in? Where's my plug-in? Oh my god, where's my plug-in? Hello? Where's my plug-in? Hello? Where is my plug-in? Where is my plug-in? I know I have my plug-in somewhere. Where are you? I found you. I got it. There we go. Are we winning, chat? Yeah, we're still in first place? Oh, absolutely! Sorry, I realized my headphones are gonna die, so... I found a cable. Okie dokie. I got it. I gotta plug myself in. Hold on a second. Haha, there we go. Whoop! There we go! I am kind of attached to a USB cord, so I'm gonna hang... This is gonna look awkward for a little bit, but it's charging. We're good. Dude, also, Clementine is absolutely killing the demon! Yes, dude! Tiovo is saying that I'm gonna bake your players a Black Forest cherry cake since they also completed a quest... Stroopy out there saying, I played a lot of D&D, but from what you've said, the level of immersion you have created is crazy. Dude. I'm gonna throw some severe snaps in your direction, dude, Tio, though. That is more, to use Stroopy's words, immersion than anything I've ever heard of at a D&D campaign. It's no wonder that your friends are calling upon you for DMing, that your local game shop is also calling upon you for DMing. You apparently know what you're doing, and even if you don't know what you're doing in the way that you would describe it, which it seems like you do, you have a passion for it that is unmatched in your local community. And that is very impressive. Holy Roller being like, I love waffles, my Surge. Honestly, how can we pull parallels between Waffles and Surge the Tenrec, the Sonic character? How can we do it? Could we do it? I don't know. Maybe. Jack Jammer saying, I know she's mean, electric, tough, a fighter, and loud. I would say loud spirits tend to be unaged spirits. If I'm thinking off the top of my head. Like, if I were to draw parallels between alcoholic spirits and characters, young spirits, spirits that have not been aged in oak barrels or aged of any kind, tend to have flavors that are very, very potent. There's a whole category of spirits that is kind of a super family of brandy called eau de vie. It's EAUDEVIEUX, perhaps? I might be... Or VIE, not... There's no X in that one. Eau de vie is taking pretty much anything and distilling it. It could be a fruit that's distilled, and you can pick whatever fruit you want, right? So if you find that for whatever your inspiration is, that, let's say, for Surge, I don't really know of any fruits off the top of my head that strike me as very pointed. Actually, you know what? A pointed fruit is a pineapple to me. If you could find an unaged pineapple spirit, to my knowledge, there's nothing that I know of that is distilled from pineapple specifically, but I'm Googling that right now while this race is happening. I'm looking if there is a pineapple eau de vie that exists out there. There's one by Ritual Sister Smoked Pineapple Eau de Vie, Reinhall Pineapple Eau de Vie. More Savory Goods has a drink that apparently uses some pineapple eau de vie, specifically with some yuzu, it appears. Reinhall, R-H-I-N-E, Hall, makes a pineapple eau de vie. That means that the spirit itself uses the sugars that are inherent to a pineapple in order to convert those sugars to alcohol and then correspondingly concentrate that alcohol in a still into something that is higher proof. Like a brandy. Technically, a pineapple eau de vie is a brandy because it comes from a fruit, right? Tiovo saying Kiwanos are protein. Oh, like Kiwano melons? The spiky horned melons? That's fair. That's fair. You know, melons could be a solid concept there, too. Oh, Clementine, no! No! You were doing so well! Oh my gosh! You got it wrong. It's okay. It's okay. That's a good point there, Tiovo. Tiovo's saying, too, I originally used D&D as an escape. Oh, it actually worked. Okay, I'm impressed. I originally used D&D as an escape, then one day I just fell absolutely in love with the game, and it's entirely consumed me. Tiovo, if I can throw something back in your direction. When I was in college, I just kind of fell in love with drinks. I just kind of fell in love with mixology. I had found that I really wanted to mix my own drinks. So I started mixing a couple of my own, and I found that my partner, Anna, who I'm married to now, was not super into the drinks that were being served at the fraternity parties that I was out of. So I decided to spend $800 to attend some bartending classes that I never actually finished to learn more about mixology while I was in college. COVID came around. I had amassed a very, very small liquor collection that I had brought people up to my a bedroom to mix drinks for, because that was where I was able to keep my alcohol, because it wasn't technically allowed. And I would mix drinks with people. And a lot of folks said that the drinks that I were making were better than the drinks that were being served at the parties. And I was like, okay, but like, my partner still doesn't like these drinks. I don't really like these drinks. How do I get deeper into those? And so as the years went on, I started doing some streaming on Twitch and YouTube, Twitch and eventually YouTube. I realized that I had a passion for drinks that all I wanted to do was learn more and more about, and I fell headfirst into the chasm that is drink mixology as my passion. And I get the impression that you fell headfirst into D&D as a passion, the same way that I've fallen into mixology. And I would even say too, with the amount of effort that you put in for your players, I would say that I think you put in more effort for your players than I do for my drinks. And I'm feeling just the slightest bit salty about that, but this isn't a dick measuring contest. But I have mad respect for anybody out there who has as much passion as, or even more passion that I've got for craft cocktail mixology, which I've decided to make my entire life. I don't know if you know this, but I quit my job about a month ago, specifically to do this stuff full time, and it is still very recent. The wound is very, very fresh, but I got the whole rest of my life ahead of me. I can't wait for it, dude. I can't wait for it. All right. Clementine has gotten us the emblem for the hero race, the emblem for the dark race. Challenge race, you're struggling a little bit with. I want to take Clementine back to Chao Karate, which we haven't done in a little while, and see how Clementine fares, specifically in the karate matches, and see where we get with that. Let's try Clementine. Doesn't have a lot of power, but it got all the speed, so I don't know exactly where we'll get with that, but we'll see, we'll see. All right, go for it. I see Jack Jammer saying, out of all of your Sonic drinks you've made and tried, which one is your favorite? So I only have cocktails and mocktails for Sonic, Amy, and Shadow right now. And if I had to pick a favorite, the one that I enjoy drinking the most... Oh my god, dude. Holy shit, that was a really powerful punch. I got distracted for a second. My favorite one to drink is Shadow the Highball, because that combination of Coca-Cola, tequila, and red bell pepper was something that I never could have seen coming. Dude, Clem. Oh my god, dude. And then my favorite inspiration drink is Sonic himself. I will admit, I have been super duper 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 slow with my drink inspirations for Sonic because I get really, really anxious at the idea of creating a drink inspiration for an iconic title level character that isn't really, really true. That was incredible, dude. Clementine is absolutely killing it here. I get really anxious about the idea of making a drink for a character that is the main character in a series and it falling short. Sonic's recipe took me so long to develop that I missed out on a competition deadline because me being true to the character was more important than meeting the deadline for the competition, for a cocktail competition. That's my favorite thing that I've developed for Sonic. And my favorite tasting one was Shadow because that was just a beautiful, beautiful tasty combination that I've never had before. Man. I'm seeing Tiovo out there saying, I have several binders that are thousands of full pages of lore, NPCs, notes, and art. I'll never forget my first D&D session. It was a terrible, story-wise session. One shot, where we used a dry erase marker on a whiteboard for the map, and pennies, dimes, and nickels for the characters. And I get the impression that you have evolved so far from then, Tiovo. You have taken your craft, you have refined it, you've dove deep into it, you have made it better, you've upgraded it, you've researched it, you've practiced it, you've iterated it time and time again, hundreds, and according to what you were saying, thousands of times. And that is the type of repetition that I envy as a cocktail mixologist. I do not have hundreds of thousands of drinks that I've made. Not yet. Not yet. And like, you don't need to share how long you've been on this earth for, but I've only been on this earth for 27 years right now. And only have I really started diving deep in about the last 2 years or so. And I have such high hopes for whatever the heck comes next, y'all. I got technology beyond most people have in their home kitchen, and I use it for home cooked meals, and I use it for cocktails as well, and I still have so much to learn, dude. So much to learn. And one of the reasons I love doing these streams here is because there are folks out there who have many ideas that I have potentially the ability to bring to life, and that's one of my dreams here, dude. If anything, I want to mix drinks and change lives. And I think that's what we can do. Clementine is the champion! That was beautiful! My beautiful baby, my little baby! Yes! Oh my gosh, how many more emblems do we have, dude? Oh my gosh! Yes! I need to see what the emblem counts are right now. This is incredible. Wow. Tova's saying, only 22 right now, totally fair. And now you've got 6 3D printers that are constantly running to make minis. It's almost down to a factory-like automation. Dude, I've only got one 3D printer. Are a couple of them resin printers? Because those minis that you can make with resin printers are just, like, so cool looking. Oh, okay. There was one more tournament, and there are 2 races.
Character select.
Oh my gosh, dude. This is the most progress that we have made in a stream so far, and it's all happening at the very, very end. There's another tournament, dude. I gotta see. I gotta see how Clementine matches up. Wow, dude. You got this, Clem. Do you got this, Clem? I think you got this. Super. Wow. Tiova's saying that all of your 3D printers are resin-based, and I made a filament-based one that can print in a 30-inch cube area. Oh, that's big. That strikes me as pretty big. I think my 3D printer can probably only print something the size of my head right now. For now. But I've had ideas, and I haven't gotten super-duper deep into it yet, but I've had ideas on how to take 3D prints and incorporate them into my drink presentations and whatnot. I've seen drinks that are quite literally served out of a 3D render of the earth opened up with dry ice somewhere beneath the drink's surface to produce this fog-like effect to almost make it seem as if you were drinking the quintessence of the center of the earth. I think that's so cool, dude. Do we have the technology? We have the technology. Wow, that was absolutely a washout. Okie dokie. Sounds good. All right, so evidently, Clementine is not yet up to the super rounds yet, and we need to do the super rounds. That being said, the question I got here is whether or not I'm going to keep going for... I'm probably going to end in a little bit, by the way, y'all, because it's getting a little bit late for me. But I want to see if Clementine can match up against any of the jewel races over here. I'll basically go until we conceivably lose something in a particular regard, because I think Clementine's got a pretty good fighting chance against a lot of these competitions here. Maybe not all of them, like not the aquamarine one, but maybe pair it out in the other ones, because Clementine runs pretty fast now. And I haven't let them try any of the diamond patches yet, so let's give that a try, you know? I see Jack Jammer saying, I want to hear a dumb Mario thing that I did as a kid. Oh, always, dude. Feel free to. Tiovo saying, too, that I almost forgot. I CNC milled custom aluminum dice trays for each of your... Aluminum dice trays? I've never heard of an aluminum dice tray before. Keep in mind, too, says Tiovo, 3D prints aren't really food safe, so coat them with a food-grade epoxy. Funny enough, though, those D&D dice trays were the thing that nearly killed me. Crazy what expensive tools can do. Oh, yeah, dude. I know a couple of engineers, because I used to work in engineering before this, and I know a couple of engineers who would work with specifically CNC mills and whatnot, and that stuff can get rather dangerous, both from the mechanical perspective and from the electrical perspective as well. That's pretty incredible that you made specifically aluminum dice trays for them as well. You were very, very dedicated to the craft, dude. Credit where credit is due. But yeah, certain certain materials are food safe or otherwise. The type of 3D printing that I would do for my drinks and whatnot would be more so on presentation, not ever about what actually touches the glass, ideally. I've had the same sort of thought process for drinks that are garnished with, for example, I was talking about this in one of my classes that I taught the other day too, about specifically drinks that are taught with, that are garnished with feathers, like feathers that you would put on hats and stuff like that. And on the one hand, if you put like a red, green, yellow, and blue feather in a drink to make it look more like a tropical bird or something that's got sort of a rainbow magical vibe to it, that's pretty cool. But if you get little pieces of fuzz inside of your drink, the person who's drinking the drink might very well like drink feather pieces and microplastics and stuff. So that sometimes defeats the purpose of it. But that idea that anything that you use your drink should be food safe or otherwise is something that I try to keep in mind. Admittedly, over a year ago, when I made that s'more cocktail that didn't use a shrub but used a switchel instead, I garnished it. I decorated the glass with pipe cleaners. And I thought that that would be a really, really good inspiration. And it looked kind of cool. However, I did get some fuzz in the drink. And it didn't work out super well. So would I garnish with pipe cleaners again? No. Probably not. But everything's an iterative process, you know? I'm seeing Tiovo saying, I can post some of my D&D stuff in the gaming channel if y'all would like to see. A whopping 3 inches is what decided my fate that day in my machining class, so I am for sure and thankful that I'm still here. Absolutely. Yeah, so Tiovo, if you're marketing anything, like if you're trying to sell things to people or promote your profiles and whatnot, that goes in the self-promote channel in the Discord if you're there already. If not, if you're not trying to promote your own products or something, or just something you're really passionate about, you can put it in the gaming channel. Or if you want to start a whole new thread specifically on D&D related content, whether that be miniature figures or DM screens or character sheets or otherwise, you can start a whole new thread in the community hub channel of the Discord server and basically make it a space all of your own if you just want to like show off the stuff and just like, you know, flex on the community, which you're more than welcome to do. Tiovo saying, I don't sell anything, just figured y'all might like to see some of my work. Oh, absolutely, dude. We would love to. We have a lot of nerds in our community, and some of those nerds are really into the work of other nerds. So we try to keep the nerds together in a way that is coercive to conducive to the environment, you know? Jack Jammer saying, as a kid, my favorite Mario Party game was Nutcases. So at school, I made up a game called Nutcases, where someone waits at the top/one end of a tube on the playground. Once someone went into the tube, I'd launch myself in the side as I was standing and yell, Nutcases! And dive ass first, push them out of the tube, and you should know that I'm a little autistic. Dude, I would encourage you to lean into whatever specificities you've got going on in your brain there. And the fact that you were able to take a concept from a video game, manifest it as a game on a children's playground is something that, honestly, I think is kind of inspiring in a way. I had a game that I played when I played on the playgrounds as a kid that was specifically on, I don't remember what the game was, but it involved a group of people going through the slide and then a group of people standing on top of the slide. And the reason why I really liked playing this game in particular was because on top of the slide, you weren't supposed to be there. There were no guardrails or anything like this. It was not... you wouldn't assume that a child would find their way on top of the slide. This was a fully encased slide tube. Like, it was encased all 360 degrees around. So you couldn't, like, jump onto the slide somewhere halfway through. It was completely encased. A tube slide, right? Not a half pipe. So you would sit on top of the slide as people would go through the slide. And if you were able to come out the bottom of the slide and climb on top of the tube all the way to the top, you could usurp the person on top of the slide by somehow getting them down. And I would not say that this was the safest thing that kids could do on the playground, but I definitely remember kids not falling all the way to the ground, because admittedly this was like a good 10 feet in the air. Kids weren't falling to the ground. We tried to be nice about it, but we could kind of push them onto the swing set that was close by, or push them onto the platform that was close by where people would typically go down the slide and whatnot. It was a little cutthroat. I would think that it was kind of like a King of the Hill, but instead of King of the Hill, it was King of the Slide. It was pretty cool stuff, all things considered. I don't know if that was considered nutcases. To be considerate, all the way back, I was a bit of a nutcase for participating. Didn't seem very, very safe, you know, all things considered. Tio was saying, I'll post my original D&D room from a year back that I built. I don't keep recent photos because of safety reasons now. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I'm looking forward to checking them out later when I correspondingly go to sleep this evening and wake up in the morning, hopefully well rested. Ozzy saying, as a kid, we played a game of jumping off high spots and we called it suicide jumpers. Jumping off of a roof or monkey bars at high spots that got the adrenaline pumping. The way that I did that in elementary school was you would swing on the swings. And instead of jumping off buildings, because there really weren't any buildings to get on top of, although there was technically the swing set, you would swing to really high heights and just launch yourself up. And actually, even better than that, there was a game that we played while we were kids called Idiot Crossing, and it was while all of the swing sets were being used, every single seat on the swing set was swinging at a random, like rhythmic motion. Idiot Crossing was the game where you would start on one side of the swing set and run through to the other side of the swing set. So the idea is, as everybody else is swinging on the swings, you would have to dodge them as you run straight through. Some people managed to get through to the other side completely unscathed. Some kids wound up receiving the full force of another kid at the apex of their swing, whacking right into them at the bottom of the parabolic trajectory that they were swinging. The maximum amount of force. Were kids hurt? Yes. Was I ever hurt? Not while crossing through the Idiot Crossing. Instead, one time I tried to jump off the swing sometime and I flipped backwards and I smashed my face in. You know. Kids. Wild. Ozzy L saying, yeah, rule the kids games, daft. Safety is not a thing. I always wondered too, like, for the disciplinarians that were supposed to be like watching me, like, on the playground or otherwise. How did they, like, how did they not, like, specifically police kids from doing that? Because you could see it happen from a distance. I don't even know. I don't know. Dude, I don't know. Jack Jimer saying, Sonic story. 4th to 5th grade, you went to a different school, and this school had 2 fields with very, very big hills. Green hills, if you will. Sonic reference. At the time, I was huge into Sonic and learned a proper tuck and roll. So I'd go to the top of the green hills, curl up, and roll down the hill like Sonic, doing a spin dash at full speed. I usually crashed into kids and knocked them down, but you had fun. Well, I mean, in this game of pretend that you were playing in 4th and 5th grade, obviously, the other kids were the badniks. And you were just gaining points, and you were just trying to pawn for your extra life. Obviously. Obviously. So they say kids say the darndest things, kids do the darndest things, and the idea that you could imagine yourself as Sonic the Hedgehog spin dashing down a large green hill doesn't seem that far-fetched. That is far-fetched. Like I was saying before, I used to play this game of Pretend with my younger brother. Specifically, we called it Sound Test because we would use the sounds from the games of Sonic Adventure 2 Battle and Sonic Adventure DX Director's Cut as the background music of the games of Pretend that we would play. And I remember us running up and down the hallways of my parents' house. We were trying to climb up walls and do wall jumps and spring jumps and tuck and rolls and ground pounds and otherwise, and running around specifically the couches that were in my parents' living room. I have like very, very prominent memories of my younger brother and I listening to Open Your Heart from Sonic Adventure DX and running around the hallway in my parents' house, the kitchen in my parents' house, the living room in my parents' house, putting up the what's the term? It's not the pillows. It's the it's not technically the pillows. God, what do you call it? It's the individual pieces on the couches. I don't know what you call them off the top of my head. The words are kind of escaping me. But taking those seats, angling them at a 45-degree angle. Cushions! I like that. Cushions. Taking the cushions and putting them at a 45-degree angle and running in a circular fashion around the room, almost as if you were running at an angle, because we were running on the sides of the cushions specifically to reach that top speed. And that type of pretend energy or otherwise, regardless of where you manifest it, is like the quintessential feeling of my very early childhood. Oh, man, dude. I love that, dude. That sounds incredibly fun, Jack. Incredibly fun. Tiovo saying, I just made a thread since I had a bunch of photos and didn't want to spam. Dude, go for it. I appreciate it. I will happily check it up in the morning. If you want to show me, feel free to tag me. I would love to see. I am very, very interested in what you're working on there, Tiovo. Don't feel bad tagging me in things. I can't guarantee that I'm going to get to it, because I do get a lot of tags and whatnot. But if I can, I'd love to be able to check out what other people are working on. I'm very passionate about what I do, and I really, really like being able to support folks who are really passionate about what they do. And Tiovo, you have absolutely showcased to me this evening that you are probably even more passionate about a D&D than I am about cocktail mixology, and I feel just a little bit humbled by the experience. It is an honor to be in the presence of somebody as passionate about their craft as you are, dude. And let me state that again. It is an honor to be in the presence of somebody as passionate about what they are into as you are. It was really, really cool. Thanks for sharing it with us. Tiovo saying, it is Cameron on Discord, right? I don't want to accidentally tag somebody. Yeah, it's me. Yeah, it's me. It's just CAMAROXN. It's my regular name, but I add an X to it. And the X is silent, if anybody ever wondered. All the X's on this channel are silent. The only reason I call my bar the bar with an X is because it's just a little easier to comprehend. At least so I've been told. Dude, we're on a roll with these chows this evening, by the way, y'all. We're doing really, really great. Let me think. I know it's 3 o'clock right now, so I probably gotta call it quits after this particular race here. Otherwise, I would go a little bit later. But it's really, really late for me, y'all. If I stay up too late, I won't be able to edit the stuff that happened this evening tomorrow. So I think I gotta call it quits after this race here. But we'll try to do one more. We'll try to get one more boost before we call it quits for the evening. Jack out there saying, I am a passionate motherfucking artist. I still don't know if this was true, but your mom said that you picked up a crayon and started drawing circles at 3 years old. Dude, it possibly could be. My mother told me the story that I started fluently using a computer, a mouse, a keyboard, and a computer itself, a desktop computer, at the age of 2. So I became a programmer. Welcome to the ads, everybody. I'm going to pause the game because we have a race going on here, so I'm going to hang back in the bar for a hot second. Put my little headphones over here because they are currently charging. Appreciate everybody's understanding. Ooh, excuse me. Excuse me. Let's see. If there's anybody out there on the YouTube side right now, I think I can still talk to you. To the folks on the Twitch side, Tiovo and Jackjammer specifically, if you can still hear me, feel free to say something. But if you are experiencing ads right now, thank you for supporting the Bar with an X. All of the contributions that you add to, that you give to the Bar with an X, or that you give via your watch time, via your eyes, or otherwise winds up going back into the stream as well. I wind up picking up new ingredients for the stock. I pick up new bottles and spirits and whatnot for the mixology that we do here and whatnot. And I have been thinking about specifically spending some of that money on a couple of quality of life improvements. Like I would like a new mouse. I would like a new keyboard. I would like some more rubber mats and whatnot. I would like some more paraphernalia for the sonic mise-en-scène that we have around here. But I'm not rich yet. So I'm not going to take advantage of everybody's good deeds. So, that being said, Tio was saying, I'm still here. 2 streams, infinite, no ads. There we go. There we go. Tiovo saying, I will most likely be posting in that thread a lot, but no recent room photos. Excuse me. I posted the room one singular time, and somebody found out it was you, and I had to take it down ASAP. Yeah, absolutely. We value people protecting not only their own personal security, but also the personal security of others. We actually had a mod action the other day where somebody was posting content that was trying to get back a particular individual because I think they lost something. And it actually had some very, very, very specific, personally identifiable information. And our mods check through all the threads and stuff like that. So if you value your own personal security, I would encourage folks in the Discord server, or generally here in chat as well, don't share your full name. Don't share your social security number. Don't share how old you are. Don't share your address. Don't share where you're from or anything like that. Please do not dox yourself. If you're being a reminder, we have a command specifically for it. !dox. Don't do that. Protect your safety. We don't want anybody in this chat finding... if you imagine this to be a bar, like a real bar in the real world, like, I don't want you to say anything that would wind up giving the person within earshot of you down the bar enough information to follow you home and cause you harm. Because that's not the kind of bar that we run here. That's not the kind of establishment that we run. You know? I will say, though, y'all, these drinks requests tonight have been really, really, really tasty. We had... Oh, gosh, what did we had? We had the Irish Derby in the beginning of the stream. We had the Infinity Gin Sangria midway through. We had Prowolf's Mead-hatten. That was really enjoyable. And I'm sipping upon this Atomic Orange Bomb from David Andrade, which is also pretty tasty. Oh, man. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. Thank you so much for supporting the Bar with an X. You were also implicitly supporting Daddy Bezos on the Twitch side of things, but every single cent that winds up getting sent to the Bar with an X winds up coming back to here, whether it's in the form of an alcoholic bottle, a non-alcoholic bottle, some of the equipment that we use around here, or some of the ingredients. I'll take this moment while everybody's back to the ads to remind everybody that we have a charity event happening on July 12th. It will be happening at 11 o'clock a.m., which is whatever time zone it is, whatever time it is for you right now, minus 4 plus 12, 16 hours. Minus 16 hours. Or I guess plus, what was it, 11 a.m.? Whatever time zone it is for right now. 8 hours. 8 hours ahead of time. On Saturday, July 12th. We'll be raising money for Made by Dyslexia. We'll be mixing some drinks. We'll be playing some games. We will also have a custom infinity bottle, specifically for any donation. Any donation that you make will be cause for, specifically, any redemption for an infinity bottle. If you're familiar with the channel already, we have Chat's Infinity Bottle, which has a certain number of bottles that are eligible to be put into the bottle to preserve the longevity of the bottle. But this Chaos Infinity Bottle, for the sake of charity, can have anything put into it. Anything at all. So long as it is on my stock website. And if you're wondering what that stock is, it is CameroxnWithAnX.com/stock, S-T-O-C-K. Or you can use !stock in chat and plan for the chaos ahead of time. It is happening in about 2-ish weeks. 2 weeks and change from now. So if you wouldn't mind joining us for that, it would be great to have you. It's a little bit different than the cadence that we typically do here on the streams. Typically, I stream on Mondays and Wednesdays at 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. But this stream will happen on Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. So it's a little bit confusing, but I'll be putting some announcements over on the socials to specifically try to get people together to raise money for a really, really good cause. I'm looking forward to it, y'all. This will be this will be, I think, one of the more chaotic streams that we've done for charity. But it keeps getting better every single year. Tiovo out there saying, I also may or may not have gotten into blacksmithing in order to forge a knife for a player since he asks so nicely. You are so, dude, you are so dedicated to this. Everything that you say, Tiovo, gives me so much more respect for everything that you do. You have the level of dedication to D&D that I want to have to mixology. I want to bring in metal crafting to mixology. I want to bring in 3D printing to mixology. I want to bring in chemistry to mixology and physics to mixology and color science to mixology, the flavor science into mixology, everything. But all in due time. All in due time. Yeah, that's super cool. What kind of style did you make your knife in, Diabo? I know some knives are like kind of dagger-like. Some knives are a little bit more, curved in a way. They got a specific thing to them. I don't know much about katanas, and katanas are not daggers, right? But there are smaller versions of katanas, which I think are called katans or katans, because I think my younger brother had a katan growing up, and I think he described it as specifically it is a katana, but shorter. We did not have a katana. It was not a significantly curved sword. Oh, did I say that we were gonna end after this race? We'll do another one. I'm gonna keep doing races until we're done, until we lose. In which case, then we'll call it quits. Tio was saying it's thick 2Cs with a curved paracord handle since it's accurate to my player's lore. There we go. There we go. Are you the kind of person, Tiovo 2, that would like specifically go out of your way to go to thrift stores to find very, very lore accurate props, weapons, or other paraphernalia? Because when I was younger, when I was still in high school, one of my characters had a flaming masterwork banjo because he was a bard. His name was Taylorus the Swift, named so after Taylor Swift, I believe. And so I had specifically asked my grandparents I had been pestering my parents about it. I had pestered my grandparents about it. I had looked at thrift stores for it to specifically find a banjo, a working banjo, so I could bring it to my D&D sessions to be able to play my flaming masterwork banjo at our D&D sessions. And to be fair, I never actually learned how to play the banjo. Still don't know how to play the banjo. My younger brother is the musician now, so he knows how to play the banjo. I hope that the banjo is not just sitting at my parents' house and that it is safely in my brother's possession, because my younger brother is the person who would be in the best position to make the most out of those particular strings on that banjo. The actual banjo was not actually on fire. Otherwise, that would just be a little bit inefficient and very disingenuous to my grandfather on my mother's side, who bought it for me. So, but Tio was saying, absolutely, I wore an entire suit of plate mail and chainmail armor simply because I was role-playing a knight NPC, and it weighted a ton. Yeah. We have, actually, Clementine is currently rocking it right now, so I'm gonna go over my table. I'm gonna grab I have an entire Disney bucket filled with soda tabs Specifically like these little guys. And I have a ton of them. I have all of these soda tabs because I've been collecting them for a couple of friends of mine who are also a bit of a couple of nerds. Specifically because they make some chainmail out of them. And so, honestly, my partner Anna and I have thought to ourselves that maybe this time, maybe we keep some of the tabs for ourselves and make our own chainmail. Because I don't know enough about actually making chainmail. But it seems pretty cool to me, all things considered. So I have an entire bucket full of the soda tabs and whatnot. Eventually, we will give them to our friends. They used to be stored in a small little glass container, but as it turned out, we kept forgetting to bring the soda tabs over to our friend's house, so we didn't have the opportunity to give them the tabs, so we upgraded our bucket so we could bring it to them en masse. Dude, Clementine, you were absolutely killing things, dude. Oh my gosh, dude. Wow. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you, Clementine. Wow. Let's do another. Dude, let's do another race. Let's do another one. Let's keep going. If I'm being honest, chat, I want nothing more to be done with these Chao races. Actually, I don't know how much longer this is going to go. I'm going to take a look at the request real quick. I'm going to take a look at the request real quick and see. Show requests. Okie dokie. 624. We're in 624 right now. Okie dokie. I'm gonna look at. Let's see. We did one from David. I'm thinking about doing another cocktail request. All things considered. Let's see. Tiovo, I know that you're still out there. But if Red Pro is out there, Cosmo, Kit Kat, or MK Edward, if y'all are still out there, let me know. I think I want to do another drink request. Tiovo, yours has melon liqueur. Oh, 3 ounces of melon liqueur. I actually don't have, unfortunately, I don't actually have enough melon liqueur to accommodate 3 ounces. I am very low on my melon liqueur right now. But white rum, orange, pineapple, lime, and lemon. Try to float with a little bit of elderflower. That's probably, the elderflower is probably not going to work. And then I call it morning dew. Yeah, I think Kit Kat's still out there. Kit Kat, I gotta say I'm impressed. I think your request came in like hours ago and you're still around here. Dude, I appreciate it. I really do. Let's see. This one had, it was the creamsicle, right? Triple sec, OJ, cream, grenadine, blend with ice. If we use the blender, admittedly, I think I want to save this for another time, only because it's 3 a.m. My partner's sleeping right now, and I feel really bad taking out the blender at 3 o'clock in the morning. Maybe too early in the morning. Dude, no, I have no qualms with the recipe, except for the fact that it's using the blender at 3 a.m. when my dearest has to get up at like 8 o'clock in the morning. She has to get up in like 5 hours, so I think I'm going to pass on. I think what I'll do is I'll finish the rest of this drink, and we'll do some other requests another time. Respectfully, I appreciate everybody who contributed, but I think I just got to keep things moving for now. I'll probably end a little bit soon. Kit Kat, I appreciate you sticking around for the entire time too, but I have to do the same. You got to get up at 8. Oh my gosh. I don't have to get up till 10 o'clock in the morning, so I adjusted my sleep schedule so I could specifically do these types of streams really, really late in the evening. In any case, Tiovo out there saying, in terms of the armor suit that you had put on, I kind of just had this suit of armor just sitting around since your dad is a bit of a medieval nerd. You got bored once and sewed a set of patterned armor. I think it's called a gambeson, perhaps? Now that I think about it, I have learned an ungodly amount of skills just for D&D. I don't remember who it was that was watching, but there is this idea that no matter what you spend your time on, you are always going to gain skills that are going to be able to transfer to something else in particular, you know? Welcome to everybody popping in from Dark Auditor out there playing Apex Legends. Dark, dude, we were just talking about One Piece earlier when you were in here earlier. Welcome to the Pumpkin Raid, everybody. Welcome to the Bar with an X. I do not have my headphones on right now, so I cannot hear what things are happening around. Welcome to the Bar with an X, y'all. We're embodying our favorite video game characters, concepts, and more as alcoholic beverages or non-alcoholic beverages as well. We're playing some Sonic Adventure 2 Battle right now, specifically trying to get all of the emblems, which are proving to be rather difficult because I apparently don't know how to raise children. So, I have this beautiful number in front of y'all right now, whose name is Clementine with an X, who is very, very smart. They went for the Sonic doll, and they are trying to make their way through. I don't remember exactly what race this is right now, but if they can win every single race, we can get every single emblem, and lo and behold, make our way to this point of completion that I wasn't able to complete as a child, but I'm slowly but surely trying to get to. I'm currently sipping on a drink request from David Andrade over on YouTube right now. If you are a mixological individual and you have an idea for a cocktail, I was just looking at some of the options that I got right now, and I am kind of a little bit thirsty. So I've got a command in chat called !order. And if you've got a cocktail recipe that you want to share with me, that might kind of ease me out into the evening, I am totally open for it. Dark, thank you for trusting us with your audience. Colino, welcome in. I recognize that name, as well as Ufmark as well, all a part of the Pumpkin Raid. If I had any pumpkin puree, I'd whip together a drink right now. But the pumpkin puree technically belongs to my dearest, and I'm not supposed to use it without her permission. So, Dark, since the last time you were popped in here, Clementine has been absolutely killing it in these races. Clementine has gained for us 2 emblems so far, and has been just ramming through every single one of these races. Clementine also beat up a bunch of the other guys, and got us yet another emblem. Look at this so far. We were at number 1 at the very beginning of the stream, and we're just like absolutely cranking our way through, you dude. Absolutely cranking our way through. I'm probably not going to be going for too much longer, only because I'm getting kind of tired, and I've had 4 drinks at this point over the course of a healthy 8 hours. 8 hours, right? 8 plus 4 plus 3, oh, excuse me, 7. 7 hours. We're doing great. Naturally, if you are drinking any sort of alcohol, we are a mindful drinking type of community, so make sure to keep your hydration up. I'm just gonna down a bunch of water. I will say there is nothing quite like waking up in the morning to edit everything that happened the night before with a nasty hangover. We don't want any of that. Colino out there saying, night night mama, drinks boys go buddy bye. Oh, absolutely. Dark Auditor saying, joining you in the hydration game. Oh, absolutely. To both Dark out there, as well as Colino and Mark and everybody else who joined in on the raid train, feel free to go out there and take care of yourself, whether that means pouring yourself a drink now, whether that be water, tea, coffee, an alcoholic beverage, a non-alcoholic beverage. Take care of yourself. Thank you all for trusting your community with us here at the Bar with an X, and hopefully we follow through with it with tasty libations or a bunch of small blue creatures where my creature is not catching up. Yeah, you know, sometimes that's just reality. Tiovo being like, nothing beats that sip of crisp at 3 a.m. water. Oh my goodness, yeah. Crisp 3 a.m. water. Excuse me. That was from the water that I just chugged down. Especially when you're somebody like any of us Twitch tenders out there who stay up late into the night, drinking beverages, alcoholic and otherwise. I've personally got techniques to be able to make sure that I don't have hangover mentality in the morning. And for that, it's drinking a lot of water. That's why we have that little hydrate command in the YouTube and Twitch chat. Specifically remind us to drink water, because sometimes we forget. R.I.P. Tioba being like, crisp, my bad dyslexia got me this time. No problem, dude. No problem. We love people with dyslexia. We love it. We love people with dyslexia so much that we're doing a whole charity event in a couple of weeks that I'm going to remind you about after we're done with this race, which just ended, because I think I'm tired. And I should probably go to sleep. Maybe we do one more race. One more race, and then I'll bother you about our charity details. One more race, and then we'll go to the end screen, and I'll call it quits for the night, and I'll bother you about our charity details, and we'll continue along. Dark saying Bar with an X is the best spot. They do say X marks the spot. That's what they say. And if anybody ever wondered where the heck the X is on the Bar with an X, I'm about to show you. It's very, very easy. Hi there, I'm Cameron. This is my bar. And this is my Bar with an X. And if you ever wondered where the heck the bar is on the bar, the X is on the Bar with an X, it is right there, right smack in the center the entire time. Take a look at that. It's literally an X on the bar. It's the top of the bar, right there. Right there in the center. So if you ever wondered, why the heck is it called the Bar with an X? Cause there's an X on the bar. Duh. Anywho's-its. What did I just do? I think we failed against the Sonic Racers, so we're gonna go with the Garnet race and see what happens. Crazy. Now we know. Yeah. Duh. And, as I committed to myself years ago, I have committed that when I reach 1,000 followers on Twitch, and we're almost there, y'all. We are almost there. I think we are almost at 700 followers, and when I reach 1,000, I am going to put an X on my wrist, because I technically am Cameron with an X, and I don't really have an X on my body anywhere. I'm gonna get it tattooed right on my wrist. I've heard it's the most painful spot to get a tattoo, and I'm ready for it. So when 1,000 subscribers, not the 1,000 subscribers, 1,000 followers on Twitch specifically. Live stream the tattooing? Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know. Maybe. I like the idea, Dark. I like it. Man. Tiovo saying, I for real type really damn fast and can't proofread sometimes. It's okay, dude. So, Tiovo, just to give you the lowdown, my partner Anna is dyslexic as well, so I am relatively used to reinterpreting things that are misspelled from other people, so don't worry about it. Just do what is most easy for you, and by that means, you got no qualms from me. Oathmark saying, sorry for destroying the living room floor looking for that X. Market here being like, wait, I wasn't supposed to use this shovel to find where the X marks the spot? It's okay. I mean, we rent, so it's gonna be a little bit more to recover from, but I think everything will be okay. I mean, technically speaking, right? So we have renter's insurance, and could we file a claim under my renter's insurance if you wind up taking a shovel to all of the different places that are around the bar right now? Like, I don't know. Let me put it to you this way, Mark. If the landlord comes a call-in, then we'll put everybody in contact. We'll face this together. It'll be a 3-way email chain. I'll be on there, you'll be on there, and they'll be on there. Then we can all face it together. You don't have to say anything. But I'll be like, that's the guy. He brought his own shovel. Wasn't my shovel. I don't own a shovel. Closest thing that I have to a shovel is this bar spoon. It's got a spoon on one side, and it's got a trident on the other. Closest thing I got. Nice rug. No questions. No questions at all. Quality rugs here at the Bar with an X. Quality wood flooring. Quality desks. Quality tile. All the good things here at the Bar with an X. Everything you can possibly ask for. Everyone wins. And that one particular treasure chest that you happen to find between one of those tiles happen to pay off everybody's loans. Woo! Oh, man. Tiovo out there saying, can't confirm, hurts pretty bad. The ribs are pretty bad too. I'm pretty sure it doesn't cover physical property like the building, but personal items and whatnot, yes. Yeah, I don't think my renter's insurance covers my body or anybody's body for that matter. Then again, I would encourage everybody not to take legal advice on the internet. Don't take advice about the contracts that dictate the terms and services of your renter's insurance from the stream. I am a mixologist. I am not a doctor. I am not a lawyer. None of that stuff. So if you get the impression that it is a really good idea to dig holes in your apartment and then try to sue your landlord, if you get those vibes, it didn't come from me. It came from you. I have plausible deniability. This is a game show after all. Everything, all the points are made up, everything's made up. Even the drinks are made up. How can you prove that the drinks are real? What, you think the bartender's getting drunk? No, I'm perfectly sober. Thank you very much. Thank you. Ozzy saying, aren't some landlords against home businesses? I seen it on the show, The Office, when Michael tried to. I just don't tell them. I just don't. They don't know what I'm doing here. They don't. My landlord doesn't know that I'm mixing drinks and changing lives and potentially collecting a paycheck on a monthly basis. And I wouldn't tell them anyways. It's none of their business. You know? It's not their business. It's my business. That's why it's my name on the paychecks. Duh. Well, that's a solid point, though. Dark like, no, not the fake drinks. Yeah. It's fake, dude. The London Dry Gin, the Demerara syrup, the orange juice, the elderflower, the orange bitters, the aromatic bitters, the seltzer, and the triple sec, all fake. Every single one of them. Dude, I should have been faster. Oh, I should have been faster, but it didn't happen. Oh, man. Tiova, like, any advice I can give is never sign any legal document without a lawyer or a legal understanding of the said document. Yeah, dude. But don't take advice from Tiova. Only because that's legal advice. Don't take advice from the bar of the next. Don't take legal advice from anybody in chat. Especially if they say they're a lawyer. Because that's probably a bad idea. Speaking of bad ideas, it's like 3:30 in the morning for me. So, I'm done. Nice try, fellas. You thought you had me there for a little second there. Thank you, everybody, so much for joining me at the tail end, the not so bitter end, the rather sweet end, the potentially alcoholic end, and otherwise a very nice end of a wonderful session here at the Bar with an X. We are playing some Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. We are trying as best as we can to get every single emblem in the game, facilitated by the efforts that we put into our small children called Chao, who are racing and fighting to bring us glory, glitz, and guts, and everything in between or beyond. Thank you for joining me here at the Bar with an X. It was a pleasure being your bartender this evening. I want to throw a couple of quick reminders out there in your direction. At the very beginning of the stream, I shared some cursory details for this charity event that we've got coming up in a couple of weeks or so. We are able to call it Mixing Drinks and Changing Lives. We specifically got the go-ahead from the creators of the game Valhalla, Sukiban Games, to be able to use their titular phrase that Jill Stingray uses in the same game to basically give details of what we're trying to do. We're trying to mix drinks here at the Bar with an X, and we're trying to change lives by raising money for charity. Which charity? I'm glad you asked. It is called Made in Dyslexia. It is an organization coming out of England that is essentially collecting money for an organization of dyslexic thinkers, people with dyslexia utilizing their abilities and facets of the way that humans think in general that are very unique to people with dyslexia, like my partner Anna. We are doing this charity event every single year, this independent charity event of ours, as sort of a birthday present to her as well, and she really wanted to raise money for a cause that was really important to her, and her having dyslexia, as I stated before, is something that's very near and dear to her heart and her brain, as well as near and dear to my heart as well. It'll be happening on Saturday, July 12th at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. That is whatever time it is for you right now, plus about, I'm gonna try to do the math here real quick, 7.5 hours. 7.5 hours from now will be the exact time that we do on July 12th, Saturday, in a couple of weeks from now. We will be raising money. We'll be making a couple of drinks. We'll be playing a couple of games. Some of them will be board games. We'll have a couple of our moderators up here as well, joining along in for the fun. And most exclusively for this particular stream, every single donation, instead of doing a milestone goal, like doing exercises or going for a run or something like that we've done previously, instead of every 250 pounds or 500 pounds or whatever pounds, because we are raising money for England, so it's in pounds, the local currency there. Every single donation that gets contributed to the Made by Dyslexia Foundation will be eligible for anything that goes into an infinity bottle that is specific to that stream itself. You may be familiar with our infinity bottle here at the Bar with an X, and this has a certain number of ingredients that are specifically eligible for this bottle, but for this particular charity stream, no matter how much that you donate, the donation amount that you have will correspond to the relative amount of any ingredient that we've got here at the Bar with an X, and I'll throw my stock link out there just in case you want to get ideas for what you might want to put into our Chaos Infinity bottle. Typically, we don't do stuff like that because it gets kind of gross and otherwise, but if we figure if we're raising money for charity, we might as well do whatever the heck the internet wants to do because we're raising money for a good cause. It could be Kraft mac and cheese powder, it could be cream liqueur, it could be milk, it could be lime juice, it can be otherwise, it can be vodka, it can be whatever. It all goes into the Chaos Infinity bottle as we raise money for Made by Dyslexia on July 12th, 2025 in about a couple of weeks or so. So I hope you will join us there, y'all. I am sorry for taking up so much of your time at the very end here. I am just a little bit tipsy, and I think I have to go to sleep. So that's what I'm gonna do. So to everybody out there who joined me till the very end, including but not limited to Mark, Dark, Aziel, Bungus, and Nevermind as well. Take care, everybody out there. Cheers until next time. Again, it was a pleasure being your bartender this evening, and I hope to see you all again on Wednesday when we come back for some more chow races, more drinks, more fun, and I don't know, whatever the heck else you get out of this stream. Bye, everybody.